Let's go! Good day, everyone. Good day. How are we doing today? Yeah. This is the Wildest Wake Up Show. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey, and every single day we rebel against remedial rhetoric, and today will be no different. No, it won't. And like always, we open the doors. We let people speak their minds, sometimes to no avail. It is what it is. But we want to hear y'all goddamn thoughts anyway. You don't have to be afraid, god damn it. Hey, Miss Jalen, good day. And just like Miss Jalen, make sure you say good day because I can feel that great productive energy coming through the screen. What up, that work? Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button. It really helps the channel out tremendously as we are continuously growing. We are on our way to let's put it out there. We on our way to 20,000. God damn it. That's what we on our way to. God damn it. We on the road, but we got to get there one step at a time. So we need y'all to hit that notification bell so we can keep this thing grinding and going. We need great alternative media out there. We cannot just allow everybody else decide what they want to push out in the ethosphere about us as a people, as a folk. God damn it. We need some honest conversations out there because we're starting to see that the honest conversations are getting smaller and smaller as the days go by. Good day, Conversations with MJ. Good to see you back out there on the grind. I see you, girl. You was looking good and beautiful. Woo! I can't wait for, depending on your schedule, we can get our thing start to roll. We got some things that we got to do. Don't worry, Ms. J. We're going to get you into the barbershop sports talk. We're going to get you into it as well. LeBron James did very good last night, Ms. Jalen. Even though he lost. But it lost to a crazy half-court buzzer beater. It was awesome. It was great. So, the LeBron James talk, Ms. Jalen, it is a very interesting one when you really peel back down, when you realize how long this man's been playing the sport. I mean, he played with the Lakers Shaq. It's crazy. He played with Gary Payton. He played with Supersonics Ray Allen. That's crazy. Two of his coaches, he played against them. That boy old. Frank Gore of the NFL. He was averaging 22 points when he started, and then now Frank Gore's son is playing in the NFL, and it's crazy. Yasmin J, we're gonna get you to the sports talk. Hey, thank you, Chris J. I appreciate that. That is a great possibility that they realize that they cannot outwit the kid. What's up, Genesis? Good day. Good to see you. All right. That's good to hear, MJ. Yeah, man, like you don't realize how great that man really is and the importance he is, right? And we need to, and the reason why he is important is more than just his basketball skill. It's just him as a whole entity is very important, and we need to start mimicking and mirroring our young boys to be more like him, like mentally. What's up, Dr. G? Good day to you. You know what I'm saying? What's up, AI? Capricorn's undefeated? Possible. And but his imagery is something that we need to really be pushing towards our young men to be that upstanding man. He has no scandals that we know about. He's taking care of his children, his wife, his house. He's protecting it. Because way too often we have this crazy stereotype that we just cannot get away from. And it's like they just want to keep on pushing out the negative imagery of us everywhere I turn on the goddamn anything, goddamn. Like we see what's going on with this new case where Sauce Walka just being shot, I believe in his hometown. I'm not sure if he was shot in his hometown or not, but he just recently got shot and his new artist got shot and he didn't make it. That's the image that we have. We see what's going on with Big U and this whole racketeering system that's going on. We see the image that we have. However, when we try to clean up the image, there's always a bunch of men that's out there trying to hold on to the negative version of our stereotypes. And that's the scary part for me. Like, I don't think we should just discard it. It should be there so we know what not to go back to. However, we need to be pushing out in the forefront of what we do best. We need to be reading at a higher level. We should not keep on accepting communicating at a third grade comprehension level. ADS, you'll be willing to hit the panel if you want, and you don't have to give me no BS excuse because you're afraid and try to paint some narrative that you at work. That's why then it's okay. You can just come and speak your mind if you can. You don't have to be afraid. No, I did not, Miss Jane. Aaron Hall is on a run too. Oh my God. That is crazy. I wonder what he's on a run for. That's wild. As a big grown man as he is, he's on a run. That's crazy. But it makes sense, right? Because Big U's a big boy too. He's old as hell. He done did his. He should not be. Big U and the Roller 60s indictment is insane to me. It's like this Big U story is like a Netflix crime drama, except it's real life. And the plot twist keeps coming. He's a community activist by day, and he's an alleged gang boss by night. It's a wild resume. They saying that he ran a mafia-like operation. This isn't The Godfather, bro, in South LA. It's crazy out there, man. Like, you too big for that, and your name is big. You too old for this ish. And this Big U indictment is like peeling the onion. We just keep peeling the onion, and we keep turning this shit into a cry fest every single day. They keep on making an imagery of us as a whole and make it seem like this whole community trash thing is for real. I don't know why the men be so afraid. Like, it's okay. What? It is what it is. Some people are just born cowards, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Imagine this man's using charity funds for fraud. He's still literally stealing candy from a baby and then blaming the baby for it being too sweet. Like, the Roller 60s should not be in the headlines again. It's crazy. And it's not about Nipsey legacy. These racketeering charges. Damn. But are we going to just keep on pushing that out? Are black men, are we just constantly just pushing this image out? Is the only kind of image that we got that we could push out? Or is this are we going to use this indictment as a wake-up call? At least one of them. Because it's not about one man, it's about the systems that let this happen under disguise. It's under disguise as helping the community. I mean, literally, the CRIP stands for something about the community. CRIP. I'm not going to repeat what it says, but hey, that's what it's about. Let me see what you talking about. What link is from Aaron Hall? Let me see. That's crazy that we are like hitting the like button should be the first thing we do as a people. God damn. Like how we not know to It's insane. Okay, you sent it to me. I'm gonna go check it out. ADS, so I'm confused about you saying we attack each other and we attack us. Where is the path to victory? Make it make sense. So what are you saying that we do? So what is it that you're saying that we should do? I guess that would be my question. Because I know you're not saying not do anything, but your question is not painting a path of what we should be moving towards. So I will ask, because I don't want to throw no words in your mouth. So I want to know, like, what should we be doing? How should we be moving? That would be my question. That would be my question. I'll wait. I'll wait. No answer yet. Oh, no answer yet. What's up, Kenya? Make sure, and if you are new to the channel, make sure y'all drop where you're from, drop your name. It's all good in here. It's all good. I'll put a question out. Maybe I get some answers. Maybe I get some answers. Because I'm definitely tired of all the negative stereotypes that we keep pushing out there. We keep trying to act as if we actually care. Because as soon as we start having a conversation about what we need to do, all of a sudden nobody has an answer, right? They would say all the things that we're doing. Oh, this is happening. What we gonna do? Just keep on attacking each other? Come on, let's get it together. Like then recently, it got this whole Sauce Walka shooting. What is going on? Is it that us as black men, we cannot stop the shit? Is it that the majority of them are just not getting caught? What is it? Is it what is it? Like I do my best to try to fight against all the statistics, but goddamn, I do my best to try to fight against these statistics. But every day since I started this channel, I've been attacked when I do everything differently from what the statistics are. So somebody like ADS is acting like as if he was somebody that be, hey, nah, but we gotta, no, you do not. You don't do that. It's crazy to me. Like so this whole Sauce Walka shit. What's up, Chuck? Chuku, good day to you, sir. This Sauce Walka shit is like a tragic rap lyric that's come to life. 1 minute you vibing and the next is chaos erupts. And TMZ, they put it right there in front of you for all to see him get ambushed outside of a hotel. They put out the security footage of us so we could see our black man get gunned down by other black men. We see it all the time. And these Memphis streets are turning into real life Call of Duty. It's insane. Sauce Walka, he's a rapper. I believe he's out of Houston. He survived, but his artist Say so P, he did make it. And this is the kind of, this is a loss that hits harder than any beat. Like, they was making money. They was doing well for themselves. They started a goddamn business. So badass thing. The problem is, it seems like it stretches out past. So we want to say that, hey, who cares about these goddamn entertainers? However, what it is that majority of these entertainers, they start as civilians. He's a civilian. It just so happened he was able to come through the ranks and get some kind of, some light, and they started to make some money off of it. But this is what a lot of the people in the community do. This is why they be knowing where each other at. Shit is deep inside of our culture for some strange reason. Like, every time we try to get past it, like back in the days before, what they used to say, oh, you just an educated lame. You don't know nothing. You don't know what we talking about. The whole, come on, we know what it used to sound like. You ain't real. Like, I think, what I think it is sometimes is that Black folks make being ghetto or being hood or being poor look so cool that people actually believe that we like the shit. And in reality, we don't like that shit. Shit is rough, it's nasty, it's dirty, man. Nobody really likes that shit. Shout out to Indiana. I know it'd be rough out there, but I heard it's moving in the right direction. And Big Dog Walka said he had a price on his head. Wow. It's crazy that people that be coming from good neighborhoods, 2-family households, they still want to go to the hood to have fun. They think that this is not what we like to do. Shit is not fun. But that's the thing, badass thing. A lot of them, they get out. A lot of them, they never even did any of those things, and then they be getting rich into the entertainment world. And then what do? Then they become gang members. Because for what reason? I don't know. What is that? What is that? What is this idea that Black people think that we are the cool of the ghetto? Like, being ghetto is cool, being broke is cool. That shit is not cool, man. I understand we make that shit look cool because we got dance moves and we can rap and we can figure out ways to make our outfits look decent and everything. We have fun, we laugh, we stay outside, we speak funny, we communicate very weird, and it looks weird and it sounds funny, but that shit ain't really cool like that. Shout out to Negro Diamonds. Be safe at sea. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. That really helps the channel out. I just want to have an honest conversation about this ish. Because it seems like every time one of them pass away, it's just like, he deserves it. But hey, yes, that's one rapper that's doing, but there's plenty of other young men that we never heard of is falling fake to this stuff as well. We see it. We see how people act. They got people that got real jobs that be out here acting like they're going to shoot somebody on the internet. And it's not just, so the thing is that we keep acting as if it is just on these goddamn rappers and entertainers. This kind of mentality, this kind of movement is not just that. What about the recent school hazing? That was a bunch of Black men doing that to another Black man, kicking and punching and all these things. This is not just this whole rap thing. So even the ones that's supposed to be the ones we are pushing out in the forefront, talking about school and fraternities, they doing the same degenerate behavior. So, you know, badass thing, you feel what I'm saying? It's not just Salt's Walk and Big U. I get it. They are the loudest in the rooms, and that's why we had the conversation about it, but nobody really talks about the fraternity-ish. But this has happened with our best and brightest as well. Hazing the schools is a bad tradition that refused to die. I mean, it's 2025, and we still dealing with this nonsense. They say it's a rite of passage, but bro, there's nothing right about traumatizing kids for sport. Nothing. And like, we know these hazing stories are wild. Broomsticks, locker rooms, zero accountability. It's like we watching a goddamn horror movie. It's like we watching it. Like, these schools supposed to be safe spaces, I thought. But clearly these incidents have turned them into battlegrounds for toxic masculinity. So it ain't just the street-ish. This shit goes much further than that. And we need to do something about it. Start speaking up about it. Good day, Natasha. How you doing today? So it ain't just the street stuff. It's not. Shout out to my girl Natasha Vincent with the $9.99. Thank you so much. To answer your question and answer, ban the N-word. I almost thought ban because, you know, ban could mean something else too. But ban the N-word, B-word with one another. It's unbecoming, uncivilized, and it doesn't foster positive communication. I agree. We need to stop calling each other's the N-word and the B-word. We got to stop saying our women are bees. Even when we mad at them, it doesn't matter. Chuku, I agree. Chuku, I agree. Thank you so much, Natasha Vincent. I appreciate it. What's up, LA? We see what's going on, right? Like, so this is not just with the so-called ghetto people. It's happening in the best of us as well, right? So that's the scary part. The victims are left scared while the perpetrators get a slap on the wrist. And this hazing thing is just a symptom to a bigger problem. Right? These are power dynamics, and they need to prove dominance. It's toxic, and it gotta go. Like, so this is not, so this dominance and all these things, it ain't just the street dudes, it ain't just the industry, it ain't just gang, it's also in the schools as well. This whole dominance piece that we gotta keep fighting for. I mean, the other day I was on a goddamn channel with a bunch of men. They told me ain't no such thing as a toxic masculinity. The same way how it has a male masculine toxicity, it has a feminine one as well. But I'm not a female, so I don't focus on that. And for some reason, every time we try to have a conversation about moving something and getting better, we want to talk about what the other person needs to do. But that's not how you fix things. Because the only thing that you can actually change is you. It's insane. You cannot change your household by keep trying to change everybody else, because eventually it got to come to you. So you change everybody else. All y'all want to do is talk about, but the women got to do this. And so, okay, now what if she do all those things? Now, when are you going to work on you? You see everything that she needs to do. Fine. So now what if she changes all those things? What makes you think she's going to stay with you? American Negro News, it might be a feminist and gay talking point all you want, but It doesn't take the fact that it exists. That's the thing. It doesn't matter where it come from. It doesn't matter if a female, feminist, or a gay man figured it out. It doesn't negate the fact that it exists. That's the scary part. We care about where the information came from. It's a feminism and gay talking point. So does it make it that it doesn't exist? That's the question. Like it doesn't matter where it come from. Does it exist? And if it exists, then we need to do something about it. And if you think it doesn't exist, I'm going to open up the panel. You can have a conversation about it. We can talk about it, and we can see if it exists or if it doesn't exist. But I know we need to do something. We got to stop acting like it's just in the ghetto and just in the hoods when literally it happens on college campuses. This is not just about one school. It's about a culture that normalizes abuse and calls it tradition. That is toxic. Anything that is poisonous is toxic. And we need to start redefining these goddamn stereotypes. It starts with owning our narratives. So we can shift focus from society, you know what I'm saying? And we could be truly who we are as a people. A community full of brilliance, creativity, resilience. We need to have these uplifting stories of success, redefine what it means to be Black in America. That's what we need to do. Instead of worry about where it came from. This is insane. Like, come on. We can get it together. I know it's supposed to be every Friday. I apologize, but man, to me, this is the foolish things that be coming out, in my opinion, when I see all these different stories about us as Black men. Like these 3 stories about Black men. Big U's, but Black men. It did have a few Black women in there as well. The Sauce Walker thing is about Black men doing things to Black men violently. This whole fraternity hazing thing was Black men doing it to other Black men, educated Black men. When does it stops? When does it stop? If I'm wrong, I'm willing to understand. We got a conversation, but we need to start breaking the cycle of violence. You see what Fantasy Island Girl just put out there. We see what Fig just put. We need to have awareness and mentorship because it goes a long way. Because we understand that gang culture thrives where there's lack of opportunity. So imagine we invested in community centers, youth programs, and job training instead of perpetuating cycles of poverty and despair. We got to stop making this ghetto shit look cool. When I was growing up, it was nothing but community centers and youth programs. I don't see them nowadays. I don't know what's going on with them. I was on it. I like the whole reason why BGS have a problem with me because I want to help young people out. They say, hey, you are just want to help broken men is what they told me. What up, Davey Dix? Good day, sir. Okay, Jay Villa, I get it. That's one white man. All right, fine. He was a white man. That's fine. I don't know what that one person has to do. Like, does that change? Jay Villa, does that change anything? We know what he was pushing out there, Jay Villa. Okay, you know, that's fine. One white person got hurt. All right. So was that change the conversation? That means we shouldn't even talk about it. It's not a Black problem. That wasn't a Black man that did it. They wasn't after Sauce Walker. Sauce Walka brother being deleted in the streets of, like he comes from of his brothers being in tragedy, they got deleted out in the streets as well. So that just please, let's be honest about it. We can't just throw things against the wall and say, oh, it was one white person that got shot. All right, that's fine. But that doesn't have anything to do with the culture. Brownsville, New York, member for 14 months. Peace and love to the SBG fam, especially the SBG queens. Drop the link. I have a little time this AM. I got you. Let me get that together for the cuz right now. Let me get that together for the cuz. Let's go. Let's start this goddamn conversation. Let's start this conversation. Let me pin that to the top. Okay. Let me pin that to the top. You understand? So that's just my problem with everything. Like, we gotta start tackling all this goddamn nonsense, tackling hazing and abuse. This is crazy. Schools should enforce zero tolerance policies on hazing and invest in leadership programs. That's what they should be doing. God damn it. It's crazy. Okay, I got a couple of people here. Hold on. Welcome to the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. What's going on with you? What's your thoughts?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, cuzzo, am I coming through clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Before I, broach the topic, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room, cuzzo. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, the Supreme Goddess PH Diva, Robin MDB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, Zero Tolerance, Conversations with MJ, The Verbal Assassin, Venus, Fantasy Island Girl, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, The Luxury Bucket List, Pink, Black Beauty, Berry White, Sherry Berry, all the queens, man, all the queens, Natasha, Vincent, all of y'all, man. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm gonna make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on this internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. This is an interesting topic, cuzzo, because when we look at our community, right, and what's dominating the headlines right now, you look at the Big U rolling 60 situation, right? You look into Big U's youth and his history, and you find out, cuzzo, that he grew up in a broken home. Big U's father wasn't in his life, right? And so he kind of looked up to his uncle, who was a gang leader before the rolling 60 situation, right? And he took over the gang that his uncle was the leader of. So when we look at what happened with Sauce Walka and Say So P. You look at Sauce Walka's history and you discover that he also grew up in a broken home. His father wasn't in his life until he became a teenager. And by that time, it was too late for him to have a lot of influence. When you look at the Yellow Beezy situation out in Dallas, right? Look into his background. His father, Cuzzo, was murdered when he was 12 years old.
Damn.
On Mother's Day, right? So when we look at these situations, Cuzzo, and you will find a common denominator to be that the father wasn't present in the home to have a significant influence, right? To guide these young men into a greater path of success, right? So what happens when the fathers aren't there, they aren't present in the home, they aren't there guiding and molding and teaching the young men how to become stand-up men that has honor, integrity, recalibrated value systems. You know what I tell these young men and old men to do on this app? I tell them, recalibrate your value system. Remove lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system and replace it with God. Add honor, integrity, self-reflection, accountability, responsibility, self-discipline, self-control, some stoicism in there, right? Because if you have a recalibrated value system, Cuzzo, you will understand the importance of a family, right? Raising your children. You will understand the importance of loving a woman, right? Committing to a woman, right? Doing things decent and in order, right? You'll understand the importance of going to get your education, going to pursue knowledge, wisdom, and understanding so you can apply that knowledge, wisdom, understanding in a successful way, right? But oftentimes when we have these conversations, you have these weak men dominating the conversations, right? Because these men get easily offended when I say, listen, if you aren't present in the home with your children, you aren't a father, right? Cuzzo, you should not, as a man, be visiting your children.
Damn.
Or your children should not be visiting you as a father. Think about how that sounds, right? Oh, I just visited my father this weekend. Oh, I'm just visiting my father for these 2 weeks. That is how your children can gravitate to the big U's of the world. They can gravitate to the gangs that dominate these poverty influence communities, right? Not only those communities, but these young men are looking for people that show some type of leadership value, right? That's why they gravitate towards these figures. And the reason why they gravitate towards those figures is because the father did not show them what a leader was. Their fathers did not show them how to be a stand-up individual. Their fathers did not spend enough quality time with them to discourage them from being influenced by negativity, right? But we can have a conversation with the queens, right? And we can say, hey, queens, if there's a mother out there who's not present in the home with the children, how do you view her? And all the queens will come out and say she's not a real mother, right? The queen said, hey, listen, if you're not present at home raising the kids, then you're missing out on 90 to 100% of parenthood for those kids. But then, Cuzzo, we can have that same conversation with the kings, and the overwhelming majority would be coming up with some type of excuses as to why they should still be considered a father if they're not present in the home. They'll say, oh, man, listen, I'm paying a lot of child support. Oh, I have joint custody. I visit with my kids every 2 weeks, every other weekend in the summer times, right? So you can't tell me I'm not a father. These are the conversations that these weaker men are having, right? And that is what's creating this schism, because these men want to run away from accountability and responsibility, and then they'll point fingers at the queens and say, well, no, she didn't allow me to be in my kid's life. Made it difficult for me to be in my kid's life. She's the one who created this problem, right? But then, cuzzo, they'll come online and proclaim that they are leaders. And we know if you are a leader, you don't pass the buck. You take accountability and responsibility for whatever goes on under your leadership. It is not anyone's fault but my own if my relationship fails, because I am the head of my household. Right? I am the man of my house. So if my house crumbles and falls, I can't blame my wife, cuzzo. I can't blame my children. I can't blame the system. I got to look in the mirror and undergo some self-reflection and take accountability and realize that I failed in my opportunity to lead. We need men to get on these apps and start having honest conversations if we really want to fix this community. And the honest conversation to have is to acknowledge that the reason why you have this big U situation, rolling 60 situation, Sauce, Walker, Yellow, Beezy, Mo 3, all these different ratchet situations and unfortunate circumstances where young men are losing their lives prematurely is predominantly due to the fact that men have decided to opt out of true fatherhood. And they've decided to make excuses as to why they don't want to be a fixture in the house, in the family. They don't want to be a pillar in the house, in the family. They don't want to be a leader that's present day by day to make sure that your children are not being influenced by the wiles of the devil. Stop having these conversations with kid gloves. Stop looking at these situations as one-offs. And stop trying to convince these men that they're real dads when they're not present at home with the children day by day. Peace and love, man. Peace and love.
Woo. That was a good one. Welcome to the show, Chef Smitty Cooks. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Is my connection quick?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Also, welcome to the show, Afro Nerd Radio. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. As
Awesome.
always.
So we're gonna start with you, Chef Smitty. What's your thoughts so far today?
I came up here to give you a piece of my mind, sir. So
Okay.
I really came to say, I hope your day's going very beautiful today, Sean.
Thank you. And I hope you smell good today.
Always, sir. That's Zumbar and fresh oil, sir. But listen, right? Let me go ahead and make sure I button up my shirt before I come into your room. Let me make sure I'm fully dressed before I walk in. No, I was just going to say it's crazy, right? Because that's what Brownsville said. All right. So thank you for the realization that because my child does not live with me full time, I'm not a dad for real. Because I am a father who is in that circumstance, but I don't know about 2 weeks. You know what's crazy is this, right? My daughter as a teenager, wow, she's been, having little high school issues and stuff, and she lives with her mother. I guess you can say like where she goes to school. I see my daughter every weekend. I have her for the entire summer. The entire summer. So once she's like in her last week, we just do like homeschool on a computer. From there, you come on over here with that. The room is upstairs. And all throughout the year, I see it. My point is, when she has an issue, a lot of times she don't talk to her mother, who she lives with. She calls dad, who's across town. She don't really talk to her mom too much about what she want to talk about. I don't know. Maybe it's the embarrassment or whatever. I don't know. Maybe she feels like her mother's going to be more judgmental. I just know that my approach with my child is a lot more of a loving hand. Her mother can be real Bible thumping on her and tell her she's gonna all of this. So sometimes my daughter, she has moments where she recognizes how the benefit of both her parents work. You see, there are other parts in which she don't holler at me about. She talks to her mother about. And she goes to her mother more so. So I'm just saying that somebody who is in that circumstance, and who I guess through Brownsville's eyes is a failed father, I will accept that. Okay, sir. I'm just saying that it's real wild how if I was to ask you, Brownsville, to land it, do you believe possibly just a yes or no? Because I want to land. Do you believe that a man can make a woman do anything? Can I make her mother do anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. So if for whatever reason that woman does not want to be there, even if it's a valid reason, I cannot make that woman stay. I can't. There's nothing I can do, bro. I just gotta say, I mean, I could plead my case and try my best. We can try.
Okay, so can I ask you a question, Smitty?
Absolutely. I got about 20 minutes because y'all know I'm not gonna be up here once the mess starts. So go ahead while it's quiet.
Okay, so before you impregnated that woman, before you laid down to have sex with that woman,
Mm-hmm.
before you decided to take that relationship with that woman to a sexual level,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
What did you do
Mm-hmm.
in terms of vetting her character, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make you believe that this was going to be a lady that was worthy of your seed,
Mm-hmm.
worthy of this relationship,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we talk about how you said, well, I can't make her do anything, right?
No. I asked you, can we make a woman
Right.
do
That's
things?
what I'm
And
saying.
you
You
also
right.
agree.
You asked me and I agreed, right? But then, my brother, you said, listen, so you can't make a woman do anything. So therefore, this relationship fails, right? Then that gives you the credence to blame the woman. And what I'm saying,
No.
what I'm telling men to do, because that's bad advice, right? What I'm saying is, if you vet that woman properly,
Mm-hmm.
before you decide to engage in a lustful relationship with this woman, before you decide to give this woman your seed, right? There should be a lot of things that you've already established and put in order, right? So that
Mm-hmm.
after you engage and take that relationship to that next level,
Mm-hmm.
you're not gonna have to worry about her not wanting to engage in a relationship with you in good faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
After she
Okay.
has your child, right?
Yeah.
If you've established that baseline foundation of what you're looking forward to in the future in terms of a relationship, in terms of a family, right? She's not going to be so quick and willing to just leave the relationship alone once the child arrives. See, a lot of times, and Smitty,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to be honest for the young brothers who's listening, right?
Okay. Yeah.
A lot of times what happens is we don't think about the future
Okay.
when we decide to engage in lust, right? We don't
Yeah.
think about vetting a woman properly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Recalibrating our value system, right?
Yeah.
So that we can attract a like-minded woman who is family oriented just the way we are. And we prematurely put our seed in a woman, pulling the cart before the horse, before we even understand the consequences of what might happen, because we haven't fully got into a committed relationship to where both understand one another. So
Wow.
can you admit to that and say, well, you know what? Maybe if I recalibrated my value system and made sure that she had a recalibrated value system. Maybe if I told her my vision and she shared that same vision. Maybe if I told her my future plans and goals in terms of this relationship and our family, and she shared those plans and goals in terms of our relationship and future family, then I would not have been in a situation in which we're raising children in a broken home.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. So Brownsville, I mean, may I respond if it's okay, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for making sure that you keep the brothers educated. And I mean that with my whole heart. So let me help you out. One thing I love to do is ask people a question before I just kind of run off with something. So one, me and the mother of my child, we were high school buddies. First of all, I didn't lose my virginity until I was 20, and it was to her. We were friends from the age of like 15 all the way up till we got out of high school. I then wound up living with that woman. Our child didn't come 8 years until after I was 28 when Phoenix was finally conceived. Do you know why I conceived that baby with her? I kept telling the mother of my child, now mind you, she was the only woman I ever been with so far. I'm young, I'm in my 20s. I don't know no better. I'm thinking it's the only woman that's going to be here for me. I had no clue of the plethora of life that's ahead of me. So I went on ahead and I kept getting pressured. I was the one that kept saying, yo, we living with my parents. I don't like, why do you want to get married right now? Like, I'm not crossing you through the threshold of my mom and dad's door. That's what I said. You know what she kept telling me? The clock is ticking. You better make a decision. So I wound up, I wound up having a child with the mother of my child during that time because I just didn't want to lose her. It's like the way she would talk, like she would really convince me that she's going to find a man to be a wife to if I don't do it. So now I'm up here, I'm doing extra stuff. And that's how I started really hustling real hard. And that was the worst thing for me to do because I lost everything behind that. I was trying to get that money to get out my parents' house so I could marry that woman. That's why I was hustling through college. You know, boy, that's why I was selling pounds of weed through college, bro. I was trying to get out my people's house because I was scared to lose her. And so just to let you know, when it comes to vetting, I mean, I don't know how long I need to vet somebody if I know them since they was 14 and I was 16. I got about 2 years, right? So I graduated, she graduated. I'm about 20, 21, and I remember it was my birthday in fall time. And that's when she said she wanted to be with me. So with that being said, I don't know if you want to recalibrate how you gave me information, but I know that's more so for the brothers who need that. But I appreciate you dearly. Respect to the family.
Yeah, and I appreciate you sharing, your own personal journey, right? Because one thing that you conceded to is, yeah, me and this woman, we were actually going in two different directions because she wanted me to do one thing and it was put me in a time crunch, but I wasn't ready for that type of commitment because I was living with my parents, right?
We both were. I moved her in with my people. She was living with me and my family. And
Right.
when and when I went to prison, hold on. And when I went to prison, she still stayed here throughout that duration, and she actually stuck by my side. I say about 4.5 years through that. The last 3, that's when she got married, and she's still married to this day.
But you also admitted that she wanted something that you wasn't ready for, but because you didn't want to lose her, you decided to acquiesce to what she wanted.
It's correct. Yes,
Right.
being
So
in a
what I'm saying is that's an example of not having your value system recalibrated. That's an example of not putting forward good leadership traits. That's an example of not making sure you and the woman are equally yoked and equally aligned to the same vision and plan, because that's the only way you're going to sustain a fruitful relationship. It has to be built upon a solid foundation to where we share the same values, to where we share the same vision, to where we share the same goals in terms of what we look forward to experiencing in a family, right?
real quick. I'm not trying to just because I want to make sure we can both real because I only got a few more. Seriously, I got to get things done. I appreciate the discussion. What it is this: me and that woman both, even to this very day, because I have a pretty good relationship with the mother of my child. I'm not one of them dudes like I hope my ex burn in hell. Nah, we talk, bro. Like, because we've been friends, bro. We've been friends forever and a day. And even though our relationship failed, our friendship is all. You know what? It's almost crazy because it's like it made us more friends, even better when we weren't together. It's weird, bro. It's weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know how to explain. It's more spiritual. So you just got to understand something. Then with us sharing a child, that respect for one another is a lot higher. That's why you'll never hear me say my baby mother. You'll always hear me say the mother of my child. That's my child's mother, and I'm the father of her child. You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I look at that. The value system between us two has always been the same. We both come from the same cut of cloth. It's just that when I met her, she was going through a rough time. Look, it's a reason why she was living with me and my family, but I'm not going on. I'm not going that deep. We ain't doing that. But let's just say that once upon a time she said, "You saved me. You saved me." And I said, "What are you talking about?" I didn't realize she was going through everything she was going through. So when I was going through what I was going through, she stuck it out as long as she could. Everything you're talking about with the value system, wanting the family and everything, we both wanted the same thing. It's just she was ready for that before I was. We both had the vision. She was ready to go ahead and cross that threshold before I was. That's all it was. And so now I'm up here young, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I talked to my pops about a lot of things, but I realized relationships is one thing I never talked to my dad about too much. I talked to him about finance, life, a lot of stuff, but not really girls and growing up in that. You know what I'm saying? Or my mom. I never talked to my parents about sex or none of that, bro. Everything I learned about this stuff, I did learn from the streets. I did learn from people outside. You see? And so now at 42, I mean, I really look at everything I went through more as a blessing, more so than like, damn, I was like young and dumb. Nah, man, that was a part of what it is that makes me who Smitty is today. The reason why I have the patience, the discernment, the wisdom, the logic and purpose driven and trajectory that I have is because of the mistakes I made. And I'm thankful for them. Bro, I wouldn't change a damn thing. If I could go back in time, not a day I would change. I would just want to look at it better so I can remember more. That's all.
And
That's
that's
yeah.
respectful, Smitty. And Smitty, you're
Respect
right.
to you.
You're right with that assessment on how you look back at your life, right? But we're talking about the greater conversation, which is how we should be influencing the young people not to make those same mistakes we made, right? So when I say that you guys weren't equally yoked, right? What I mean, number one, you guys were dependent on somebody else, right? You didn't
Okay.
have your own place. You didn't have your financial situation in order to
I
sustain
was
yourself,
still in college.
right?
I was one of the wait, Brownsville. No, for the record, because I just please. That's why I say my child. Yeah, she got dad's covering. As long as she doing right, she got dad's covering until she's about 26. The reason why that was the case, I was a college student. We all know college students are broke, bro. I was going to University of Maryland, my G. I was in school.
I get it. What I'm
That's
saying
why.
is I understand that, right? But we gotta do things decently in order. We should be encouraging the young people to do things decently in order, right? And what I'm saying is before you decide to make a commitment to a woman, you should be bringing a certain level of economic value to the table. Number one, you should not be dependent on somebody else, right? Number two, before you decide to put a seed in that woman, you should make her an honest woman, commit to her in marriage, right? So that y'all can understand that both of y'all want the same type of commitment. But you've already admitted that she wanted that type of commitment from you, but you weren't ready for that type of
Yes,
commitment.
that's all. Only not ready. Not that I didn't want this. We always what kept us. Listen, I was with her for 12 and a half years. And even before we were together, 12 and a half years, I known her since we were, yeah, she was 14. I was 16 in high school, bro. I met
Right.
her because my best
And
friend,
and
well,
then
girlfriend, was her best friend. And we
we
all
get
used to click.
we get that. But now we're talking about the end result, right? The end result was you put a seed in that woman, right? And then
Hmm.
sometime thereafter, you guys decided to part ways, in which the household became
No,
fractured.
no. My decisions caused for everything to crumble.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying,
That's why
what
I
I'm saying
failed my
is,
decision.
I get it. We get that, right? But what I'm saying is, right, before we decide to put our seed in a woman, we should have a certain things established. And that's all I'm saying, right? So that we are preventing this broken home situation to where we are visiting the children instead of living with the children. That was the premise of my argument, right? Because when we're visiting the children instead of living with the children, now our children can become susceptible to looking up to the leadership of a big you. Our children become susceptible of looking up to the leadership of the rappers and entertainers who are influencing them in a negative way. That's why you have a Yellow Beezy. That's how you have a Mo 3. That's how you have all this violence within our hip hop community, because too much of our young men are growing up in broken homes. They don't have a father authoritarian in their life providing solid leadership and a solid example of what a masculine man looks like. And now they're searching for it, and they're searching for it in all the wrong places.
Hey,
Which,
thank you for that. Hey, Brownsville, listen. I just don't want to be rude. Listen, I do have to go, but I'm gonna still listen. I'm just dropping, but I'm gonna finish listening to what you're saying. But I gotta get some things done. I got a lot of work to do. All right. Much respect to the family. Thank you again, Sharon. I appreciate everybody. Y'all have a beautiful weekend, man. Much respect.
Thank you. Also, thank y'all for your patience. Also, we got Afro Nerd. You want to say something? Then we got Miss Jalen. Go ahead, Afro Nerd. Then we got Miss Jalen.
Hey, folks, I appreciated the preceding conversation. I really do. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I appreciate it. So, I've called you quite a few times, and my opinion doesn't necessarily fare well with some of the listeners and viewers. But this whole deal of not being able to talk about history is something that's befuddles me, right? Because the history is your archives. That's what you can rely on, because you can't look into the future. So you should be able to look into the past to see how people conducted themselves. Not that you remain in the past, but you should be able to go to you go to the library for what? To do research. So there's this whole anti-intellectual thing, cross-racially. It's not just black people. I've told you might want to check out Taylor Chandler. Taylor Chandler's a channel, burgeoning channel, a woman. There are women in these, as you would call them, black media spaces that are speaking, that have high subscribers. Whether it's Melanie King, whether it's Pink Book Lessons, these are women that are weighing in. It's not just men weighing in on some of these things. Taylor Chandler said something that was very personal and biting to me. She said that there seems to be this habit when someone intelligent is speaking in some black spaces, they're oftentimes clowned. Let's dump on this person. We can't seem to allow for intelligent discourse, because it's funny to make fun of the smart person, right? So that's something that goes even, that's something cross racially. That's not just black people. Now, I also mentioned on your show that black people used to have this concept of respectability politics, right? For some reason, there's this belief that respectability politics can't be tweaked, right? We can see you can tweak your gender, allegedly. You can tweak your gender. We can redefine all kinds of things. But this notion of respectability politics, and to the listening audience, what we mean by respectability politics is really having a set standard, a code of conduct. Like, this is how, as a collective, black people would want to present themselves, right? So, but see, the problem was that the critique of respectability politics was, well, you want to act a certain way to capitulate to white people. You're going to wear this tie. You're going to cut your hair. You're going to do X, Y, and Z. That's the original critique or premise of respectability politics, and why we got rid of it. Allegedly, we got rid of it because, well, if we do these things, we're pleasing these people. I would say you can still have a standard, your own standard, without trying to capitulate to the quote unquote white standard. It's unusual or strange to me. Why can't we have certain rules of conduct? Like, this is how we want to present ourselves. But anytime you present that idea, someone's going to tell you, oh, well, you're speaking white, like white people own diction. You see how this crazy this is? Anything that's considered forward moving can always be construed as this is a white thing. We can do things. We can do a remix. We can do a black folks are the inventors of the remix. So why can't we remix the idea of respectability politics? In the mid 80s, right? Bill Moyers, PBS news correspondent. This is on YouTube. Like early 80s, when they started analyzing single parent homes, female headed households, they had a group of young girls in their teens having children. And they were asked about directly, do you think you need a man to help to raise your children? 98% of those girls that were interviewed, these women are probably close to 60 now. Early 80s, 40 years ago. They were saying, well, I don't think I really need a man to help me with this child. All of them had this very nonchalant answer to needing. They didn't think they needed a man 40 years ago. So the seed was planted 40 years ago. And when we fast forward, we have a culture of this now. You're shaking your head, Sharon, but that's what you could go back to the documentary. That's what they said. They said they don't need a man. All of them said that. They were showing you the culture, the seed planting was there. So my issue with Brownsville, and he's entitled to his opinion, is that we lean a little too close to the matriarchy in the sense of this has less to do about gender and more about character flaws in both genders, right? This is a cultural component. We can't just sit here and ask men to marry women who are not setting themselves up to be wives. And conversely, we can't ask women to ask for men who aren't up to snuff to being husbands. You have to have the culture that generates that kind of thinking. You're asking people to do something they're not capable of because we have a culture that has been seed planted for many years now, preceding that, even after slavery. This is where black folks have to understand this. Even though our families were separated during ADOS or FBA culture, white men took away children from mothers, white males and females, mind you, right? Even with that separation, was very visceral. When you went into manumission, when you were freed, our marriage rates were commensurate or above whites into the late 60s. Around that time they started showing that I think the out of wedlock birth rate was around 15 to 20%. And that's when they decided to make it a problem or to analyze that. We would wish to have 15 or 20% in today's time, right? Now whites have about that or more. I think whites might be damn near 30%, but no one's talking about that dysfunction. See? So my concern is how did we know how to operate in 1930, 1960, 1945, and now all of a sudden we don't know what to do? The culture has to be reverse engineered. We can't keep on going in this direction where we have global imagery that promotes this failure. We have a dysfunctional culture on a corporate level, right? The corporatized part of black dysfunction. The globe is looking at black people. Chinese people are asking, what's up with the black folks? There's Chinese people asking about Kevin Samuels and why are black and white women fighting each other. So even what we do on YouTube is global. So, there's a reality to our situation, but always leaning on women are good, men are bad. It's a hell of a lot more complicated than that when you have women saying they don't need men. And the culture has been promoting that for 40 years. Now, someone's saying he's not honest. I'm being extremely honest. You can go to books, data, documentaries that are talking about this. Because you don't like what I say doesn't mean that I'm wrong, right? We did have a certain tracking as black people when we weren't doing this. There were things that were going on when something was out of pocket culturally. Black people would write letters, right? They would actually get involved. If there was a movie they didn't like, the NAACP would be on your behind. So I use the term corporatized. They don't understand that word. So your word, your culture doesn't have a corporate component to it, or the culture they're promoting as Black isn't corporatized. What, Sharon? See, this is what I'm talking about. What?
But brother, are you gonna land the plane so we can respond, or how many?
Yeah, I am. But the other gentleman went on. I'm explaining something. Once I start to explain something, it's time to cut me off. Fine, I'm done. But I'm just laying out the groundwork, and then we can move along. But you're proving my point. Once someone lays out some facts, documentaries, some data, all of a sudden it's like, shut them down.
No, but that's not honest, right? What you just said, because
the last gentleman went on and
what you did, right, was you went on and on. I put my timer on, and we're at 8 minutes and 45 seconds right now, right? But that's not the issue. That's not the problem, Afro Nerd. The problem is you would say some things, and they were very intellectually dishonest, right? First and foremost, Afro Nerd, we were having a conversation about why so many young men are disillusioned in our community and being led to go join gangs like the Rolling 60s and, participate in gang violence like the Yellow Beezies of the world and things that are happening in our current events right now. That was the conversation, right? And you started off your soliloquy victimizing yourself, saying, well, hey, y'all don't like the nerds. Y'all don't like to have smart people conversations, and y'all ostracize our opinions, right? And nobody was doing so. And we allowed you to speak, and we allowed you to go on that soliloquy uninterrupted, right? Then you made a claim, right, that there were a whole bunch of women 40 years ago that was asked a question about, do they believe they need fathers in the home to raise the children, right? But you failed to mention how many of those women were already raising children by themselves who were asked that question, right? Because I'm willing to guarantee this, Afro Nerd, the married woman who had a father in the home, who had a husband right then and there, would not have answered it in that manner. But if you ask a whole bunch of single mothers who are already doing it by themselves, and the father has opted out of fatherhood, then yeah, they're going to say, well, yeah, I can do it. I'm doing it, right? Then you said, well, Brownsville, you're advocating for men to get with women who aren't ready for a commitment. That was a lie. Because if you listen to the conversation I was having with Smitty, I was saying the exact opposite. I said, listen, you need to have some discernment in your vetting process, and you need to ascertain if that woman shares your value system. You need to ascertain if that woman shares your vision and plan for the future in terms of a relationship and a future family, right? I said, you need to utilize your discernment to make sure that that woman is not only ready to be a committed wife, but also is aligned with you in terms of a direction. That's what I said, and that's what I advocate for on a daily basis for young men and older men to do before they put their seed in a woman. A solid foundation should already be set. So for you to say that I'm advocating for men to get into relationships with women who aren't ready for a commitment, that's a flat out lie, my brother. And everybody heard it. So anybody who is being intellectually dishonest this AM is you. And I need you to take some accountability for your own claims because they were misguided and they were wrong, right? You always want to try to find a way, my brother, to blame the woman, right? But yet, you also believe that men should be the leaders. I've heard you say this, my brother, and I share that same thought process. I never said, oh, we're living in a matriarchy. That's what you said. I never said men should be led by their wives. Never did I say that. But whenever I put a call and a signal out for men to recalibrate their value system and to undergo some real-time self-reflection, see the error in their ways, see the fault in their leadership style, that's when Afro Nerd comes to the defense of these weaker men and want to blame the woman for the men weakness. No. See, the women who are having these kids, the one thing I can say about those women is at least they are committed to staying with those children. Because if the woman had the same mindset of these degenerate men, then we would have a whole bunch of kids being dropped off at fire stations every single day.
Can I say something real fast?
I
Peace
want
and
to
love.
respond.
I don't
I
have a
want to
lot of
respond to
time.
that. But I want to respond to him.
I'm gonna drop. I just
And I'll be very. And I'll be very. I'm going to be very quickly. I'm going to respond to what he said. I got to
your
have a
number is
response.
quick though, but okay.
Okay, so he used in respect to Brownsville, but he used the term men. They just opted out. See how slick that word is? The men just opted out. There's a process as to why those men, quote unquote, opted out. You can't opt out something if the women on that show, as an example, who were single mothers, they were young teens, they weren't women, as you quoted, they were girls, and they said that, well, we just don't need them. How do you need something? How someone opt out when they're told they're not needed? So that to me is a false argument. And when you said that I'm going on and I'm personalizing it, no, what I'm saying is that when someone comes with a diverging view, it shouldn't necessarily be clowned or get rid of them. If the last person spoke at length, I'm speaking around the same amount of time. All of a sudden, you just don't like what I'm saying. That's fine. Now, and I'll land it on this. When you said that I'm leaning on the women and this is a matriarchy, when you have single female-headed households by number, that's a matriarchy. I'm not the person that invented the term matriarchy as far as how they describe current Black society. I didn't make that up. That's not my invention, right? But when you say I'm faulting the women, actually I said it's cross-gender. I said some things were cross-racial. I didn't say just the women. All I'm saying is Black people, we have to deal with our character. Women have to look at a certain character in men. Men have to look at a certain character in women. But when I called out Megan Thee Stallion and some of that bad imagery, all of a sudden there was protection on this, protection of her bad image. She has bad image just like Lil Wayne and Lil Durk has bad image. That's all I'm saying. I'm looking for equality, but you are rephrasing it and remixing it as I'm dumping on women. I didn't do that. I didn't say that. So let's be honest. Who's being intellectually dishonest about what I said and what I meant? I land the plane.
Okay, so real fast. Good morning. I sent Sharon a video he's about to play because I think it's from that same documentary that you're referencing. And I think you're halfway right. But I think what Brownsville, you both have points, right? So I think personally the women opted out it's like a defense mechanism. When you realize you can't rely on the man, you learn how to survive without the man. And then it becomes, well, I don't need him because I've been shown I can't rely on him. Right. And that's what we're going to kind of see in the documentary. To be fair to you, though, there's going to be a woman also speaking about where she could have went right in terms of planning a child. But I do agree with Afro Nerd on this. Like, I don't think these men are just evil and just wanted to say F the women. I definitely think a lot of things happen institutionally, right? To put the Black man at a disadvantage to where he couldn't do shit a lot of times, and especially in the past. And it's all like a domino effect. But to Brownsville's point, yeah, some of those men just didn't do what they had to do. And the documentary that you're talking about, I have a clip where we're going to see one. So because you were kind of like the women I understand why Brownsville's saying that. You were just kind of like the women chose to opt out, but like, no, you're not telling the whole truth. So the clip that I gave you, Sharon, is going to give a little bit more context, and then I'll be in the chat.
Okay, no doubt. And before I play the video, Miss Jalen, thank you for your patience. Would you like to say something now, or you want to wait?
Good morning. No,
Good
you
day.
can play the video because he's crying about something from 1986, child. Play the video so I can.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good day to you.
Good
Uh,
day.
and
I'm
and
sorry.
please,
Good day. Good day. Good day.
and please, can we hit the it'd be appreciated. We could just hit the like and the share button. It'd be much appreciated. Let's see. I believe this is the video that Afro is talking about. He probably got a phone call. I'm not sure why he dropped, but he probably got a phone call. I'm pretty sure he'll come back and he could explain his position if he would like. The link is pinned at the top.
When I first met him, I didn't like him. But when he started talking to me, it seemed like he was like a man that wanted to have a home, have children, take care of them.
Did you talk with Timothy about how you were going to support the baby when you were pregnant?
No, that's what we didn't do. No, we didn't even talk about how we was going to support the child.
Timothy McSeed held his last steady job 2.5 years ago. He's been arrested several times on robbery and drug charges. He was brought up in Newark by his mother, who was 16 when Timothy was born. His father has another family in another city. Timothy has a talent for drawing, which he has never developed. He dropped out of high school at 16 and spent 2 years in the Job Corps. He was 23 when he and Alice had their first child. Timothy does not support any of his children.
Damn.
How many children do you have?
6.
He fathered those 6 children by 4 women. He also had 2 more children by 2 other women, but one died in infancy and the other was aborted. We asked him about the birth of his first surviving child.
It's kind of a funny experience because, like, me and the girl was just messing around, right? And she was going with somebody else. She used to be an old girlfriend of mine. She managed to get popular by me.
Okay, that's the second baby. The third was...
Mustafa. He was the third.
That was by another lady?
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Ward. Yes, I go see him every now and then.
How old is he now?
He's 5, if I'm not mistaken. 504, 89.
And then the fourth one was...
Simone. I only saw her twice. 2 times.
What happened to her?
It's a family problem. You know, the father don't want me to see the mother and all that. You know, so I got tired of running behind her and found me something else.
See each other regularly.
When I first met him, I didn't like him.
Sharon, we're in 2025. How many men do we have just like him, if not worse? What's that kid's name from Wildin' Out? He got 13. And because he has money, it's okay. But then they'll turn around and say it's the woman's fault, right? Because they chose to have children with him. See, it's a never-ending cycle, right? It's like Mr. Buddha Schoolhouse is saying, oh, women have more children because they can have more welfare. I just get sick of these conversations. I really do. It's sickening. It just turns my stomach because everybody wants to be right all the time. There is never going to be a solution. It never is. Everybody wants to be educated and smarter and outdo each other, but none of this is ever going to change. Absolutely nothing. We're in 2025. Look at this Cody dude is both you sorry MF's fault. It is the mentality, is what you put. All of this, everybody writes in the chat is just who they are. It's just who they are. It's no use of going back and forth. It's just I just wanted to tell Brownsville earlier to go back what he was saying. 2-parent households, one or the father does it or the mother does it. How you come out in life is your choice. You have to take accountability. If you out there robbing, stealing, deleting, that's your choice. If you want to live the crime life, it's your choice. If you want to go to school and do right by your own life, it's your choice. You have to take accountability of what you do. Stop blaming everybody.
I agree with the queen, right? And Cuzzo, one thing we saw in that video was exactly what I said we was going to see, right? You see, in mathematics, they teach us to solve for fractions, add and subtract fractions by finding the least common denominator, right? We understand that the denominator, right, in this situation is men being absent from the home, right? You heard the young man, they say, hey, the father wasn't there. The young man was 16 and he gravitated to another influential situation, which was drugs, right? Right there in that video, right? So when you're asking mothers who predominantly are single mothers and they're raising the kids on their own, obviously they're gonna say, yeah, hey, listen, you know what? I can do this, right? Because they're not looking at the potential ramifications that's gonna come forward later when these young men get into adolescence and teenage years and start to rebel because of the absence of masculinity within the household. And that was the premise of what I was saying today. The reason why in society right now, we are in this situation to where a big U can have a prominent influence. The men aren't doing their due diligence to ensure they have a solid foundation before they entertain these relationships and make these babies. And that's why my message has been consistent for men to recalibrate their value systems, vet better, make a commitment with this woman before you decide to lay down with her and have unprotected relations. And you can end up having a solid situation if you do your due diligence. But when the interviewer asks the woman, hey, did y'all talk about the future? Did y'all talk about how a family is going to be structured and how a family is going to be supported? What did the woman say? She said, no, we never even talked about it. That's a failure of leadership. And if we're going to be honest, it has to start with the men, because the men are the ones that have the seed. The woman is the vessel. The men have the seed. So therefore, before you decide to put your seed into a woman, do your due diligence, vet properly, recalibrate your value system, have a vision and plan, and make sure that woman is aligned with that vision and plan. We don't have to go back 40 and 50 and 60 years to try to determine what's best. No, listen. If you recalibrate your value system and do things properly, then you can have great results. But we got to stop passing a buck, stop victim blaming, look in the mirror, see the error in our ways and fix it. Peace and love, man.
So Sharon, well, I wanted to get your reaction to the video. So I sent it because this is the interesting thing about some of these men in the chat, right? When he made the reference about women saying they didn't need a man, they didn't care that it was from the 80s. When I provide the context, now they're in the chat saying, do we have anything current? It's like these men are allergic to honesty. It's disturbing. And it's relevant today. Why he made a very important statement. He said, The seeds were planted, right? And now, do you still have women today saying, I don't need a man? Yes, you do, right? It's all relevant today. He was referencing where it started. So the clip was very necessary to give context. So I actually agree with him more now when he's always complaining, like we don't like to talk about history. I see what he's saying. They don't understand how history very much dictates the present. They don't get it. So for them, they want to ignore it. But the same shit that we saw in 1986 is happening today. So obviously, the history does matter. But y'all gonna still be slow.
Yeah, I think that was crazy. Let me read it to the chat. Miss Jalen, long-winded. Tony Golden said, bring them back. Baby, come back. Freeze all low. The problem is not intellect. The problem is social ineptness. Humans are social beings before they are intellectual beings, and a lot of intellectuals ignore the ish. Book smart ain't enough. You do got to have some social skills. The new culture empire with the 999. So the other three women saw upstanding man. What was he doing so great that baby mamas 2 and 4, or 2 through 4, saw that the first one didn't? He clearly showed who he was. Where's the intuition? Because he probably lied, right? It's a possibility that he lied. If you're a criminal, we can say that it's a possibility that he lied. He said he didn't even see his goddamn children.
Can I address something too? Because they're saying it started before 1986.
Damn.
Y'all are killing me. The comment that Afro Nerd referenced was from that documentary. Stay with me. Jesus Christ. So that's what I'm saying. With that conversation he's referencing, where that started. God, y'all fucking slow. And now y'all want to argue that it started before, but 2 seconds ago, y'all just told me to find something current. So which one is it? Y'all don't stand on nothing. Y'all just want to argue.
But that's
why don't y'all have an honest bone in your body?
But that's the same thing when they cry about Oprah Winfrey. Like they bring up things like the Oprah Winfrey, right? I disagree with Brownsville, and I'm going to say it. Women have to be responsible as well as the man. Women need to take care of themselves and start paying attention. Because just because he come all lovey-dovey, come here, baby, and they get all swooped in, but she's 5 kids later too. She ain't no better than him, right? You have women having children after children after children, and you can't keep blaming the man either. He sees that as an opportunity, like, ooh, here I go. Because half of the time, they just looking, for someone to take care, man take care of woman, woman take care of man. But the silly part of the whole thing is I just bring all these children into this world, and you don't even take care of them. And Cody, if you have a problem, you can come on the panel, because I really don't like reading the chat. But you just a big dummy, because I've seen you on panels and I've seen the way you talk. You just like to talk. If I'm so silly, why I'm the age that I am with no children? Dummy. Because you know what? I didn't keep my legs closed. I protected myself. You dummy. Yeah, I'm a bitch. Yes, I am. But you know what? You're a crybaby in the chat. That's all y'all do. You and your little friends in the chat. That's all y'all do. Wham.
So it's funny, the Oprah thing, me and Sharon kind of destroyed that the other day. It was bad.
Yeah, I saw that.
But again, these people love lying. Stop. Y'all gonna stop lying on Black women. We not going no more. Every time we gonna go do the research and debunk the shit out of it. We're tired of the bullshit. You're gonna stop lying on people.
Right, you have to bring that evidence, because so even when he tried to bring the evidence, it was crazy that the evidence debunked him in real time. And then now this Monahan report, which I believe this is where he got his information from. I would love if he was still here to say this is the documentary that he was referencing or not, because it goes to show again that even back in 86, men was moving in a very foul way.
And somebody said, I'm giving the black men an excuse when I say that. No, I'm just understanding, like, we cannot pretend that slavery and then everything that happened after, Jim Crow, segregation, redlining, all of the shit that was done to black people would have no psychological effects on them. So I'm not giving an excuse to the black men when I'm acknowledging that, yeah, things were set in place. It was hard for a lot of them to be able to provide for their family. Not everybody, I'm not like trying to say there weren't some men who were able to make it and do what they had to do. Drugs were introduced. A lot of different things took place over the years. Like, so I'm the last one to give them an excuse, but we're not going to pretend like anybody had an equal fucking playing field to start with around here. They did not.
But you see, we damn if we do and we damn if we don't, if we side with the man and we dog the woman, right?
Right.
We will be damn on either side.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, they just want to solely focus on the woman. We are the ones that are no good.
Crazy.
I'm saying I have more understanding for those men back at that time than now. Today, no, I can't understand why y'all are doing the same shit. But at that time, yeah, I could see the reasons for some of that shit.
Because it's recycled behavior.
It's crazy. And welcome to the show. Good day, the beautiful Supreme Goddess PhD.
Diva.
Hey y'all, Venus, you are making excuses for these men. When the colonizers first pulled up on the shores of Africa, they reported that what they saw was the women working and the men getting drunk and acting like asses. They've always been sorry sacks of shit, which is why they continue to end up in the situations that they do. You can look all the way across the world, and anytime they have that phenotype, they getting shitted on by other groups of men, right? So we could look at I think it's called West Papua or Papua New Guinea. They got the highest DV rate in the world, at least last time I checked. But they getting their asses kicked by Indonesians. Who the fuck are Indonesians? But they able to kick them niggas' asses.
Well, listen, I stand corrected then. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't never gonna be shit. Okay.
Basically.
Cody, you ain't shit.
But I do think it's interesting that every time we
Wait, Sharon, I'm sorry. I gotta drop. But somebody in the chat said Izzy did a show responding to that night and blatantly lied to his audience. I didn't see it, but why do y'all have to lie? Like, we debunked you. It's simple as that. And we still would like, Sharon and I would still like to see the proof of Oprah doing all the things that y'all said. We're still waiting. I'll be in the clouds.
Absolutely. Not the fact, and not to mention that she also put over 400 black men through college.
Right.
Crazy.
And Latin America is a whole bunch of different countries. Which one, dummy, got the highest DV rate? You can't just say this whole area of the world got the highest DV rate. They so stupid.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if Afro Nerd was, I don't know if he's seen the video that we just played. I would like to know if that's the documentary that he was sourcing, because that documentary did not go well with your talking point at all.
But Sharon, why do they have to go so far back, questioning things that's been going on for eons and still hasn't changed in 2025? Like, I don't see the argument. I don't see where the resolution, like where they're trying to fix that. For me, they don't even want to fix the problem. And you can't. Like, you can't fix the world. You can have this discussion over and over and over again.
Well, I think what we have to do is like what I was saying earlier. We got to start appreciate and talk about men being mentors and moving forward, and we got to do our best to find the appropriate candidates to do it. Way too often, people like Big U, he would act like he's some kind of activist after he came home, but in reality, he's an activist in the day and he's a gangster at night. He's still doing the same damn things. And we got to be able to check those things and stop looking at people that went through all this, all these situations and say, "Oh, now you're a good person," when they literally don't prove it every single day. When you still pushing out the same, say you still a gang member, literally. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't work. We tried it. We tried to get all the ex-cons or the ex-gamers, we get them out, and then we start putting them in front of the schools and say, "Hey, this is what I did," and now you can move. Like, it don't work. So we got to have a new plan. Using the people that did all the criminal activity don't work. And when you really think about it, I don't think other cultures use they worse as a mentorship. I don't see goddamn any Gaudis or any of these all these white folks that was doing all these crimes as goddamn mentors. They stay criminals and people look at them as criminals. And nobody wanted. You go ahead.
No, if you look at the structure, there's no more structure. Like I was like when you guys were talking of when you were all speaking on school that there was only female teachers. I had plenty of male teachers growing up, and our education growing up, my principal was a man, and they were complaining. But what I'm trying to say that education structure is totally different. Like the teachers trying to teach our children, but they have to buy their supplies. There's no more books for them to read, like you get what I'm saying? Like it's like the financial government. Now look at how it's going to be changed even further.
Yeah, it's getting wild. That's for sure.
Like it's crazy. I can't say when I grew up to you or when like your ages, because your generation is totally different, and we have to adjust to the generations, right? We can't keep telling them, look, do this, do that, because this generation is everything is digital, quick, fast, in a hurry. You have to keep up with them.
And please, let's get to 200 likes. Support good shows, good conversations. That's the only way we're going to keep building. We need to hit the like. We need to hit the share. We need to keep going. We need to get to, they said we got to get to 20,000. So the only way we can get to 20,000 if y'all hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all hit the notification bell. Afroner, was that the video you was referencing? Was that the document? It might be not the exact spot you was looking for, but is that the documentary that you was referencing?
You're correct. I had to take a call, so I just kind of glanced at it. It looks like I think Bill Moyers was the interviewer, but I put a link to the more like famous. Look, there's all parts of that documentary. The opening part of it is very clear about the culture and the seed planting, right? So if you wouldn't mind, I gave the link to the special. Go to like the 2-minute mark. And it will go into exactly what I had described. What I had described wasn't what you played. And I again, I'm not like here to say women are good or bad, men are good or bad. It's a cultural problem to be shared. And I have to respect Venus. I had to give her a lot of respect this time. She was very clear, just placing blame instead of dealing with the issue at hand is important. So I would appreciate if you could go to the 2-minute mark of the clip I gave you, and it says exactly what I said.
Okay, are we talking about the women in the beginning saying they don't really need a man around?
That's what he said.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now the idea that would be problematic, people would view that as something being problematic rather than a reflection of reality is pretty wild to me. when have Black women ever been able to rely on Black men to perform the role that they are supposed to perform, right? So if we know the story of Reese Taylor, who was gang-ard by several white men who lived on the same street, and Reese was married. Her husband knew exactly who did it. Nothing ever happened, right? Reese never got any justice. If we know the story of Queen Mother Goddess Fannie Lou Hamer, where she talks about as a 12-year-old girl having to work in white people's houses, right? Because men are supposed to be providers, so their daughter shouldn't have to be do day work in white folks' houses. Nevertheless, she did, right? And one day when she came to work, the mistress of the house called her upstairs where the white man of the house was waiting. And he did what many white men were able to do to Black women and girls throughout history. And she said herself, when she went home, she didn't even bother telling her daddy what had happened to her because she knew he couldn't do anything. Right. And so the idea that we're supposed to need men who have never been able to protect, never been able to provide, never been able to fulfill the masculine role in the community, like, to me, that's just a reflection of reality. That's not them saying anything out of the ordinary. How can you need something you've been able to survive without? Right? So they've never been capable of doing it, and yet Black women are still here. And so no, you don't need them.
Damn. Would you like to? Yeah. You can respond.
Look, I can respond to this, but I would prefer to, because I think PH Diva has she's entitled to her opinion, right? But the idea
that's not an opinion, though, right? I gave you facts, and so those women, if you can't fulfill the masculine role, then how is a woman going to need you? How are the women in your community going to need you? That's not an opinion.
Sharon, am I allowed to speak,
Yes.
clearly on this without like interruption? Because I'm going to be very careful how I approach PH Diva, because she has a certain
absolutely,
to me
and I'm right here waiting. I'm right here waiting. So go ahead.
Look, I'm not able to respond because of this. So this is I don't know what this is.
Just respond. And
okay. Well, I'm going to keep it limited because I don't really want to engage with her. Right.
Okay.
So what I'm saying to you, I'm just going to talk to you. Right.
Because you can't engage with me. We've seen this plenty of times. You cannot engage with me. But go ahead and talk to Sharon then.
Okay. So when she made a comment about my alma mater, it was wrong. It's a
child. They wasn't doing the brown paper bag test into the 80s.
I can't
into the 80s.
I can't respond.
No. Sharon, is that true or is it false? Is it
Sharon,
true or is it false?
Can I respond to that?
Oh, yes. See, it always takes some long drawn out response because he's lying. Anybody who can't make a definitive response, yes, no, it's because they trying to deceive you. Go ahead.
The person's telling me to spit it out. I can't spit it out if someone is trying to cover my mouth. So this is the deal. As I said, tier 1 school,
Black men in effect.
Tier 1 school, top 6% is around 4,000 colleges in the United States, colleges and university. Hampton is 217 out of 4,000. It's 6%, right? Now, as far as the color concerns of Hampton, that was Black society. It was also.
Oh no, they didn't do it at FAMU. They was not doing it at FAMU, baby. So now what? And FAMU is higher ranked than Hampton.
Black society.
Oh no,
So,
right? So Hampton is 270.
Sharon, I'm not able to.
FAMU is 120.
Can you put a mic down? Can you put a mic down? Or are we just going
to
no, every time something is not.
I'm trying to correct you in real time because you lying.
Okay, as I said, just because you say something, I'm going to make it so because I say it. That's not playing here, right? So as I said,
right. And so point out when FAMU was doing it. Show me evidence that FAMU did it. I can point to the evidence of y'all doing it. So show me FAMU doing it.
I said Black society, meaning churches, fraternities, sororities.
HBCUs, some of them, right? It was the Hamptons, it was the Fists. Who else was doing it?
Can I explain?
Oh, you always got to explain.
Well, yeah, educated people do that.
No, nigga, educated people can make a definitive response and then provide context. You can never do that, uneducated one, from a colorist university.
Okay,
Ugh.
so Sharon, so this is how
Yes.
this works. This is how
Go
this
ahead.
works, right?
Mhm.
As far as there's no evidence of color coding for college matriculation. For social societies, yes. Right.
No, they
So
did it. Okay, so you're
Ham-
saying I can't find evidence that Hampton was doing it. Is that what you're saying? Because I'm gonna go get it. Is that what you're saying? Just yes or
can
no?
I can't finish the. You're
Wait,
jumping
but
all
oh,
over
no,
me
no, no.
before I
Are
can even
you saying
explain the
that
thought.
Hampton was not doing it?
You're a dishonest actor.
No,
PhD.
I'm not, because I'm asking
I just
specific questions.
what
Are you saying
I'm telling you,
Hampton did not do it? Okay, so did
Ham-
Hampton do it or didn't they?
no, Hampton University did
Okay, so
not
you
practice.
said no. So she want to get.
Hampton instituted
I
that
can't
time,
complete.
sir.
I gotta complete it. It's gotta have context.
Now,
What
look,
I'm
you can
saying.
never say.
All right,
Okay,
so
so now
we
let
can
me
have.
go get it because you said no, Hampton
Oh,
wasn't doing it. So let me
No,
go get it.
that's
And
not
bring
what I.
it
That's
back.
not what I
Oh,
said.
now you didn't say no, Hampton wasn't doing it. Oh, okay. Baby,
No,
shut up. Go move
what I
on with your point, because we
what
done
I
here.
said.
We
The
done
truth
here.
is
Talk to
the truth.
Sharon. We
The
done.
truth burn. The truth burns apparently. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah, and you
black
can never stand on it. That's your
black
problem. You can't stand on the truth, baby.
black society practiced this. Hampton as a university, as far as going to like becoming a student,
Uh-huh.
you had Native Americans. I have photographs of Hampton in 18.
Right. They passed the paper bag test. They
Oh,
Native
man.
Americans. Right. And so y'all treated
This
other
is
communities,
dishonest.
members from
This is
other
dishonest.
communities better than the members from your own community. That's what you're telling us.
What I'm saying is, in
That's what you
social,
tell us. Thank
in
you.
social,
Put it back up, Sharon.
what is the harm in me completing a sentence? Why is it so painful? I'm
Absolutely.
not saying that.
Mulatto institutions to remain
Oh
mulatto.
man!
And Hampton was
Wow.
one of them. Thank you.
No, I gotta complete the thought or land the plane, and she won't let me do it. So we're not going to have an honest conversation.
Typical black man. Somebody always can hold you back from something.
So
You
what I'm
can't
saying
keep me
is,
from saying nothing.
so you talked you talked about the low ranking of Hampton. You were incorrect. When you talked about the brown paper
I
bag
said
test,
it's lower ranked than FAMU. Is it not lower ranked than
you didn't
FAMU?
say that.
Is
You didn't say that.
FAMU more
So
highly
the brown,
ranked than Hampton? Is FAMU more highly ranked than
can I
Hampton?
talk to you? Can I talk to you directly? I don't want to.
Oh, okay. See, you like the lie, and then when I confront you on the lie, then you want to start hedging.
I want to talk to you directly, Sharon. I don't want to talk to her because this is not a conversation. This is like, I don't know what this is. So what I'm saying is,
because you can't have one. You like the lie too much.
Not with you. I have an opinion. An opinion to you is a lie. So I don't know.
No.
So what I'm saying,
we talking about facts though. What happened at Hampton and what didn't happen at Hampton?
it
Where is Hampton ranked and where is Hampton not ranked? Who is Hampton ranked lower than? I said it's ranked lower than FAMU. So now if that's not an opinion, I'm stating a fact. Now you can debunk that fact by pulling up some evidence that Hampton is ranked higher than FAMU, but you won't find it. So go ahead.
I'm not. That's what. Look, you're fine. I'm not debating that. But you're trying to. That's different than saying it's a lower ranked school when it's top.
I said it's lower ranked than FAMU.
No, you didn't say that initially.
Yes, I did.
You went into this whole thing about how bad Hampton was. You mentioned FAMU.
I said Hampton does the paper bag test. I never said Hampton was a bad school. I said it's ranked lower than FAMU.
If I
you said it was highly ranked, and I
Sharon,
said it's ranked lower than FAMU.
Am I allowed to explain the paper bag test?
More highly ranked than Hampton.
Can I explain the paper bag test?
Sure. Explain the paper bag test.
Okay. Yes, this was a feature of Black culture, not just Black Hampton specifically. And it wasn't about Hampton going into Hampton like to matriculate into the school. When it came down to churches, sororities, fraternities, Howard, Hampton, Spelman, Morehouse, all these Black colleges did practice.
Nope.
They did practice a paper bag test, but it was mostly relegated not for college entrance, but for the social circles. So that's so churches practice this, fraternities, sororities, and larger society.
It wasn't university.
It wasn't.
University.
And did it happen at Hampton?
The social circles, yes, but that's different than
no.
That's
okay,
different.
So let me just
different.
I got you. So let me ask. So PhD, but was it just a social acceptance or was it a school acceptance?
So not necessarily. Well, okay. So yes, they were.
Here we go. You see where you go now?
No.
Babbling.
They were doing it.
She elaborating. She elaboration. Go ahead. That's the last I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to be respectful.
No, you can interrupt all you want to. Yes, they did it to get into the school too. Yes, they did it to get into the school too. And that's why, again, yes, what he says about it being a function of, Black society and its own, certain levels of Black society, right? they were doing that type of thing because, like Mulatto said, they wanted to maintain their mulatto status, right? And so to get into, yes, that's why Hampton and Fisk are held up to a different regard with regard to that, right? Because they were mulatto institutions and they were trying to stick to that. When you was talking about your Spelmans and whatnot, yeah, they may have been doing it for sororities. Okay, you got to do it to get into AKA or whatever, but that wasn't the case for Delta, right? Or Sigma Gamma Rho or whoever, right? But so the special cases are the Fisks and the Hamptons because they were doing it to get into school because they were called high tone, which means light skin, or whatever they called the mulatto people at that time. Right, they were institutions specifically for them, and they was trying to hold on to it. So cut it out.
Before
you
you
saw
go,
what happened there?
let me be.
You saw what happened there?
I've seen so, but just hold on.
That's why I don't want to talk to that woman.
Hold on.
Ridiculous.
You can't talk to me.
She just agreed with me.
Okay.
But she's trying to do some weird collaborating remix. I'm done.
On several other points, right? I said that y'all were a special case because y'all were trying to hold on to your status as a mulatto institution. That's why if all of us across the HBCU universe always point at Hampton and Fisk and kind of, mockingly. Anytime I meet somebody from one of those institutions, I ask, hey, y'all still doing the paper bag test?
Bam.
Sharon, the Boule, there are institutions within Black society that practice this, but there's no record of getting into school. There's a whole bunch of dark-skinned Negroes.
Hold on.
There's a whole bunch of dark-skinned Negroes walking campus.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
And I have pictures in my den from 1910, a baseball team of Hampton, 1910. The dark-skinned Negroes in the picture.
Okay. So bring the picture. Bring the picture.
Matriculating.
Bring the picture.
Matriculating.
Right. Here we go. Bring the picture, baby.
Matriculating.
Let me just read a couple of super chats.
You're a silly woman for a PhD.
No, baby. You don't have to tell us anything if you just bring the
Neil
picture.
deGrasse Tyson doesn't act like this. I don't get
that
it.
you have
Jedidah
a
Eisler.
Look, a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Astrophysics.
Bring the picture, nigga.
All right. Well, the N word is cute too. That's real intellectual. I'm done, Sharon. I don't want to do this anymore with her because we see this is an ignorant woman. This is an ignorant woman screaming. A person has degrees like who has this kind of comportment with degrees like this? Look at that, man. That's a psychological thing, ain't it?
Absolutely.
Screaming.
I don't want to
adult
be
woman. Wow.
A murderer.
It's pretty clear.
Let me read a couple of super chats. Brownsville, New York, with the $4.99. Does PhD Diva have Afro enough stuttering like Big J today? Wow. Peace and love. Breezo Lou with the $5. Educated people that think that are arguing about history in regards to relationship and community are dumb. Make things worse, but to the fuckery, fire popcorn. Browser, New York, with the $4.99. I never said women shouldn't be held accountable, but I do believe the accountability should start with the men. Peace and love. Also, we have Zero Tolerance with the $4.99. How are Black men supposed to need it if they can't protect or provide? Ooh. God damn.
I'm gonna go take a shower and start my day. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, PhD Diva. So, KT the GOAT, would you like to throw in your thoughts?
Yeah. I'll start off. Salute to everybody on the panel. Shout out to the chat. I actually came in more or less when I don't know how long Venus is up here. It was somewhere where Venus and I think it was Jay Lynn is what the name was. But I do want to say I find it kind of if we trying to get to a resolution, I don't get what's up with the blind game. Everything, and I don't want to argue with Diva or anything of that nature. But that's what I'm saying. Saying things like some cases happening mean we couldn't protect. First of all, we're gonna ignore the context. We in a time where like justice wise, none of us like could get that. And I think sometimes we look at like maybe women making the finances. I'm not against it or anything. That does not make you the provider. That's what y'all will tell us. Getting the money doesn't make you a provider, mean you can protect yourself. And I'm not saying you can't, but let's be very honest. Y'all women get up here all day and talk about like what men can do to them. And that's like, you know, some people have even said that's why they're scared of men. So why are we not acting like, oh, men can't do nothing for us? Like it's we're not going to get to a solution if like back to I think it was Jay Lynn saying like it does have to be accountability on y'all end sometimes too. Like we can't. I'm not. No offense, she said it too. I'm not with that Brownsville shit. Like I fuck with my black queens. I love y'all. Same thing, but I'm not about to sit here and lie like, bro, that shit not true to just sit here and say like, yes, it is much accountability on the man, but it's much accountability we both like everybody has to take as a collective. I don't believe in stoicism is made by a gay man. How are we trying to tell men the way you should follow is stoicism? This is gay. This is literally made by a gay man, Zeno of Citrium. You can look it up. This is not the type of ideology we need to be prescribing to correct our imperfections. First of all, that's a white man. Like that's what I'm saying. Even going back to the bigger thing, like we it seems like we get lost in the fact that we are together. Even if you're a female making money, you're a nigga. If you're a man making money, you're a nigga. We're not in their same groups. We need to really focus on ourselves and coming together, how to work together, because especially with how things are going now, all we have is each other. You're not going to run to white people and think they're about to just be like, oh yeah, we fuck with y'all so y'all can stay with us.
Oh, you was good there? Or did you break up? Maybe you got a phone call.
Sharon.
Yes.
Okay. You know, I have a picture. I gave you a whole bunch of links to early Hampton.
Okay.
The last picture is the picture I literally have in my den of the baseball team in 1910. So if you just quick link, it's kind of a historical thing. I don't just talk out of my ass. I really don't. No,
okay.
you're so just I would appreciate it if you're going to talk about this. And she said, "There's no dark skinned people." I have photographs of dark skin and the entirety range of coloration in our communities. It's in there. So okay. I wasn't making stuff up. I wasn't lying.
And do you want me to play the video first? Because I can do.
Yeah, play, please.
Okay. Also, KT the GOAT, was you finished? I'm pretty sure you got a phone call or something of that nature.
Yeah, I got a phone call. I mean,
go ahead.
Y'all have already started into the next thing. Go ahead and show the video.
No, we didn't. We didn't start to the next thing. You had just dropped, and we was just seeing what happened. So you can finish.
Hold on, Cuzzo. Before you play the video, right? I want to address a few things my brother KT the GOAT had to say while I was gone. Right? You see, he thought I left the panel, but he didn't understand.
No, I didn't. I seen you in the chat the whole time. Right. You super chatting and everything.
So the problem with what you're saying is maybe you don't even understand the concept, right? So do you know the definition of stoicism or what it is to be stoic?
Not by textbook, no, sir.
Right. So therefore, right, you're showing your ignorance by speaking upon a concept that you know nothing about. So let me educate you real quick. Stoicism, or being stoic, is the idea that we should be living virtuous lives. The idea that we should be practicing self-control and self-discipline at all times, right? So do you disagree, KT the GOAT, that men should live virtuous lives, or that men should be practicing self-discipline and self-control at all times? Do you disagree with that? Yes or no?
A similarity doesn't make something the same. No, stop. Similarity doesn't make it the same. Stop, chill. Don't corner me. I'm answering you. Yes, but that doesn't mean that that in totality I agree with the encompassment of what you're saying. Some things you need virtue in, sometimes you do not. That's just being very frank, especially as a man, because fighting is where your virtue in that. It's none of that. As a man, you need sometimes not to have virtue. It's yes, but no, not in totality.
So outside of outlier circumstances, you believe it.
Before you get in there, my brother, let me have this back and forth with him, because I haven't finished addressing his points yet, right? Even though he's debunking his own points, right? So, do you agree that men should be practicing self-discipline and self-control at all times? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. When should men not practice self-discipline and self-control?
A battlefield, for sure. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have some, but yeah, no, you have to, as you say, all the time. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Killing a man,
so
ain't shit virtuous
KT.
about that.
Right. Okay. So KT. All right. So have you been in the military? Have you been on the battlefield? Yes or no?
I ain't been in the military, but I definitely been in the battlefield.
Okay. All right. So you haven't been in a real battlefield. So I'm gonna ask somebody who's been into a real battlefield. That's AR. Random Independence.
I wasn't on the front lines.
Well, you understand the battlefield because you're in the military right now. So, my brother, do you believe that even on a battlefield, we should be practicing self-control and self-discipline at all times?
We do practice it. Yeah, we are governed by the laws of war.
Exactly. So that's another point that's debunked. And see, here's the problem, right? Because of what I need you to start doing, right, is vetting the people that you are allowing to come up there and have these conversations, right?
Bro, did it get from the fact? How do we go from here?
Hold on. I'm a land it.
That it started by a gay man. Stoicism started by a gay man. Is he put up? Ain't nobody. That's not even the definition. What you just
I'm gonna land it and let you respond, my brother. It's okay. It's okay. You can at least practice self-discipline and self-control in real time right now. The issue is this, right? What you're speaking upon.
I want to say something when Brunswick get talking. I'm sorry to cut you off, man.
Thank you, Jalen. Right? So what you're speaking upon, my brother KT the GOAT, is very ignorant, right? Every stand-up man who has actually experienced the battlefield, right? Because I went to war twice, my brother. So I understand in real time how you can be effective and win on a battlefield. And you cannot be effective, nor can you win on a battlefield if you don't have self-control or self-discipline. Because when you aren't in control of yourself, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to make errors. You're going to cause yourself to be weak and vulnerable and susceptible to all kinds of attacks. If you aren't self-disciplined, right, the same thing is going to happen on the battlefield. Because on the battlefield, in real time, everything speeds up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to understand how to control that process, that fight or flight process that's going to happen naturally by undergoing a higher level of self-control and self-discipline, which is what Stoicism teaches us to do. So you want to go ahead and say, well, it was created by a gay man and all this stuff. I don't care who creates something if it's applicable and if it makes me better as a person. I don't care who you are. If you create something and it makes sense and it works and it's prudent for us to utilize, then we should utilize it in totality. But what I'm saying is you're speaking on something you don't know, which is confirming ignorance. You're also saying that we should not utilize self-control and self-discipline. And it's the actual, That's the antithesis of actually being able to win a battle. No battles have been won without self-control and self-discipline. So what I'm saying is, if you've ever been on a battlefield, what you basically explaining to us is that you've lost every battle you've ever been in. And that's horrible. And we don't need young people to get that type of an understanding that you're going to approach a battlefield without self-discipline, without self-control, and then you're going to lose, like KT to go. So I need KT to go to become KT the lion, right? Stop looking at yourself as the prey, but look at yourself as the leader of the jungle that you're in. And then you can come on a panel and have better arguments. You can come on a battle and have come on a panel and have a better conversation, other than disagreeing with Brownsville about something that you don't have no idea what I'm even talking about.
Okay.
And to land it, this is my last point, right? I never said, and I've never said that women should not be held accountable in relationships. I'm going to say it again so you can understand what I'm saying. I never said today, and I have never said in the past, that women should not be held accountable in the relationship world. What I have simply said is, if the men look at themselves as the leaders, the accountability, the responsibility, the self-reflection, all of that should start with them, right? You can't be a double-minded person. So if you're going to be a leader, be accountable, be responsible, lead the way. And then we're going to be a better community and better society. But don't tell me you're a great father when you've created families in a household that you no longer live in. That means you are a failure as a father, and you created and participated in brokenness. And that is what's plaguing our communities. So let's have honest conversations instead of this mumbo jumbo, ignorant jargon.
Yes, let's have very honest conversations. So you started with
if you want
saying,
to disagree,
you
at
listen,
least
you said
be
you were landing the
knowledgeable
plane. I've chilled,
about
I've
what you're
listened.
disagreeing with. Peace
Get your
and love.
rock on. I'm saying, you said from the beginning, oh, tell me what's the definition. I said, I do not know the textbook definition. What you repeated wasn't even the textbook definition. You gave your opinion on which I could have done that also. You see how that works? It's not too hard. You up here doing some entertainment stuff, brother. Let's keep it a bean. It don't change from the fact what I said. This is something a gay man started. Like, if we're talking about how to correct men, let's go to the gay guy. Like you said, adding something in totality is what you're talking about. And I'm saying, yeah, maybe pieces of it is good, but that don't mean the whole thing encompassing. That's your way of following. Let's follow the gay man into the promise ship of real men. What the fuck? Do that even make sense? I don't think so. Beyond that, the slander, these things y'all throw in for the backhanded shit. Like, it's so crazy because y'all what man? This is sassy behavior, Negro. Like, because a man could sit here and just say, this is where you're wrong. This is what you need to correct. Ain't no man about to take his time to start insulting somebody when they ain't did nothing to him. You just disagreeing with a disagreement and you say, oh, vet these people. Do this, do that. Stop it. If we're men, let's have conversation like men. Now, beyond that, I think honestly, all I'm saying is you do get up here and constantly say, oh, men, this, men, and if a man, listen, you get up here and tell men what they need to do all day. I don't watch this shit. Whole Freaky Friday, PhD up here giving the lowdown on the freak. You ain't talking shit about degeneracy over there. So it don't matter if you saying y'all do y'all part, we both have a part to do. You can't just tell people you correct yourself and everything corrects itself. It's not true. We wouldn't be here. Like, that's just being blunt. Women ain't had the rights to work for a very long time. I'm not saying they didn't work, but let's be frank. Even like I was saying with the bigger aspect of what we talking about, Men have always taken care of their women, and we did better jobs at it because we cared more. And I'm not saying that the back in the day was better or anything, but I'm saying that was our traditions. So we can't act like now that didn't exist because it's examples of bad things happening. Like we gotta help each other, not blame each other. And I land my plane.
So let's be honest and let's tell the people why you're really upset, right? The reason why KT, the GOAT, the prey, is really upset is because when I talk about men being present in a home and not creating broken homes, KT looks himself in the mirror and says, yes, I was a part of that problem, right?
Yeah.
And instead of, hold on, my brother. Hold on, my brother. I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me, right? KT the GOAT looks at himself in the mirror and he sees himself that he was the problem, right? When his mother was taken advantage of by a predator, which was his father, KT the GOAT said, well, she shouldn't have opened her legs. You see, the problem that we have when we're engaging in these conversations is we're not willing to put accountability and responsibility where it should properly be applied, right? We're always looking for a scapegoat. He talks about men having conversations, but then he wants to bring up PH Diva, who's a woman. That's called being double-minded, right? He talks about, oh, well, the creator of Stoicism was gay. So even if it makes sense to follow it, we shouldn't follow it. That's ignorant. Aristotle was most likely gay. Should we throw away everything Aristotle ever created? The answer is going to be no. So the premise of all of your talking points are silly, and they're all created out of ignorance. Because instead of really honestly just embracing the fact that, you know what, I did not have a father in the home, right? And I need to look at that as a man, I need to be better than that. I need to be promoting and advocating for men to recalibrate their value systems and get into committed relationships with a solid foundation before bringing children into the world, which is the totality of my message, right? But in
Okay.
degeneracy. So I need you to accept it. I need you to embrace it. And I need you to stop blaming the woman. And please never blame your mother again. Because what happened to her was reprehensible and she did not deserve that. She deserved better. And you deserve better, my brother. I deserve better. My cousin deserved better. And we could have gotten better if the men had recalibrated value systems and stepped up and been a true leader. Peace and love.
Yeah. So first of all, the honesty, that's what I'm saying. It's like a Hitler tactic of propaganda. You repeat something 3 times constantly. Bullshit. Like it's real elementary psychology wise, right? But you just repeat random shit and be lying like fuck by saying, let's have honest conversation. Well, what did I say with my mother about that conversation? I don't agree with what happened, but my mother said on her end, she was a young lady trying to be grown. On her end, I never said I agree with any of that. As far as my father, you know, my father was murdered not 8 days before I was born. Don't talk about whether or not my father chose to step up, because he would have. To be honest, even his family tried to. However, my father didn't have that choice. So this is where you talking about being honest in the conversation. Like you have no honesty. You're the degeneracy you're saying get rid of. Like you're throwing all these insults and bullshit to try to make it seem as if you have a valid point. You're invalid, my dude. You sitting up here talking about, oh, we don't look at these brothers. They're lovers of men.
You following Rim Bros. And now you talking about, well, Stoicism may have been made by a gay man, but that don't mean we should. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is fictitious. I mean, fictitious shit. This is bullshit, bro. Y'all know that this is spending some entertainment for to gain a crowd, just because pandering to the very, very hateful women will work for you when you do these things. However, if we being
Y'all gotta stop doing that shit. I gotta stop you. I got to. Like, I'm tired of y'all thinking that y'all are so smart that y'all know some goddamn marketing strategy. Stop. Use your own point. Don't bring up nothing else because it has nothing to do with it. Has nothing to do with women and men. Like, just stick to you having a disagreement with that man. Stick to that. Stop trying to make it seem like you some marketing strategist, please. I'm tired of y'all.
Where did I say this? Where did I even imply this?
That's fucking annoying. Y'all only
do that shit. Where
did I
even imply this? Stop.
So if you're having a conversation with him, keep it with him. Go ahead.
That's what we doing. You just
all right. So
me about
so again, so
like
you and him hold on. So okay, hold on. Let me make sure I'm clear about this. This whole people keep trying to slander my channel. That shit is done.
I didn't. Nobody said. I'm talking about him.
That is done. It's done.
I'm talking about
if you're having a conversation with him, you have the
That's
conversation
what I'm
with him.
talking about.
Don't add to say that we are trying to do something to get a crowd. That's bullshit.
I'm talking about him.
Exactly. Stop doing the shit. You talking to him? Talk to him. Don't try to add the crowd. About him. What I'm trying to explain to you, don't add the crowd into your conversation because it has nothing to do with us. That's you and him.
I'm talking about him and only him. What are you talking about?
Point. Go ahead and finish your point.
This seems like some hit dog hollering shit. But anyway, yeah. It don't take away from the validity of what I'm saying. You sitting here telling everybody don't follow these brothers because they Ram Bros and they this, that, and the thing. I'm not talking about you, Sharon. I'm talking about Brownsville. This is only. Please don't take this as it. But again, he's up here talking about this, and then you telling us, well, what's wrong with following this gay man? This is, as you would say, lovers of men activity. Like, we should be prescribing on how to fix it ourselves and build it ourselves. These white ways have not been working for us. How about we build our own custom traditions? Because that's how we can actually make some progression. Quit trying to follow the shit that, I'm not saying don't take pieces of it that's good. Some things have good things and it has a lot of bad. That don't mean it don't have some valid points. Trump, he has some valid points. He's terrible. We can all agree to this. It's cool. Like, we could take the good and the bad, and that's okay. But we're not gonna make this. Or at least in my opinion, it not seem like we trying to make no true progression by just saying, "Oh, it's one people's fault." Like, we all got to play a part in bringing ourselves together. I land my plane.
But see, the issue is, right? Nobody up here said that it was one person's fault, right? You made that up in your own mind, right? The truth is, you were hurt and offended when I brought out your truth that you told us, right? It was you, KT the Prey, that told us that your mother was violated when she was underage by your father. You told us that. I didn't make that up. That was your truth, my brother. But then after telling us that your mother was violated and your mother was taken advantage of in a sexual way by your father, you also said, well, hey, my mother said she should have never opened her legs. So that shows us that you don't understand the mindset of a victim of sexual abuse, right? Because if you understood, you would not say those things, right? The issue is this. Nobody's here pandering to anyone. What we're having a conversation about is how to move the community forward. The problem is you don't understand how to do that because you keep saying, well, we got to create it ourselves. But yet you don't even understand the definition of basic words, basic terms. You say, well, hey, if the person was gay who invented it, we shouldn't follow it. But a lot of the science and mathematics and all of the philosophy and all these things were most likely created by gay men. Should we throw all of it away? According to you, probably we should, right? Because once again, the baseline thought that you have is of ignorance. And that's what I'm trying to get you out of that mindset. That's why I told you should change your name. That wasn't a shot. That was a truth. You should not be calling yourself KT the GOAT because we understand goats are prey. You should be calling yourself something like KT the Lion. Somebody that's out here,
We seeking
being a
truth. I ain't
leader
got no reason to
or
lie.
something like that, right? But the reason why you call yourself KT the GOAT is because when you look in the mirror, you see a goat. You see a billy goat. You see prey. You see somebody who runs away from danger. And this is what I'm trying to get men not to do. I'm trying to get men to embrace hardships and persevere through them. I'm trying to get men to undergo real-time self-reflection, look yourself in the mirror, see the error in your ways, and correct them in real time.
Can you come to the office?
I'm trying to get men, right, to focus on how to put the community forward. And you are a hindrance to that. Because all you want to do is talk about, well, hey, the woman got to do better too. We all know that. We all know everybody got to do better. But even heard you say that men should be the leaders. Well, if you believe men should be the leaders, why are we talking about what the women should be doing? This is what I'm saying. Stop being ignorant. Stop not holding yourselves to account and start being solution oriented. Tell us how we can prevent big U's from being a predators of our community. Tell us how we can prevent the yellow BZ Mo 3 type of situations. Tell us how we can prevent what's happening and what has happened on O Block with Young Vaughn and his crew, right? I gave you a solution. I told you if men would be more interested in building a solid community by making a commitment with a woman before he decides to impregnate her, and men are not opting out of fatherhood and staying present in the home instead of being an absent father and then calling themselves leaders and calling themselves fathers when they're not even around to show a child in real time what a man or what a father is supposed to be. Oh, because you pay child support, that makes you a father? No. That just makes you a donor. Oh, because you are visiting your children, spending time with your kids, they coming over your house, you going over their house, that don't make you a father. That makes you a visitor. And I need more men to understand that. Stop visiting your children and start living with your children and showing them, teaching them, guiding them in the way that they should be going. But in order to get to that point, we got to stop allowing simpletons or double-minded men who look at themselves inferior to engage in these conversations. Because what you're doing is creating and adding to the confusion. And it's really sickening. And that's why I'm kind of walking back from even engaging with this YouTube and community, right? Because I do these things in real time. I mentor people in real time. But it seems like you guys are just in a such a lowly state of being that you guys are reprobate. And it's disheartening for me to come to that realization. Recalibrate your value systems, do better, articulate your thoughts better, and then you can have good, honest conversations. But when you go talking about this pandering stuff and you talking about, oh, well, a woman this and a woman that, man, you guys are looking at yourselves as if you're just a bozo and a fool. Stop doing that. And then stop blaming others from retelling the story that you told. If you told us your mother was taken advantage of when she was underage by your father, don't be upset when somebody else tells that same story. Peace and love.
Yeah, nobody's upset you told the same. You didn't tell the same story. That's what I'm upset about. First of all, second of all, I'm human. I'm not perfect. So unlike yourself, I won't act like, because I did create a bad situation. Agreed. That somehow means that I'm not. I think if anything, that would give me more credibility to say I could teach about that. Because guess what? I'm married with 3 kids, sir. I live in the home that you're talking about. And I offered that home to the first one. Now, again, that would be going back to me looking and being honest, always being honest and not misconstruing somebody's words and saying, "Oh, this is what you meant." Because even you just said there and said, "Well, my mom, well, you didn't understand she was a victim." Yeah, I do. I also understand what my mother said, which is I also admit that I was a young lady chasing grown men.
She wasn't a
This is
young
what I'm
lady
saying. When
though.
I'm
She was
saying
a
you're
girl.
pandering because it's no. You told me I could go and I let you. I mean, you asked me not to interrupt you. I ain't interrupt you. And this is what I'm talking about. If we talking about, we all here, men and women, so we can get on the men. We also have to sit here and get on the women some too. It's nothing wrong with it. It's okay to be human, bro. None of us are going to be perfect. What you talking about is, oh, we gonna do this and it's gonna absolutely fix that, bro. You not changing the world. Not saying that it's not affecting nothing. Please, I don't want nobody to misconstrue me for saying that. But you do understand, mentorship's been going on for a pretty long time here in America. This is why I have made the suggestion, and then y'all act like, oh, you saying doing something new, but that is the thing, because we've been following all these things that we are talking about up here. None of this shit is new, and I'm not saying we're going to make something brand new. Like everything is based off of other things. Yeah, throw in some stoicism, but guess what? The shit's been here since the fucking medieval time, prior to medieval times. Like, bro, come on, the shit's not new. It didn't catch on for a reason. It doesn't. It's not something that really can work in totality. So we got to figure out new things. I'm not sitting up here, getting up here and insulting you and misconstruing what you're saying and taking your words out of. You not even accepting what I'm saying. You throwing in all this extra shit nobody even said, and it's just crazy, bro. You can't sit there and tell me, "Oh, you agree with that." I ain't agree with that. I ain't sit there. Even from the beginning, if you gonna repeat my words, please repeat my words. Don't repeat what I got out of it. Because that's what, and going back to the man, us having conversation as men, we should be able to say, like, all right, you right. You my bad. Yesterday, Sharon said something to me about real estate or whatnot. And I said, all right, you right. My bad. It's nothing wrong with saying that if we men. Like, it's all right, bro. Plain
All right.
language.
So
I mean, plain language.
okay. So we had some new people come up. I'm gonna give them the space to jump in. We got AR, Lamont, and American First Rifleman, and Unlikely. Go ahead in that
Wait a
order.
minute. Wait. I came up here for one thing.
Uh-oh.
First, AR, I saw you in the chat talking shit. I bet you won't say it up here. Nevertheless, that wasn't it.
Yeah. Hey, you want me to say it? Like, I don't mind rereading it. You want me to say it again? Why did you say? Why did you say I wouldn't? You just said I wouldn't say it up here. I'll say it again. You still sound bitter every single time. You sound bitter every single time you talk about men, especially black men. You still bitter. You still sound bitter.
PhD was just mad. She's an ugly husky hyena.
You sound bitter. You said I wouldn't say it, so I'm saying it now. You act like, why would I be scared about saying something on the internet? That doesn't make any sense.
Brownsville said that you brought me up, so I wanted to know, how did I figure into y'all's back?
You're just an ugly husky hyena that's bitter. He's right.
Oh, okay. This the mother.
I didn't call you ugly. I don't know what you look like.
Oh no, she's ugly as hell.
I don't know what you look like, but you sound like
Fatty
you sound
exposed
bitter.
her. Fatty
Every single
exposed
time you
how
talk
ugly
about
she
men, you
is.
sound bitter. Respectfully.
Okay.
All right,
Child,
but y'all
I
ain't
don't
fucking
need no
it.
respect from you. Hold on. I'm trying to get to KT. And so ARI, I mean, not you, ARI, the other random, whatever. Baby, when you able to not be 50 years old living with roommates, then you come talk to me. Nevertheless, KT,
I'm
how did I
41.
enter into the
I live by
conversation?
myself, ugly woman.
No,
You're
you
still
don't,
ugly.
bitch. You
You're still
just told
ugly.
us
You're
that you
still
had
ugly.
2
You're still
roommates.
bitter.
It's an
No
old
black man will
a
have you.
couple, a
You
white
need to
couple
try with
who
white
let you live
man.
in
You
their
need to try with
basement.
white
You
or
came over
Hispanic men
on
that are
Rob
desperate.
Perry channel and told us,
Please
nigga,
go
get
to
out
a
of here.
Hispanic man that'll take
Okay.
you. Okay.
Sharon, watch out for your cash out. Nevertheless, KT to go. How did I figure
Yes,
into y'all's
ma'am.
back and forth?
No, I started off talking about how you were saying we couldn't protect y'all. And I wasn't saying I'm disagreeing with you in total. I understand what you're saying, but I was saying I just wanted to point out I think it's kind of messed up to say like we did provide. We can't do too much against a system full of, at that point in time, injustice. Like, let's be very frank. It's not like men were getting the same treatment, if we're being honest. And that's why I said I do agree with you saying like in somewhat like we couldn't protect y'all all the way. But we did provide. We tried our best. I think it's just pretty messed up to say like, or even add the context to now how we looking at things and saying, well, that ain't protecting us, or forgetting that was that time. It wasn't much you can do, like in terms of if something happened to you criminally where they could go to the police or anything of that nature. Like,
right. And so you've proven my point though, right? So if the only way you can get justice is by going to another group of men, then you can't protect. Right? You need that other group of men to act on your behalf and mete out the justice. You can't do it, so then you can't protect. If you're saying that another group of men can keep you from doing anything, right? Then you ain't that dude. And so y'all agreeing with what I'm saying, but you mad that I'm saying
no, I'm agreeing somewhat, but then y'all get up here and say like we up here literally having talks about black men handling their business type shit, and now we need to get rid of them from the community. We can't. That's real double-mindedness. Like that's real double-mindedness. Where we saying,
okay, well, who said that we need to get rid of y'all from the community?
Like this is what the whole conversation been this morning about how like black people doing this big use, you know what I'm saying, getting rid of these because they harming the community. That's what I'm saying. We can't be saying, oh well, you can't run to the other dudes, but you also can't handle your business because then you harming our community. Like
what?
Which one we gonna do here?
Wait a minute. So, and the fact that my problem with y'all is that y'all not really thinkers, right? So you don't have to go and tear up your own community to right wrongs, right? And a lot of times, let's be very honest, that's not what y'all be doing. Y'all just be wreaking havoc for no reason, right? It was the men in this sector who sat up here and said, oh yeah, all black men go through a knucklehead phase. You know, we got to do that. We got to try to slang drugs. We got to try to go to jail, right? It was men telling us that. And so y'all really need to be looking inward and figuring out how y'all can change that. Because there's a lot of shit going on with y'all that y'all don't talk about, right? The feelings of inferiority. And baby, I'm telling you, I'm here to stomp on them and make you feel it even harder, right?
Not me.
The feeling of being unuseful, right? Unneeded, right? Having no way to contribute. A lot of y'all feel that way. You want to know how I know this? Because I actually work with a lot of those young men, right? Depressed, anxiety, y'all a bunch of fucking head cases. And you gonna sit here and because I say, well, look, the evidence shows that throughout history, they ain't never been able to protect us from nothing, right? So you couldn't protect us from slavery and all the horrors that went around with that.
I wouldn't protect you from shit.
Hold on. Oh, go ahead, Sharon. You want to?
What you said, AFR, you want to jump in? Go ahead. AFR? What you said?
Yeah, I'll be real quick.
Out of your mouth. I'd like to see
Well, he didn't know that was coming.
Stupid bitch.
He didn't know that was coming. Come on, man. He didn't know that was coming.
You will never catch me sleeping. I ain't no fucking Cinderella, stupid bitch.
It said Bob Brokey.
Right. Nevertheless, right? So we can point out historical facts. And y'all be upset about that, but not upset about the fact that it's a fact. Right? And y'all still in the same position. Right? So anything that black women having issues with maternal mortality rate, how black men gonna protect us from that? Right? So we had a conversation several months ago where I talked about how there are no black hospitals or whatever, and this Yale graduate tried to come up and say it was, and after I finished with his ass, right? So y'all don't even be thinking about shit that matter. But you upset with me for pointing out and holding up a mirror. That doesn't make sense to me.
Bar. Go ahead. I'm scared to let AR go. Go ahead, Lamont.
Well, I'm not gonna be rude.
People go.
Like,
Go.
I'm not
Go
gonna say
ahead.
anything
Go
crazy.
ahead. You
I'm
got
not
it.
gonna
Go
say
ahead.
nothing crazy. I don't even remember what the fuck I was gonna say. But
I'm bitter,
KT is
right?
KT gone? That dude left, or did he get kicked out? I don't know which. But
he probably got a phone call or something. He didn't
uh,
get kicked out.
I was just going to ask about like where the mentality comes from that if somebody that is not, I guess, as identical to me as possible comes up with something or says something that you should look at it as a lesser thing to follow or to take inspiration from or something. You know, he brought up the gay man starting thing, and it's like, what does that got to do with whether it's a good value system or not? It doesn't matter whether my teacher was a woman or not. If what she's saying is correct, if the way she's showing me to do this math problem is correct, I'm not going to go, oh, well, it's a woman, so I'm going to go out here and reinvent the wheel. No, I'm going to, I'm just going to do it or, whatever. So I wanted to figure out where he got that mentality from, but he left. So hopefully he's still listening or something. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Go ahead, Thomas. My bad, Thomas.
All right, so yeah. So listen, man, there ain't no goddamn solutions. There is no need for a solution. There shouldn't be any solutions. Everybody should remove themselves out the community, diversify a new community, bring people who don't look like you, who don't have the same backgrounds, employ multiple different walks of life in your community. The black community, I am done. I've taken myself out of it. I'm not saving no one. I'm not mentoring I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm only worried about me and mines and the group and the 56 people I lead 4 nights a week. That's it. My business partners and my close comrades. That's it. If you having these issues, figure that shit out on your own. I ain't on no each one, teach one, reach one. We got to come back and save people who don't want to be saved. I ain't doing none of that shit. I ain't doing none of that shit. The black community is trash. The black community, I'm so done with the fucking black community and these same circular ass conversations. Nobody wants change. If you snap your finger and all the people that we complain about changes, you're going to find another 20% to complain about who ain't changing. Nobody wants to change. There's no reason for it to change. And the reason why, Sharon, because if everybody just changes, there's nobody left to blame. So now everybody got to look at themselves. Nobody, and that's not what we're willing to do. I think we should abandon these conversations, abandon the community, and just build your own and fuck with those who fuck with you. Go where you are loved and not just tolerated. I sign out the black community.
Let's go, baby. I heard you. I heard you.
So just FYI, Lamont, that tactic has already like that's already been done in several places around the globe, and the only thing that happens is your non-black children end up being the ones standing on your neck.
Yeah. Oh well. Oh yeah. No, I got kids by black men. I got kids by black women though. So I
No,
understand.
I'm not saying that.
I understand what you're saying. But
I'm saying when you say
Diva,
create
I just
another community and diversified or whatever, yeah, you can do that, and that's been tried and done several times. And what happens is you still end up on the bottom, and it's your children standing on your head.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you're talking about having kids. Oh, yeah. See, I understand that aspect. I was speaking more about it, just who you associate yourself with, who's in your circle, your group of friends, who you do business with, like who you intertwine with. Like I was speaking, more on that aspect. You step out when they have kids. I mean, it is what it is. There's just nothing left to save. There's nothing left. We are so far gone that nothing's going to bring us back except for act of God. That's it. God Almighty Himself has to come. That's it. So we deal with the cards that we have. Stop trying to create new cards. Stop trying to expand the board. I mean, trust people to be who they are. That's the problem. You trust it. Let me think of this. An irresponsible person. They show levels of irresponsibility in the beginning, but we overlook it because we have these feelings of love. They do a little certain shit that you overlook. So they're irresponsible before the baby comes. And then you expect them just to snap their finger and be responsible when the baby comes? Like, these people, they're selfish. They only care about themselves, getting what they want. So I'm trying to figure out why should there be an expectation to change just because the child is there? Now, it should be. Morally, we should be. If we had a hand in creating it, we should be. But that's not the reality. And soon as we start accepting reality for what it is, I guarantee you won't have nothing else to complain about, because you already know what you're getting. You already know what comes with it. And if you decide to engage, then you got to stand on it and wear all the consequences for that action. If you don't want to go down that yellow brick road again, then you need to do a 180 and pivot in the other direction. That's it. There's no stand to get the best out of it. But then, no, I only want this part of it. No, then I know I don't like this part that comes with. No, either you're going to be all in with this person, or you just getting out. And I think we should get out.
Damn.
Sharon, I ain't got none. I had something to say right quick, but I got a sore throat right now. But anyway, back what I was saying though, bro, you know, these women in the black community have a hatred for each other. You know why they have a hatred for each other? Because I seen the videos of these women deleting their children and all this stuff. They delete their daughters and all this stuff. I looked on several videos of what happened. I'm like, you know what? These females hate their daughters too. They just how you Sharon. They hate their daughters.
Wait, but Jalen, I saw somebody in the chat say you was a walking abortion escapee. Is that true?
That's crazy.
That was wild.
I don't care. I don't care.
I'm asking a question.
Thank you, Jalen. Hey,
Jalen, why's your throat sore? Pause.
Hey, so
from a cold.
So what I'll say is this.
I thought I did.
If you got Lamont saying this, aka Thomas Legacy, hey, y'all effing up. Y'all effing up if you got him saying this.
Man, Sharon, I didn't start going all the way up until I diversified the people I'm surrounded with. I got Asian people, white people, Spanish people, all people from all over the country in my group. And no, solely just black? Hell no. That's where all the problems is. Let me tell you this. You want the best want to make money in the black community amongst your peers, and you got a business, don't let them know you own it. Don't let them know it's yours. Put a different front in front of it. Spend money with it all day. Let them know. Let them see that's yours, and you trying to come up, and they not on the same frequency. Shit. All you got to do is put another front in front of it, and don't let them know it's yours. The people gonna spend money with you all day. The minute they know it's yours, the so-called black owned, the minute they know it's yours, shit.
Damn, that's crazy. America's First Rifleman. It probably shows that's why I can't get 200 likes, right? That's why I can't get shares, right? Hey, look, hey, like bro, I be trying not to speak on it, but
you know that shit's true, bro.
Every day they prove it correct. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling you, bro, and I'm telling you, man, it's nothing. No, it's crap. Too much crab barrel mentality, bro. Do you know how much hate I get in real life and envy and jealousy because the time I'm away, I came home in 3 years and lacked.
I think he just lost reception. American First Rifleman with the $5. Thank you, Brownsville. I can't believe AFR said that. Shout out to the one and only Verbal Sats with the $5 says, it don't matter what your mama said. She's mistaken. She was a girl. The blame goes solely to the predators that violated her. Bar. Flamethrower with the 1999 support from Flamethrower. Thank you so much, Flamethrower. And make sure y'all just like we gotta I don't know, but clearly maybe I should say this is a white, you know what, is a white man actually producing this show? Maybe I gotta do that, PhD, bro.
Right, it's just bro,
Thomas, maybe that's how I gotta do it for now. I'm saying that it is the white man that is producing this show and producing this channel. This ain't I'm just the face of it talking, but actually it's a white man behind the scenes.
I'm telling you.
I mean, technically, you know,
it
is hosted on
Google. Look at Zeus. Look at Zeus. Look at Zeus Network.
Are you sure, Sharon?
It's a white man. That white man run that shit. They run all that shit. I'm telling you, I don't know what
I'm
it
sorry,
is.
never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what it is. There's just something that you try to progress. There's just those people just got an opinion of you and want you to stay in that opinion instead of breaking through their confirmation bias. I don't even try to change people's opinions of me. I'm unapologetically me. I live for me and my family. You can say whatever you want, but you're not walking in my shoes every day, so I could care less how you feel. Like I don't know why the men get mad when they be talking about black men this, black men this. I don't pay that, man. I'm doing that motherfucker out here in real life. I'm not who they talking about. I pick my kids up every day. My kids ain't got school today. They in the room right there. They with me 24/7.
Hey, Thomas. That's the reason why they don't understand. They're like, Sharon, she talking about you. No, she ain't. She ain't talking about me.
Oh, so the ones who think I'm bitter is because I'm stepping on their toes. Oh, okay, I got it.
Absolutely.
Man.
It has to be that.
What?
Bro, everybody gets the same 24 hours. This is the point. I don't get it. Like, no one, bro, no white man, no police, the system ain't never hold me back. Everything that got me in contact with the system, it was because of my actions. If I didn't do what I did, I wouldn't have been in their system. They never just come knock on the door. Hey, Lamar, hey, we're just gonna come get you because you're a black man. Never. Bro, I wear, listen, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I wear my own shit and I just, man, I don't get it, man. I do, man. I'm so focused on other shit, man. This shit ain't even a fucking issue with me. But the thing is, I will say this though. You can't lay down with dogs, get fleas, and then come on now. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I made the comment earlier about this intuition. Why is the intuition never there in the beginning? When the signs, I don't know about this. Why is it not kicking in right then and there? Why do you got to go 2 or 3 babies in to finally realize? I just don't, I'm trying to figure that part out. When does the intuition work? Does it work in the beginning or does it work way in the end? And if we say, oh, well, men are good liars. Well, here's the problem with that. So for however years you're with him, that means everything he said, he had to match it with his actions, wouldn't make him a liar. So at what point did you finally realize he's a liar because his words were not matching with his actions? At what point? Because if it's 5 years of lying and you still ain't figured out all the 5 years, oh, you deserve to be in a trick bag. Come on, y'all way more sharper than that today. Y'all falling for that old ass 1970s Tyrone slick perm with the wingtips game. All we gotta do is say he love you. Like for real, all the fuck he gotta do is say he love you. That's it. All they gotta do is take you out, buy you something at fucking Red Lobsters, and get you a fucking Temu package, and that's all it takes. All you gotta do is smoke you out. He ain't talking about building shit. He ain't talking about accomplishing big things, and you don't see him putting work and action in every day before you realize, like, come on now, let's keep this shit all the way 100 up on here today.
Hey, I like it.
At what point?
I believe Venus wanted to come here and correct you about the
Zeus
network.
I'll let my plane. I mean my mind.
Moving around.
It requires stillness, right?
What?
And these women are leading with their desperation. And so when you have a spirit of desperation where any man will do, then you ain't still enough to heed intuition. And so intuition program been overrode by their desperation program.
Damn.
Yo,
I can agree with that.
Yes, we can hear you.
She needs to get out of my mind. I was just gonna say that the intuition is always working. People choose when they want to actually listen to it. Okay, so just to clear that up, because I know they say that as like a slight, like that's something women made up. No, it's not made up. People, like he said, they see red flags, they get feelings, they see things, but like Diva said, that desperation, there's a need for something, right? To fill a void, to feel loved, or feel whatever it is, and that is a more powerful motivator. So that's what they tend to follow. And I was gonna say it would have been nice if a lot of them had a fucking father who would have taught them that,
Yeah.
who would have filled that void, right? And they
Nope,
wouldn't be
nope,
so.
nope, nope, nope. We're
Yes,
not
yes,
gonna do
yes.
that.
Now I gotta
No,
agree
Yes,
though. I
I'm
because
gotta
doing
agree
it.
with
Wait, I'm
all
not
of
many,
that.
done. I'm
no,
not done. But
no.
can I
I
finish
see
though?
too
No, can I
many
finish?
women, black women, who had a daddy who was there and involved every day, and they still go off and ruin their lives behind a man. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna agree with
Where?
Damn,
that one.
that is
Where?
that's true too. God damn it.
Wow.
Most of
Whew.
those
Okay.
girls, no. Most of, first of all, we can all acknowledge that most of them just didn't have a fucking daddy. So yes, we could have some one-offs, but the main thing is a lot of them never had that male guidance, leadership, love, and that's why they're in the world
No,
desperate as fuck
no,
looking for it.
no.
Yes.
Because if you get the same outcome with both of them, then the daddy, no daddy can't be the answer. If either way, and that's why I say the same thing about black men, males. It ain't your daddy not being there that's got you fucked up in the game. It's
Damn.
you. And it go for both of them. Daddy, no
So
daddy.
so where would these women get this from?
Where would they get a sense of desperation? They being inundated with messages. They get it from their mamas, right? Where your man at, right? So a piece of man is better than no man at all. It's coming from a lot of different places. But we are all individuals, and we get to choose which messages we heed and which ones we don't.
Mm.
I don't know. I partially agree with that. I do think lacking a father definitely plays a role on how you view men and what you go out into the world looking for them for. And when you didn't have any example of what it looks like for a man to properly love you, yes, you are susceptible to a nigga telling you any fucking thing and your dumb ass going for it. Because why? You don't have any reference point.
No, because these words don't exist in a vacuum, right? There are always actions surrounding them. And a lot of times there is blatant inconsistency between the man's words and actions. And so I don't give a damn who was there, who was not there, who taught you what. As an adult, you should be able to use your mind and reason and say, well, his actions ain't lining up with his words. So clearly we got a problem here.
Yeah. You know what it reminds me of? My babies, they wanted to go see Mufasa. And it wound up being pretty interesting because it was damn near like the beginning of the movie is like red pill talking points. I was like, damn, this shit sounds very panel-like when I was watching it. Because Scar, who's as a kid, he was a prince. And his father was like all these red pill talk about. His father was in his life. However, he was teaching his son, Scar, how to be a shady person throughout the whole movie. And that's why Scar is a coward in the first place. So, yes, even though Scar had his goddamn daddy and Mufasa did not have his daddy in the whole movie, Mufasa became the virtuous one, and Scar, with his daddy being the king of the jungle, became the goddamn villainous, deceitful, and a liar. So yeah, it don't have nothing to do with the daddy. I think that is the patriarchy that keeps telling us that the fathers is going to make our living situations better. But in reality, it's our ideology and philosophy that makes us better. It wasn't Thomas' father that turned him over, it's because he changed his philosophy that turned him into a different man. When he started thinking different, moving different, he started doing different things, being around different human beings. So it was never some person that did it. It was his own philosophy that changed it. So it ain't the people, it is your philosophy that you run with.
Okay, so um
I can agree.
I agree on this. Yes, if a father is present and he has trash character, then yeah, he more than likely is gonna replicate himself. But we can't say fathers don't have any influence if we have all these conversations about fathers need to be in their home. Why are we saying that if according to y'all it don't fucking matter? So which one is it?
Right, we're gonna have to change. We're gonna have to change the way how we communicate that, because now we understand that no, we need to have men with certain kind of characters to be moving the youth, because there's way too many of people, like, sad to say, like the angry man. He is teaching young boys how to be like him, and we know that the things that he is preaching out is not good. So he produces no matter how many boys he have, whether it's 1 to 10, all of those boys are gonna have them same fucked up character flaws that he has.
So I agree with y'all on this. I'm going hard on we do need the fathers present. I still believe a lot of those women, if they did have a healthy male presence, they would have went another direction. So we'll agree on this. Yes, fathers are needed, but I agree the quality of the person, their mindset, and their philosophy matters, not just a male body.
So when does a woman or a girl become a woman, right? Because when you're a woman, you're responsible for all of your actions and behaviors, right? So the outcomes are yours.
Yeah.
Your daddy, you stop being in the house with your daddy at a certain time. And so there are plenty resources available whereby women can uh improve themselves and change mindsets and all this stuff. So when does a girl become woman enough to know, hey, this is a problem, and I need to do something about it?
So I don't have a age, but yeah, once you're able to articulate, because I think I said this to like Jay Prince or somebody. Once you're cognizant enough where you can articulate what your issues are, then they no longer can be excuses.
Well, okay. So even if you aren't articulate enough to, say what the issues are, say you in an abusive relationship, how many times you got to get knocked upside the head before you realize, hey, this kind of hurts and it's unpleasant, and I don't want to really deal with this type of thing anymore.
So that more, and I think you know this, PhD, but that whole thing is there's a lot of psychological stuff going on with that,
No.
where for whatever reason those women can't just simply see it that way.
Because they already fucked up in the head on the front end, right?
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
but so again, when do women have to start assuming responsibility for their own fucked upness? And you can't blame your daddy or some other man. The man did it to you. Certainly the man's a piece of shit, but you knew that when you looked at him, right?
That's a fact.
Well, no, I can't go with that. Women don't always know that when they look at a man.
Many times
No.
we do, especially in the Black community. Many times
Yes,
we
y'all
do.
do.
Right? I
Y'all
got a
do.
10-point list that women was in the chat saying, well, just because he got tattoos all over his face, he might still be pointing to that one nigga that we see on social media who got tattoos all over his face and started some type of game, and now he's supposed to be doing well and he take care of his kids, right? This is the stupidity that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, you want
See,
to play the odds when the odds are not in your favor. That's a problem. Like, that's a problem of mentality.
facts.
So for
Facts.
me, I'm not trying to make excuses for women who do dumb shit. They definitely do dumb shit. My thing is, I try to understand the reason behind why people make the decisions they make, and you guys don't
What
really
does it
lean
matter?
any. You guys don't lean any understanding to anything. Like it's just like, well, shouldn't have did
Because it
this. You
doesn't
will
matter.
fucking
But
well.
but Venus,
Well,
The
in order
here's the
to
thing.
outcome is
change
the
some.
outcome either way. So what does
But,
the understanding or whatever the why matter? Just change the outcome.
but Venus, here's the
So
thing. I
like
just want to
moving
go
forward,
ahead.
right? It's kind of like in order for me to be able to understand how to fix a problem, I need to understand what causes a problem. So it matters to me. I don't just
No.
look at anybody in any circumstance where they currently are and be like, "Well, I don't give a fuck how you got here. Change it." No, that don't really work for me.
Nah, but
Absolutely. And so if you getting your ass handed to you, then you need to leave that man alone. I don't care, what led you to him to begin with. And you probably need to have a moratorium on dating until you able to go seek and find out what the fuck wrong with you and so you can fix it. Right? But that's not what typically happens. They bounce from one man to the next, getting a head bashed in.
and
Right.
that
So look,
but
you kind of proving my point. If we don't understand why you're doing that, even when we get your dumb ass away from this man, you're gonna go to another man who's gonna
No,
do it.
and my point is that woman should have enough sense to say, I don't know why I'm doing this, so let me stop participating in it until I'm able to figure it out. That's what an adult does.
yeah.
I agree, but what we have seen
Okay,
is
so then
they're not
women are not
capable,
adults.
right?
Now you
That
proving their
that
point that women are
that's the
children.
exact. That's the. Thank
Women
you,
are not
PhD.
children.
But that's the
You
fucking
can
point.
reason.
That's the point. And this is why I see why they say, oh, they're not held to a high standard over here. It's not the fact you got to be held all the way up there, but it goes to the PhD was initial point. I agree 100%. If we got to sit back and say, why am I continuing to attract these type of people that's going to be bashing my head? And everything starts with self first. So it leads back to probably Venus's point, lack of male structure, male role. I could give some credence to that. But how can we And I agree with PhD because how can we try to understand when they don't even know where the problem starts? So, and the dash sure ain't gonna say it's me. It's always going to be he did it. It's always going to be that did it. That person. It's never really going to start self. Maybe
So
I'm attracted to these
y'all
men.
missing my point. If even if me myself, I want to change something with me, right? Me trying to go back and understand the root of this issue is not me trying to put the blame on somebody. I need to understand why the fuck I'm like this first. That's the
Right,
point.
but
It ain't
That's
to
the
take back
and
rational
and
so
blame
point.
the
while you're
world for
doing
it.
that, you
That's
don't
the
need to be
rational
dealing
point.
with no men. Is what I'm saying, and that's the part that they miss.
Right.
Most
That's
of
a
them not
fact.
even trying to figure out why they end up in these stupid situations. They just bouncing from one man to the next, whoever have them.
That's a
I don't
fact.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with
Yes.
that. I'm just standing hard on my point. Like we can't ignore, we can't completely disregard all of the history and then
No.
Yes,
think
we
we're gonna
can.
fix something. Nah, I don't
Yes,
work.
we
Yeah.
can. And
Yeah.
that's the thing. You brought up all of the psychological stuff, but if you know about psychology, then you know what behaviorism is. And behaviorism means
Facts.
I can control your goddamn behavior from the outside. It don't matter what you think. Through rewards
Facts.
and punishment, I can control your
Facts.
behavior.
Facts.
But who's doing it? Like nobody is taking the time and looking at, let's just say we're talking about these type of women and saying, hey, I'm gonna control your behavior through reward and punishment. Nobody's giving a fuck.
Yes.
Everybody's doing what y'all do and judging them, right? So I'm speaking from the person in that position. You need to figure out what started this shit in you, where these roots come from in you. Was it a father, mother, whatever the fuck it was? You, the person in it. That's how you help yourself. The people outside of you just gonna do what y'all are doing, which is call them
Uh,
dumb and say,
Yeah.
"Bitch, fix it." That don't really
Right.
help nobody.
yeah, because
Okay. Well, too bad
in
they
the
ain't
midst of
trying to help themselves. The fuck?
in the midst of doing that, in the midst of doing that, getting back to the root problem, there's going to be a relationship here in between. There's going to be a relationship in between, and all you're doing is just transferring the traumas from there to there to there to there, so the problem never gets solved. What you're saying is valid, Venus, but in the process, I agree with PH with that one. You shouldn't be dealing with anyone in the process of it. Stop, be
I don't
still,
disagree with
and then
that.
figure the shit out. That's it. That's
No,
all I'm
I don't
saying.
disagree with that. I don't disagree because traumatized people run around traumatizing other damn people.
Facts. Facts.
But
Let
I'm
me give
just
you a real
saying,
life
I
story real quick.
care. I care. I feel like we understand, but we like compassion is a thing. Like we gotta have some fucking times. It
No.
can't always be, oh well, bitch, fix it. Like that's like people don't respond well to that, and typically that don't really get them nowhere.
Get who
But it,
nowhere? What they doing
People,
ain't getting them nowhere. And
right?
right.
this
So
is the
if we
thing.
want to
These
help, right?
no. Because you can't help them, right? These
That,
relationships don't exist in a vacuum, right? These women have family members who a lot of times telling them, "Hey, baby, that man ain't good for you. Don't mess with that man," and they'll run right into it. And so when the nigga end up taking them up out of here, who supposed to? You know what I'm saying? Like you can't help them. They're fucked up in the head.
Damn. I see. I understand why you're saying that, but I can't. If I take on that perspective, then it's like, why try? Who gives a fuck? And I just can't. I'm always have some hope.
Okay.
Sharon, can I mention
but,
something that applies to this?
Absolutely.
hold on.
Read these.
One second. Half an
Let
hour.
me just
Hold on.
read three super chats. Let me just read three super chats. Away with the $5. You need a younger, respectful voice on here since you are trying to target the younger audience, the generation that's upcoming. Marvel 318, listening at work. Salute, brother. Salute to you. Appreciate you. And oh my goodness, shout out. Cellulite Podcast with $1. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please.
Wait, I gotta drop again, but a PhD and Sharon, if y'all can. I'm doing a show tomorrow. It's funny I said women are children. My show tomorrow is called Men Are Children, and I'm bringing all my evidence. Okay, and I'll be in the crowd.
I know Thomas, you wanted to say something real quick, and Afro, you got it right
Yeah.
after.
All what PhD even said that the reason why I made my first soliloquy in the beginning. I'm done. This is why. This is why. This is why. Wait, I'm telling you, PhD. I agree 100% with that, man. Ain't nobody doing no fucking doctor and all that shit. You a grown ass adult. You know what the fuck you doing. I'm done.
Damn. Go ahead, Afro.
All right. I put some links in the back of HU historical photographs, archives going back to the late 1800s. So just to go back to the last conversation, right? And also about, I'm not here to compete with other Black colleges because I'm proud of the whole concept of HBCUs, right? But there is a thing about private schools versus public schools, right? So there's a thing about going back and forth with who's on top, whatever. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it at
schools
that.
be on top. It's Spelman that's usually on top. So your private public dichotomy doesn't really hold water because Spelman is a private school and it's at the top. So state school FAMU standing on top of Hampton's private head, right?
There are there you can giggle, fine. There are metrics, right? So the endowment for Hampton is higher. So I don't really want to do the competing thing. I don't really do that.
Right. Y'all got a higher endowment, but the education is not better.
As I'm
right.
saying.
And so that's the thing. Your graduates don't do as well. Right. And so we got a lot of metrics. Yes. And by all of them, okay, y'all might have endowment, but by the vast majority of them, FAMU standing on top of Hampton Heads.
Well, like you're going to interrupt me and I can't complete the thought because you're just going to push your agenda. So I'm, your histrionics are kind of
from there. Just get it out, brother. Just go. Just go, brother. You got it. Just go. You got to push through it. You got to push through it. Just go.
I don't. Why do I have to push through for adult conversations? Like even that's crazy. As I said,
no, because it's like you're trying to change people who they are. Just go with it, brother. That's it. Just go with it. That's all.
I got it. All right. So all I'm saying here is, all I'm going to say is that the metrics change. I'm not here to compete with Black colleges because I think it's all of us should be going to HBCUs if you can. I'm very proud of the HBCU experience, right? But I'm not going to down your school, right? I'm not going to
down anybody's school,
right? And as I said accurately, that to matriculate into these colleges, there's not a colorism to go into the school. The social,
and actually in the beginning of Hampton's history, one of the things that they were derided for was, they had white males as leaders, and so they were still acting under a philosophy of Black inferiority, right? And so they even had a dearth of Negro professors, right? So they was hiring white professors to come teach because they didn't even think Negro professors who had the credentials were good enough. Come on, the history of your school is the history of your school, and we're not gonna play revisionist history now.
I'm not gonna go by just because you say so. You've made some incorrections already. You babbled.
Oh, okay. So you want me to post the link
back into what I said?
I'll post the link in the back that talks about
when I had a chance to say that there were sororities, fraternities, churches, then you started repeating that. And
no, I did not. I said I agreed that it was in the community.
Diva, you don't believe in respect. You're not respectful. You're not respectful. You said that. You said Hampton.
I said your school is a special case, right? So it was happening everywhere, but we talking about your school.
Oh, it's happening everywhere now. So it's happening everywhere now.
Well, in society.
You see this elaborating, Sharon?
Oh,
okay. See what elaborating looks like? It's right, but it's wrong. It's wrong, but it's right.
It was happening in society.
I think you're
Black society. But your school was a special case. Hampton and Fisk were special cases, right? Because they were
Howard, Spelman, the top Black colleges did practice this, but not to get into the schools. You told me to produce pictures of dark-skinned Black folks,
right? And you produce pictures of baseball players. We all know that those people are recruited to the school, right? So there's a difference with baseball players, baby.
The goalpost keeps on moving.
No, it ain't no. We all know that there's a different admissions process for people who play sports into a school.
Sharon, put up.
Which is why all y'all Black males who go to these D1 schools without the grades, that's how you able to get in there because you know how to bounce the ball.
Yeah. I got you. Put the pictures.
Right,
please.
Right. And so miss me with that.
Dark-skinned Black women in the 1800s. I mean, it's all colors there. It's like when I was going there. So, but you're gonna push this.
But they wouldn't hire no Black professors.
You're a goalpost. You're a goalpost. I don't.
Let me go ahead and post that link in the back chat.
Yeah. All
right. So we can read that too.
Black women, multiple hues, 1890s. Dark-skinned people in there. Now before she said that
they probably was workforce to work in the cafeteria too.
Okay, you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all
This is a
know,
joke.
hey, yo.
You're a
They
joke.
had to work in order to be there.
Yeah.
It said academic graduates though.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people had to work at the institution in order
Yeah,
to
you're gonna fill in the blanks. You've been filling in the blanks all through
Yeah.
this conversation.
I don't know. I ain't gonna speak. I don't know nothing with y'all.
I'm telling you what their history is. You could pull up a few pictures. What was the student body count at that?
No, we ain't doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing. You're gonna keep on finding something. You have
on the
negative.
campus of
You have a
hundreds
negative
of
bias.
people,
You have a
and
negative
the vast
bias
majority
personality.
of them are
A
light-skinned
negative
people
bias
or
dysfunction.
biracial even, right?
Negative
Because they have
bias.
Native Americans up in there.
You're gonna make
but
it
they
wrong.
would not
Pull up
hire
more
black
pictures,
professors.
Sharon. Put up
Like,
more
you
pictures.
can't
More
get
than one.
around that. You
There's
just
more than
can't
one.
get around that, honey.
I'm gonna be wrong. According to Diva.
Y'all was
You said
Afro
get the
nerd.
picture. You said get the picture. You said get the picture.
On the
You
campus.
said get the
So
picture.
when it come to
I
black
got the
people,
pictures.
they
Plural.
were doing
I
the
got
paper
the
bag
pictures,
test, but they had a bunch
Something is
of
wrong
Native
with
Americans
you.
there. They welcomed
Look
the
at these
Native
black
Americans
Negroes
there,
here.
but you doing
Look at them.
the brown paper bag test with
Wesley
your own
Snipes'
people.
nephews.
Cut it
Wesley
out,
Snipes'
sir.
nephews studying. This is what black. Look at that respectability politics right there. Proud black men.
Child.
And you want to
why
debate?
they weren't combing their head?
Okay, no, okay. See, come on. You're a clown. You're a clown. Aunt Esther.
You falling right into the trap, bro. Afro nerd, you falling into the trap, bro.
Hey, why they want to get out there? Why they want to go?
Y'all are hilarious.
Why they walk around the peasy?
Y'all two are hilarious. Bro, put him in the middle.
It's so easy to upset him. That's what it's.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's so easy to upset him.
So we ain't doing this today. No, ain't none of that. No.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Hey, Afro nerd, you gotta pick up on the cues, man. You tripping, bro.
Nah, man.
You gotta pick up on the cues. It's not what you think, bro. It's the reverse psychology, bro.
No. Look, I don't care. All I'm saying,
you missing the lick, boy.
Nah, man, I ain't want that. So listen, I'm
punching the L. He trading boys in the hood right now.
She wouldn't dig me because I like young women. So that goes without saying. So it's gonna be a problem with me.
You don't know until you really get it.
No, I ain't going for that. I don't want somebody I'm battling with. I'm not doing that.
Wait a minute. Wait, who said anything about wanting somebody?
No.
Wait, how did that even come into the conversation?
Nobody I know, no man I know wants some yelling on Esther.
But nobody who said anything about wanting anyone.
That wasn't what the conversation was. Sharon, I presented the pictures. And now it's something else.
No, but you brought up something, and so now I'm questioning it. Why? What? How did romantic desires be brought into the conversation?
Yeah, no,
not me. Said anything to that effect.
I ain't going there. We ain't going there.
No. But you did just go there. So you opened the door. So now I'm asking, how did romantic desires get into the conversation?
Look, I don't believe we're having a conversation. It's just you yelling.
No. Okay, so why did you bring up romantic desires?
This is early Hampton.
Why did you bring up romantic desires?
We go to social circles, just like just normally.
Oh, okay. You want to address that?
No, I don't talk to you. That's what colorism means.
But nigga, you would never be in danger of me.
My woman right?
Because what we know is the deepness of a male's voice is due to him having being exposed to testosterone during puberty. So bitch, you ain't even hit puberty yet. So when your nuts drop and you get some
let's go.
Then come and talk to me about romantic desires, nigga.
Well, from a trans man, probably my voice would be kind of low to you.
Right, and that's why I accomplished more than you. I'm a trans man, which is why I accomplished more than your ass. I went to a better HBCU. I got more degrees, and I earned more than your bitch ass. So now what?
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Men do compete with each other.
Can I ask a question?
Right.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
If this is a competition, nigga, then you the bitch in the scenario. Because I'm standing on top of your head.
You're making up everything.
So you the bitch in the scenario.
And look how you
the little hoe ass nigga.
Wow, you act like a lady.
Absolutely.
Wow. This is what ladies. This is black ladies in 2025, Sharon. This is what we're doing.
Certainly one iteration of it. There are many other iterations.
This is the best we can do.
Is the one that's gonna kick your ass verbally. How about that?
yuck.
Yeah,
Look, anyway,
exactly.
look,
Right.
So again, you're proving the point.
So now don't talk to any woman about your romantic
you don't
desires
represent.
until you hit puberty
Okay,
and
look,
your nuts
I'm
drop
talking to a
and you
child
get some bass
with a
in your voice.
PhD.
Yeah,
Look,
that's why I know the
I don't
process
care.
of a man getting a deep
All
voice
right.
because I got a
Okay.
PhD. Apparently,
Yo-
you didn't.
Do y'all
Or
know
else
each other
you
in
would
real
have been
life?
telling me.
This
No.
is crazy.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if y'all had past history.
No. She just doesn't agree with me.
He just stupid.
Yeah,
That's
calling
all.
people stupid. It's like you're like
You are stupid.
Linda Blair.
You done been
Linda
up here. We
Blair.
done heard you talk enough times to know that you stupid.
Yeah. Well, I sent pictures, and that's wrong too. You said I didn't present the picture.
Nah, the pictures I was messing with you. Like, come on, dude. You ain't even smart enough to know when somebody fucking with you.
That's what I was trying to tell him.
You don't even know when somebody fucking with you. That's how stupid you are.
Rest in peace, Chicago Red, aka Red Fox. Rest in peace, Red Fox.
Okay. And LaWanda Page too, or is she still living?
Well, that's your aunt, I think.
Right. She was a very
channeling
accomplished
her.
woman. And so who you got in your family that's as accomplished as she was?
Oh, let's not go there.
Oh, no. So tell us. Bitch, tell us. Who
Look
you
up
got in your family that's as accomplished as she was?
What? Well,
So
first of all,
tell us.
you know what?
Right, because if you asked me, I would be able to tell you.
I'm not asking you. And I'm not
right. You better not, because your feelings will be even more hurt than they is now, right? We go to superior universities for a reason.
Whatever, sir. Look, you sound insane.
My aunt was the president's secretary.
You see, now that's some pedigree, right? That's some
for
pedigree.
President Clinton. Yeah, I got the pictures of her and President Clinton. Yep.
Boom. Now what you got? Afro nerd.
And high-ranking official governments without her funeral. High-ranking officials from the government.
That's right. Some pedigree.
Yeah, they know it running the bloodline.
Afro nerd.
You know,
okay. Sharon, do you have any black excellence in your family?
Yeah, I got a couple of big time celebrities. I just don't tend to name them though. I'm gonna name them.
Okay. So who else? What's this one? AR. What kind of pedigree you come from? You got some noteworthy black people in your family, baby?
Shit, that's a good question. I don't know. Actually,
damn.
I never asked.
Nigga.
What?
Why would you never ask?
You gotta say half nigga, by the way, Diva.
Yeah, I gotta ask that half of the family. I've been said I say I'm mixed like every single time I'm on here.
What? Don't nobody be listening to your ass.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Jalen, you want to tell us about your great auntie Helen Keller?
Oh, just all right. Oh no.
Talking about the lady that graduated, she was deaf and blind.
Yeah.
Damn.
She was basically a savage when the lady who came to work.
So look, I don't really want.
I remember her story. We did a report on her in school.
This I don't know this competition thing. I could go into some stuff. I don't really want to because to me it's just stupid. You know what I mean? Because why would whatever I say is never going to be good enough. So this is like some Friday. I guess Freaky Friday. I don't know what it is. Yeah. So now it goes from one thing to the next.
Hey, bro.
I gotta prove.
Everybody's always in competition in America.
You kind of be complaining too much, man. Respectfully. Like I get like the complaint, like when you try to get a point across, or Diva or someone else is interrupting you. My bad, right. I'm smacking on some Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, I get it.
But ain't nobody even interrupted you right now, and you over here complaining.
And you even eat white cereal? Damn.
You Frosted Flakes?
Frosted Flakes.
That's crazy.
Hey, Sharon, you stupid.
That's your opinion. You're entitled.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, like I just want I'm supposed to hear you complain.
Complaining means defending in your world, right? So
it's just you over here. Every second you get, it just seems like you complaining about something. Like
you just gotta adjust, bro. That's it. Once you be here,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like you don't have, like we get your point. You don't have to, complain every time you get an opening to complain.
Yeah, I'm not like you. I'm not gonna just take people. Somebody's gonna throw something at me.
Well, maybe you should be like me. Hey, how about maybe you should? Maybe you should.
No, that's okay. I don't like how you get down. The thing is this. I'm not going to sit there. Someone makes a false statement. I respond to it. Now that's complaining. That's equivalent to when men, for some reason, use the term sassy.
Oh, you complaining right now? You complaining about the complaint?
I'm making a statement. That's when white people say that when you talk about a historical fact about black people, you're complaining. You're doing exactly what
I
white
don't
people
care. Hey, well, I guess the other half of me is. I guess the
do.
other half of me is shining.
Maybe you
The
should
other
care.
half of me is shining today, ain't it?
No, there's a lot of shines on here.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep shining.
Shining, grinning.
Shine bone, sir. Get it right.
Watermelon juggling. This is what we're seeing right here. Supreme Diva, aka LaWanda Page, aka
Hey, a great woman. Just I'm a great woman.
People
better
really
than you.
PhD candidates don't act like you. I've never
I'm
seen
not a
it.
candidate, bitch. I've been in the game for a minute and I'm back up in it. Oh, that's
keep going.
Afro nerds it's just jokes, bro. Like you gotta catch the. It's just jokes.
Roma's burning, and Negroes want to monkey shine and tap dance. I see it all the time.
Well,
I'm used to it.
I'm not
I know you not. I know you not
community.
better to know yourself. So I'm just
Afro
here.
nerd. How far along is your organization to uplift the Black community?
Oh, this is another one. So I gotta.
I'm just asking a question. How far along is your organization? You said that Rome is burning, therefore it's an existential crisis right now in the Black community. How far along is your organization and uplifting this Black community that's burning?
Well, first of all, I belong to some organizations.
Okay, I didn't answer the damn question. How far along is your organization? I don't want to hear you talk about these other organizations you are part. How far along is your organization? It's an existential crisis right now. Rome is burning. What are you doing? You over here complaining about someone interrupting you. How many people, respectfully, but this is not a platform that you're gonna. If Rome is actually burning, go run for politics. Go do something that you can be impactful with.
Well, look, man, I'm just making a statement, and just a statement automatically causes laughter and giggling and all this nonsense, like what you're doing now. So if I respond to you, why are you complaining? Why are you complaining, boss? That's what I hear from you. So this is a joke to me. Negroes have been tap dancing for so long. So I'm just here for the shits and giggles. Yeah, we got it. We got it now. Okay, I got you. So to me, this is all a joke. For this woman to have this bad comportment when I'm just stating facts, everything is bad. And no one notices the mental diminution in that. I see it already. Everything. She has been bad.
First, I need you to spell diminution.
No, I'm not spelling.
And then give us the dictionary definition.
No, we're not doing that. Every time I say something, you come in with some slickness. We ain't doing that today. When I give you and you cackle like somebody who is demented. So you're proving my point so concretely. You are not a real person. So I've proven that.
I'm not a real person.
No, you're not, because a real lady who is involved and knows her stuff does not conduct herself like you, cursing it, calling me the N-word. I'm supposed to be your educated brother, but you treat me like a piece of crap.
Yeah, you're not educated to me.
No, you don't know anything about me. But you're gonna pull on the blame.
I know how
Negroes, unevolved Negroes have a feeling.
This dude, hold on. This dude won't say nigga, but he's over here calling people
I want to do this. Yeah, I want to address that for a second. Sharon, I put a link in. I put a link in the chat. Read the link. That's one of the college people I teach right now. I teach 7 of them, and all 7 of them are seniors at the Florida State University, and 3 of them got interns with Deloitte, one of the world's most renowned. One of the world's most renowned. Check the link, Sharon. Check the link, Sharon.
And Lamont,
check the back chat link.
Lamont, let me tell you something. I come on this show.
No, because you made a comment and it's tap dance. I'm trying. Hold on, brother. Nobody's tap dance for nobody.
I'm sorry if you took it that way, right? Maybe you're doing. Look, you've given us.
You doing more than he doing.
You've given us
random.
You don't know what I'm doing. You fill in the blank. You interrupt. You interrupt.
Sharon, you see it? Sharon, you see it? You see the text?
Okay. You want me to pull it up?
Yeah. Pull it up.
Lamont, I want to tell you something.
I show my work.
On the Lamont, I want to tell you something.
Go ahead.
I talked about this man in Atlanta who has his own car manufacturing company, right? Serious guy. The first thing she did is, because he's a man, she started opening up her behind and defecating on that truth. So when I sent a link to Sharon went through the whole website. This is a serious man. So I feel very suspect of a woman that anytime something has a masculine topic to it, black masculinity, she's ready to defecate on it. She's not a serious person.
Well, so the thing is, I also provided Sharon with a video.
I gave you. No,
a lot of people think that man is scamming, right? Because he had a showroom in Atlanta. He built it as him manufacturing cars, but he was really buying cars off of Alibaba and putting his logo on it. Now the showroom is closed, right? And so he was getting people's investment, and the people who were giving it are saying they're not hearing from him. And so it's not about me, and it's not about him being a black man. It's the truth. And so your problem is that you get so excited and you so desperate for examples of black men actually being men that you will take anything and you don't vet the information.
It was reported on major media. I've mentioned a number of stories, the Black Hack House in Brooklyn, where all these young people are putting together apps, black young men and women. So anytime I just noticed that when I mention something that is positive, which is unfortunately many of us do, it's not to be believed. So when I mention about Hampton's credentials, you don't believe that either. When I give you a picture of 19th century Hampton, all of a sudden you're elaborating. No, I'm done with you. You're not a real person. You're not a real person. No. You're not.
That don't mean that your
Diva, you got some kind of deficit. So I'm not really into talking.
I got a cognitive deficit, but I be turning your ass every which way but loose every time you come up here, nigga. Every time you come up here.
I'm not gonna
even
talk.
The other men are trying to calm you down, right?
No, I'm fine.
Right. Okay. Every time I push the button, you go off. All I gotta do is wind your ass up, and you. Right? You're an idiot. You're an idiot, sir.
Yeah, okay. You're proving yourself. Anyone looking at this discernibly would show that you are wild, uneducated, even though you have some alleged degree.
I am pretty wild.
You prove yourself. You prove yourself consistently at all times. There's no lining up anything. You are who you say you are.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm fine with it. I'm done with it. I'm done with
Absolutely.
it.
Exactly who I say I am. The supreme goddess, Diva. That's who I am.
It's not anything positive.
Hold on, Diva, did you get Afronerd to actually curse? What? Afronerd say this. He said yes, she did, and left. Damn. That's crazy. She actually got him to curse.
Hold on, I gotta do something in the chat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and Sherrod, just seeing the comments saying it's easy to get into Deloitte. Actually, it's one of the most competitive law practices to get into, where they hire strictly. It's not easy to get into that school. Just so I say, it's easy to get into Deloitte, but it is what it is. I know people always. This is why I say what I say. That's why I say I'm done. Nothing you do will ever be good enough. No matter what you do, it's always going to be. It's never good enough. Probably they not in that school. They're not getting degrees. They're not in none of that. It's always the ones who's not doing it in the moment. There's always talking about what something is easy to do, what not to do, and they not doing it in the moment. So this is why I say I'm done, Sharon. This is why. That's why.
Damn.
That's why.
Miss Jenny with the $2. Just put them side by side. Very Sexy Red TV said, foolery fee, Sharon, with the slickness. Thank you so much, y'all. I appreciate everybody that do participate and help me build the channel. Man, I really appreciate y'all because we do have some kind of something going on with us as a collective where we don't want to just simple things like hitting a like button that is absolutely free. We can't get past 120 likes. It's crazy. Right? We've been here for over 3 hours. Like, what more? And most people have been here for more than at least the bare minimum a half an hour. And you can tell me still, we have laughter, we have jokes, we have serious point, we're doing history, we do all these things within one show. You got the full spectrum of being a Negro. Laughter, jokes, shucking job, serious history, attempting to move the community, harsh conversations. We have all of that, Thomas, in one show.
That
shit is crazy.
This is why I say what I say, bro. How many more fucking confirmations do you need till you start believing me and start moving accordingly? I tell you, bro. I'm telling you, it's always gonna be like this. No matter what you do, it's never going to be good enough. It's never. Somebody's always going to find something to complain. Something.
Look, I don't stop the men from screaming. I don't stop the women from screaming. Everybody get a chance to speak their mind. Like they could try to pin it on me all they want to. Sharon, you don't stop the woman. I ain't stop you neither.
But you always say it on mute though.
Yes, you need to say it on mute. It's okay. We can hear you on mute. Jalen. It's okay. We can hear you on mute, Jalen. But you feel what I'm saying? Times like they don't never say, well, he ain't stop you neither.
I done had battles with you, PAD on it. I mean, it's all warfare when you come up. Yeah, this is like when I first got up here, I was at me and Sharon was back and forth, me and you. I was the whole chat, everybody. So nah, but I understand. That's why I understand what Afro Nerd. I understand why he take it like that. But I'm like, bro, you gotta know it's once he gets here long enough, he'll be all right.
Right, because he'll start to understand nothing. Well, I think people will start to understand nothing personal.
Right.
He ain't doing this personally.
Nah, hell nah.
Like me and AR be going at it. You swear me and AR don't like each other. Shit. Me and KT, we go at it. KT feel like I disrespect him every day.
Nah, that's the issue right there. If you taking something personal.
Yeah, nah, it's all love. I don't look at none of y'all.
Here?
I don't take none of this shit personal.
I didn't even see KT was bad. Hey, KT, I got a question. I don't know if you was listening earlier. I was just trying to figure out like where that mentality of if it's not, as similar to you as possible, that it should be disregarded in a sense. Because, you were talking about stoicism or whatever, stoicism, whatever the fuck it's called.
Stoicism.
And you were saying, yeah, there we go, stoicism, whatever. Started by a gay man, therefore it shouldn't be followed, or that the white man's systems or whatever haven't benefited the black community, which that's a whole nother discussion we had. But I was just wondering why you have that mentality. Where did it come from?
No, I say some elements are good. That don't mean we need to take that because he was saying this is what we need to do in totality. Nah, maybe some elements of it's good. That's all I said. Like, yeah, some of the elements, but saying this is what we need to know, especially when
So, hold on, KT. So you saying we should be stoic or we shouldn't?
No, I'm saying we shouldn't. We should take elements of it, like capitalism kind of built off the Dutch system. You know what I'm saying? Like you can make a different thing with something similar.
Stoicism has nothing to do with capitalism.
No, I think he's saying like take it and build upon it, like they did with capitalism. How they
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like they how the slavery trade, this, that, and the fifth, they built on that, and then kind of, I guess you could say we had the British philosophy, and then they kind of threw in that so they could get away with that, and then that's how we get capitalism.
No, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Going, wouldn't that?
Hey, you understand them?
I think he's saying innovate rather than just mimic.
But I say yes, you do understand them.
I think that's. I mean, that's what I'm taking from it.
Are you from Virginia as well, AR?
No, I'm not too far. North Carolina.
From North Carolina. Hold up.
Oh wait. Oh damn. Why you say that? You should have stuck with Virginia, man.
Hell nah.
That's why I said it. That's why
that might be it. That might be it.
I knew
off the DMV.
That's what the DMV. Now that makes sense.
Ain't nothing wrong with the DMV. I'm from where I'm from. I take pride in where I'm
true.
from.
True shit. I got a lot of partners down there in North Carolina.
Listen, North Carolina's best state. North Carolina's best state in the country.
Like I said, I stay
clearly, y'all have your own version.
Like I be in those
y'all have your own version of the English language, because clearly AR understood exactly what you was attempting to say, and I don't.
Yeah, I think that's what he was saying.
I think we talk about that though. That's northern and southern type. I think that's just maybe a certain type of difference in communication.
Not even, bro. Ain't no northern or southern hell, because I ain't understand that shit neither, man.
But Sherrod, let me turn the spotlight on you for a second now. With the stoicism. Just turn it on you for a second. Okay. Now you know and I know that there are some moments where that stoicism shit go out the window.
I don't think so.
Sharon. No,
well, of course, that's in every situation.
I want you to think, Sharon.
Like that,
yeah.
Don't do it. I'm gonna give you a chance to come say it. I'm gonna give you a chance to say it, nigga. You better say it.
Hey, look, just because I fall short of something.
No, that's not. No, I'm not insinuating nothing. But I'm saying though, in certain moments, bro, you know that shit goes out the window.
Nah.
Especially if you defend.
Yes, it do.
Yes,
I
it do,
think
bro.
I think even in fighting, you still got to be stoic in fighting. I think the person that remains emotionalist in the fight is probably going to win the fight.
Let's say parents protecting their kids.
Yeah, I was about
Right.
to say, what if a teacher was bullying your
I think
kids,
you should
bro?
move stoic in that too. You should be thinking like, hey, I need to go this way, left, right, up, down, which way I'm going. You shouldn't panic. And I believe in my mind, how I look at it is stoic.
All right, I'm gonna call you later on. Shabazz, you'll get a
Somebody
call from
was
me later
giving
on.
out donuts
You gonna
and
get a call from
bullying
me
your
later on,
kids,
nigga.
nigga?
I ain't gonna say that now. You gonna get a call from me later on.
Oh shit. But yeah,
Shit.
so K to the God. I didn't understand that point that you were saying earlier neither. About because stoicism supposedly came from some gay man, that therefore black people shouldn't be stoic anymore. That was wild. I didn't understand it
Yeah,
at all.
he definitely said that
Nah,
earlier. He
y'all
kind
not
of cleared
taking
it
my
up
words
now.
for what
No,
I
no,
said,
no.
because I ain't say
Hey,
that, bro.
KT,
I did not
respectfully,
say that.
you did say something that at the very least could definitely be heard to mean that, and you cleared it up now.
No,
But in the
no,
beginning, you were
I
saying
didn't. That's what I'm saying. Take what I
we.
say and not what
Well,
you're
all
thinking.
right, so this is what I'm gonna
Because
say.
I literally
All
said
right,
earlier,
KT,
because
Well,
there's
let
everybody,
the man
elements
say
of
what
it
he's
for
saying and
sure,
stop talking,
but
bro.
that not in totality.
KT, everybody, whether you said it or
Let
not,
him
everybody
say what
that
he's
heard
saying,
you,
bro.
all
Stop
right, 10,
talking.
15, whether you said it, like we're saying you said it or not, everybody had here understood you to mean what we are saying you meant to mean. So therefore, maybe rephrasing it or saying it a different way, like you said it now, should have been what you, or could have been what you
What
had
is
said
the
in the beginning.
difference in what I said?
Oh, it's a big difference. You came up
What is
here,
the
you
when
saying
I
that
literally
what
said
the
that?
difference
Those
is
the
you asked the
same thing I
question.
just said. I literally said that.
No, you didn't. What you said
Yes,
was
I did. I even
no, what
told
you
y'all
said
when
was
he
we
asked
should
what I
not be
said. Didn't I said from the beginning that
this is why I don't like to have a conversation with him about what because he don't know how to move a conversation forward. He like to get it stuck and have now we about to be having conversations about the conversation.
Afro Nerd went and did his little ritual he has to do after he cusses and he came back.
No, I got to. I'm hit it and quit it. One quick thing. So
Hey,
I
yo.
was
You know
looking
what?
at.
Random independent, you actually kind of funny.
Okay, so I just saw people
I
in the chat.
appreciate that.
I just saw
Oh, that's who
people in the
that is?
chat.
The dude who was stick riding Kobe
Y'all are
yesterday?
sick.
Ah, this nigga was on Kobe's stick yesterday.
real quick, Sharon, and I'm gone.
Yeah.
So just to show you what I'm dealing with here. So someone, when I mentioned Chicago Red and I said Red Fox,
Right.
and people said, he's from St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
He moved to Chicago. Just like someone corrected me about Malcolm X being from Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, but he moved to Detroit, just like he moved to Harlem. You see this stupid stuff I'm dealing with? So he was called, you can Google this, and he was called Chicago Red, was friends with Detroit Red because they were redheaded black folks in Harlem in the 1940s. Okay, but just like some of the other co-discussants, when I bring up facts, all of a sudden, he's from St. Louis. What is wrong with black folks? Read a book instead of trying to be funny and sticking watermelons under your teeth. I'm done. Get a book. Chat GPT is coming. You're not ready.
We appreciate you coming back to complain yet again.
Yeah. All right, so Ron.
One
more thing. Chaotic Truth was right about the black community anyway. It's never coming back. Because you know why? Because black folks cannot stand each other. Because you know what? The white man is the black people enemy now.
Thank you, Jalen.
Man, that was enlightening, bro. Like,
yeah, that was really good.
I love you so, Jalen.
Ain't you part of the sisterhood PhD?
No, I'm here loving you. How does that make you feel to know a black woman loves you, Jalen?
So now you get the time to talk. You quiet. I guess he's saying
you muted Jalen.
He's saying it may. He's listening. He's saying it on mute. Shout out to Jalen.
7 tears.
But yeah. So maybe you meant something different than what you said, which is fine. So if you did mean something different, then it doesn't make sense for you to bring up if he was gay or not. Like if it's good for us to be stoic, it doesn't matter.
No, my point is he's out here talking about y'all following these rim bros and lovers of men, and then you pitching the whole thought process saying in totality it's something that's a gay man's making. Like that, does that not sound like what you're going against?
No. If literally we see men out there like the video that we was watching
Hey,
earlier.
Shema, I gotta go now, bro. I got some business to do. Appreciate y'all,
Appreciate
man.
you.
All right,
Thank you.
PhD. All right, y'all.
Have a
All
good
right,
day,
hey,
Thank
sir.
you for always holding me
Afro
down,
nerd.
man. I
Yeah, I got
appreciate
you, bro. Shit ain't about nothing. All right, y'all.
it. All right. And so like just like we was watching the video of this man from 1986, he was saying the same things that a lot of these men are saying today. The rhetoric did not change. They are just regurgitating information that they heard from yesterday. And this is why men still to this day are saying that women need to do something instead of themselves. You need to correct yourself before you worry about what somebody else is doing.
No, I agree on it. I say that every time.
Yeah, but
I know
you can't
men
agree
got
on
much to
that.
work on.
You can't agree on
And like
that.
I said before, I think we can't ignore that. We have to do things simultaneously.
So, and that's the problem. Once you agree on it, you cannot have this double-mindedness that you're doing right now. You
It's
cannot
not
agree and then
double-minded.
take it back again. Like you just can't.
It's not agreeing with what you're saying and saying there's more. That's double-mindedness.
Yeah, so once you say, yes, I agree that we need to change ourselves, once you start talking about the other person again, therefore you don't actually believe that you need to work on self first.
Now that's a lie. That's a lie.
Right, and that's the problem that a lot of men are not seeing, right? Y'all just don't understand what is being communicated to y'all.
Yeah,
If I tell somebody, hey, I
right.
need you to clean the bathroom, and then they keep saying, but what about the living room? That is a problem.
No, if the agreement is I clean the bathroom, you clean the living room, and then you say clean the bathroom, and I clean the bathroom, I keep cleaning the bathroom, but the living room's getting dirtier and dirtier. You think it's double-mindedness to say, hey, when you gonna hit that living room?
That's the problem. The bathroom is not clean.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that, I can talk to my North Carolinian brother right quick. The thing is that I think what they're trying to say is that, like Sharon just said, the bathroom is not clean. So in your head, you're like, the bathroom is constantly getting clean, blah, 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 and the living room's not. So then you're going to say, hey, I'm doing my part. Why aren't you doing yours? But the whole thing is that the other half is not doing their part. Like the bathroom is not clean. So for you to say, or for someone to say, hey, clean the bathroom, and you're like, okay, but don't they need to clean the living room too? It's like, what does that got to do with you cleaning the bathroom? You should have no stipulation about you cleaning the bathroom at all. You should still clean the bathroom regardless if the living room or the kitchen or whatever else is not clean.
That's why I'm pointing out to keep cleaning the bathroom, right? Because I mean, that's my point of saying, like I'm gonna just talk about me personally here. But if I'm doing my job as a man, and I believe that it's many men in society that do their job as a man, right? So if you're doing that, and then still things are happening, wouldn't it be better to just say, how will we get the house done, like as quick as possible? It takes more than one person. That's all. I get you saying
So
the
that's what we're trying to
bathroom
tell you.
isn't
So,
clean.
like, okay, we just told you, no, do yours first, and then when the bathroom's fully clean, you could get out of the bathroom, and now y'all could clean the living room.
Yo.
Hey, I understand your logic, and I will accept that. I don't agree with it in totality, but I accept what you're saying.
It's progress.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, I'm probably one of the only people get up here and say, "Oh, if I was wrong on something, I'm wrong," or this, that, and the third. Like y'all have to like this progress. Come on, let's be frank here. I mean, what I'm saying is true. Also, if we being honest and talking about what's progress,
and then he go right back. That's
right.
crazy.
Hey, he must have saw that comment. He saw a quick. Nah.
I mean, no, because it's something.
But what
like
we're
y'all
trying to
can say
explain
a
to you,
part
what
of
we're
what
trying to
I'm saying may
explain,
be
what we're trying to
incorrect.
explain to you, that is wild thinking, right? If you are teaching somebody something, you don't try to confuse them. Like literally, make the point, leave it there. Like, oh, look, this is black, but if you put the white in it, then it's gonna turn gray. Like, but now it ain't black anymore.
Well, I mean, come on, that hurts.
Yeah, I think we know
you
the
have
basics.
to give that example.
So if I'm
mix some white with black.
what I'm saying is doing is like I'd say, hey, KT to go. Can you please paint this wall black? He's like, yeah, I can paint it black. And he said, but hey, you do know that if I put some white in here, it would turn the wall gray. Motherfucker, I ain't asked you about that.
Yeah, that
That's
was
what you are
bad.
doing.
That was
Stop
terrible.
adding all these
It
other
isn't.
things.
This is what we was talking about. Y'all said y'all disagree with, and I said y'all agree with, and and that was already there. It wasn't no adding in extra shit or nothing. That's what I'm saying. Fuck it.
Right, and I'm trying to explain to you, keep adding extra things, and you not realize that you add extra things into the conversation. We can stop, end it, and now we can move on to another conversation instead of trying to add more things into something that we solved.
It's just wild to me that you talk about not having the kid gloves, and we gotta have kid gloves, but like one thing at a time. Like things have nuance. Like that's a conversation. A conversation will get bigger than
So
1,
let
2,
the
3.
person that's actually in the nuance, they could come in. We can have a conversation with them. But if you don't have it, that's what I'm saying. You keep adding stuff. See, again, you even said it yourself. You want to add in nuances that is not there.
Where
You
did I
add in
say I wanna add
imaginary nuance. This is a thing that the Rim brothers do very well. They keep adding things into a conversation that they never experienced in their life. You keep just adding nuance.
Okay, so what's the new nuance I
We
added
don't
today?
need no
Please go.
nuance. We can stick to a subject and leave it there. We solve for this problem, then we can move forward.
What's the new nuance I added today? What's the new thing I've expressed today I've never expressed before and added in the conversation now?
Literally, when we're talking about Stoicism, you brought in the nuance that it is a gay man that brought it up. That's a nuance that is not needed.
It's not. Okay. So talking about Stoicism, we can't talk anything else about Stoicism except for the good of it.
See,
why is it a bad thing? Like
right?
What does someone, a gay man, creating it have to do with whether it's
again,
good
if we're
value
talking
or
about
not?
who are leading men, and he is a person in particular saying, "Oh, you niggas is lovers of men, and y'all rim bros, and y'all using these words talking about people can't." And then you're saying, "Let's follow this, but let's follow this gay man's way, this white gay man's way," which is weird to me. Like now, let's not. Oh,
okay,
the
so
black
now
people
you add.
being gay,
Okay,
that's
so fine.
weird
You
shit.
added that nuance into the conversation. Now, tell me where does that help the conversation?
Because how are we saying, like, just how is you saying this is the right way to follow?
Right, because it is
like
good.
who maybe I should say
Because
it better.
right, so
Who
like
makes
so
him
what?
the
So
authority to
this is
say
what
this
you're
is the
missing.
thing?
You're missing the question, right? Because you're still not able to answer the question. What does that man's sexuality got to do with moving forward with decency?
Nothing. What does he have to do with Stoicism? Everything. Like that's what I'm saying. So we can't say it's not no nuance to the newly added nuance. That was, you're saying unknown is now, I mean, not expressed is non-existent.
Right. So what is the point? So now that we know he's gay, so what does that mean?
Yeah, this would seem like some propaganda shit. Because your whole thing is saying, let's not follow the gay black man.
So you saying we shouldn't be stoic?
I said we should practice some of the aspects.
Okay,
So
but isn't that
not
still
in
pulling from a
totality.
gay man? How is that any different? In your logic, you're still grabbing from a gay man. Pause.
What are you talking about?
You're saying that we should build upon the value system. The value system was still, in your logic, created by a gay man. Therefore, we should ignore it.
I never said because some gay man make it, we shouldn't follow it. I'm saying
But you're talking negative.
His point is you niggas is following lovers of men, and now he following the lover of a man, and it's what's wrong with it?
What? No.
Okay.
So now
he's basically saying Brownsville is hypocritical.
Hold on.
You
So you misusing lover of men. That's the problem. You misusing that.
You're calling them rim bros. I'm not.
Right. You misrepresenting what lovers of men mean.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the problem that you have. You misrepresenting it.
But you're calling them rim bros. So
lovers of men, meaning that you only cater and move to what men are doing.
And Stoicism is not doing that.
So
will not be moving on what a man is doing.
No,
a gay man in specific.
No,
that's what I'm saying. So it's wild to me
no,
pointing out like, oh,
no.
these
So
other men.
yes, I can hear you
bros wouldn't be just following.
Men that's just saying that because Stoicism does not say anything bad about women.
It doesn't really say much about women.
It says So that's what we're trying to tell you. It says a
It
lot
talks
about
about
women.
what men should do, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
Are
in
you
as
are
So do
you
you
are
think
you
any of that advice is bad advice though? Like you talking like it's bad advice though?
you said, I'm talking like it's who?
Bad advice when it comes to being stoic and just like what you need to
No, in
practice, the
totality,
characteristics
it
you have,
would be.
huh?
In totality, yes. Like
So you think it is bad advice?
like I
Okay,
said
that's why you
earlier.
got this stand. You think it's bad advice? I think it's decent advice, especially if you don't conduct yourself. You know what I'm saying, in a manner that we should be conducting ourselves in public, especially when it comes to handling women.
Yeah, no, that's the main points we highlight, but that's not all aspects of stoicism. Like, and
What's the
that's what I'm
negative
saying.
aspects?
We're gonna take these two
okay? Yeah, that's
pieces.
I guess this is what I'm saying. Hey, the
What
intellect is
what what
crazy.
are the negative
Yeah,
aspects?
what's the negative aspect of stoicism?
It's not true. It's not. It just don't work efficiently. Like,
What
I
part
think the
does it?
proof of
What
that would
part?
be that it's been here this long and it hasn't been a main thing that capture on, because it doesn't. Like
What
somebody
part
was
of
saying
it
earlier,
doesn't work?
sometimes you got to say
What
fuck that
part
stoic
doesn't
shit.
work? Answer questions directly. What part doesn't work?
Like, it in totality.
Okay, so for
What
example,
part of
hold
it
on.
doesn't work? Just answer that question. You saying totality?
It
What
does
does that?
not apply to everything. It does. It just doesn't work. Like,
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. You cannot be going to a fight talking about I'm gonna be a stoic nigga. Like,
Yes, you
okay,
can. Literally, hold on. Literally, they teach you to stay calm in fights. Literally.
yeah.
Okay. So
That
therefore,
we
okay.
will
So just
also be
okay.
ignorant to
Okay.
ignore that fear will probably bring out more, like they said, like a scary dude to shoot you for somebody who think
See, this
about
is
it.
what. Okay.
Because you
So now
think
you
about it.
understand. So now you see, right? You add in something that has nothing to do with the conversation. What do a
Context.
scary? What do
I'm
a
not sitting
scary
here saying
dude
this is
that
a
is
new
scared and
conversation. It's called
you
context,
gotta
sir.
you can't again. It's okay to be wrong. They teach you to be calm in a fight, yes or no? When you are learning how to fight, do they teach you to be calm in a fight? KT.
Yes.
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about? Some man that is on the
Do
corner
they
that
not
is
also teach you to use your fears and strength?
what do that have to do with
Do
stoicism?
they not teach you to use your fears and strength?
No.
All right, I'm out.
come
Hey,
back.
so hold on. Don't leave the panel. Are you still there, my brother?
Oh yeah, nah, I'm not. I'm listening. I'm gonna talk with you.
Yeah. So let me
I'm
ask
gonna
you a
talk with you.
question.
Go ahead.
Do you believe that it's prudent?
Nice.
Am I back?
Yeah, you back.
All right. Yeah, I had a phone call that came in. Got to call him back later. So, do you believe that it's prudent for us to follow logic? Yes or no?
Could you say that one more time?
Do you believe that it is prudent for us to follow logic? Yes or
Yeah.
no? Is there any negative aspects of following logic?
I don't really. Nah, I don't think so. For the most
Okay.
part, no. I think
Do
that's
you
our safest
know?
bet.
Okay. Do you know who is considered the father of logic?
Who?
I'm asking you. Do you know? Yes or no? Because if you don't, I can tell you.
Who?
The father of logic is Aristotle.
Okay.
Right?
Mm.
So if Aristotle was gay, does that mean we should throw out logic and men shouldn't follow logic?
No.
Okay. Do you believe that men and women should be ethical?
Depending on the circumstance.
Okay. So in what circumstances should men and women move without ethics?
If we're being very frank business,
What?
it's not a very ethical landscape. In order for you to profit, you're probably gonna do some unethical shit. So you got to be okay with it somewhat.
So you're saying that we should be unethical in certain situations, and
Yeah.
that's prudent? Okay, I would disagree with that. But for the majority sense, then let's do majority and minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
So majority of the time, should men be and women, should we be ethical or unethical?
I think for the majority, we should be.
We should be what?
We should be ethical.
We should be ethical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who is considered the father of ethics?
Who?
Do you know? If you don't know, I'll
No, I
tell
do
you.
not. That's why I'm asking who.
Socrates is considered the father of ethics, right? Now, if Socrates were gay, should we just throw out ethics?
No.
Right. So what I'm here's what I'm saying. I'm gonna land it here, right? That's why we got to be careful with our talking points when we get online, right? Because it's easy to debunk everything you say because you don't have the aptitude to engage in a good faith debate because you lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what we're conversing about, right? So when you say, well, we shouldn't follow Stoicism because he's a gay man and Stoicism is negative, and you can't explain what Stoicism is, and you can't explain why it's negative, it just makes you look ignorant and uninformed, my brother. And that's not a shot. That's not a diss. That is truth that you have to accept, right? The way that you can get better with these conversations is if you read more, study more, gain more knowledge with.
He cut out.
Yeah, he fell out.
What happened?
Well, I would just like to say and reply real quick though, like
he back. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, I was not sure.
Got it, cuz.
Better in these conversations is if you study more, gain more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding about these topics that we are engaging in, right? And then we can formulate an informed opinion.
You muffled.
When you disagree with me, you can disagree with me in a substantiated way, right? So that I don't have to easily come up on here and debunk your disagreement. I kind of debunked you. It just kind of make you look like you're disagreeing with me, and you're not disagreeing with what I'm saying because you don't understand what I'm saying and why I'm saying it. The overall conversation, KT, was about how we can propel the community and society forward and lead young people away from the influence of the big U's of the world, the yellow B's and Mo 3s of the world, right? The Jones of the world. What's going on in Chicago O Block? What's going on in Baltimore? What's going on in Philadelphia? The way we can do that.
You breaking up, cuz, and you sound muffled. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. So the way we can propel the community forward is if we communicate to parents, right? And for the most part, the mothers understand this, right? Because you don't find a lot of situations to where there's absent mothers, right? So the mothers are there with their children. They're raising their children, irrespective of what the fathers are doing, right? And my overall point is that we should be encouraging men to vet better, to recalibrate their value systems, to make commitment to these women, have plans, have a vision of how they want their relationship and family to look like in the future before they impregnate these women, right? And then we could, see the fruits of that and the outcomes over time. I'm guaranteeing it's going to be greater, right? And nobody should be disagreeing with that. So if you don't like me, that's one thing. But if you're going to disagree with what I'm saying, then at least be able to substantiate why you're disagreeing with what I'm saying. I think the problem is a lot of men don't like me because I don't coddle men. I don't handle men with kid gloves. I tell it like it is, and I hold up a mirror to your face and force you to undergo some type of self-reflection. So when I say that, hey, if you created a broken home and you were absent from that home and you were a visitor at that point, then you wasn't a good father. You wasn't a father at all, right? And you put down some bad seeds, and therefore somebody else can now come and take your rightful place to have a greater influence over your children. And that's why Big U was able to be a crime boss, because a lot of absent fathers allowed their children to be susceptible to his influence. So we got to accept that reality. If you're creating broken homes, you're not present with your kids, you're not involved every day with every situation that your children are going through, then you are failing as a father. You are failing as a mother. And therefore, there's a greater person who has greater influence over your children than you. Visiting your kids every 2 weeks, every other weekend, every summer is unacceptable. And you're not a father when you're doing that. And that's what we have to be communicating to these men. Stop telling them they're good fathers because they're paying child support and they're visiting their children. Tell them the truth. You're a bad father. You created a broken home, and now a Big U is going to come and have greater influence over your children than you, who's visiting your children. Let's have real, honest conversations about these dilemmas that's happening in our society, and stop coddling these men and handling these men with kid gloves. Tell them they're a failure. Tell them that they don't have any type of leadership. Tell them that they got to recalibrate their value system. And tell them they need to be moving better and be a better influence over their children than these degenerates who are out there looking to prey upon goats. Peace and love.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start at the beginning. Let me ask you a question, Brownsville. Did Socrates create philosophy? Did you say ethics? Which one did you say? Was it Aristotle or Socrates? Which one created ethics?
What I said was Socrates is widely considered the father of ethics. I never said he created ethics.
Okay, that's going back to my main point, right? He didn't create ethics. He created the philosophy. And let's be very frank here. Hold up. I asked you the question just like you did. You feel me? You answered. I'll let you go. So again, this is the ethics based on a white man's thought process, which isn't concerned with a black person. My thing would be more or less, and I'm gonna say this to you, I guess the best way I could say possible. You got old nigga philosophy. Like, this is a day and age where that shit ain't gonna work because this ain't them days. Like that's not again, like I said, we're in a society of capitalism. And when you ask me, should we go ethically, be correct ethically? Yes, we should. However, we exist in a system of capitalism. So inherently on the daily basis, for you to work your job, somebody took advantage of you. Not saying that in the sense of, you're nobody, but I'm saying, let's be very frank. Like, it's like a police officer. You're never getting what you're worth because they're telling you what it is. So again, like, we have to inherently play in that system. That philosophy will not work, which is why I also say we should add a new system and figure out a new way, because these things that we're talking about here, they've already existed and people have already practiced it in very large numbers. They failed. So obviously those things won't work. We can take bits and pieces of what did work from it. However, saying again, in totality, let's apply this failed thing. It's been here for thousands of years, still hasn't become the thing. And yeah, that shouldn't be a wild statement for me to make. As far as the gay part of it, again, I'm not pointing out there's something wrong with he's gay. I'm saying I find it funny that you're up here talking about men are men lovers of men, calling them rim bros, and then, well, you're very quietly promoting what you know is a gay man's philosophy. So this is a lover of men act. And
to the last point where we sit here and say the broken homes, I agree with much of this, all of this damn near. Again, the only thing I'm adding to it, and I know Sharon has told me I shouldn't do this, but I have to, because a man doesn't make a child by himself, just like a woman doesn't make a child by herself. It's incorrect for us to sit, and that's why I first came on this show. If y'all remember, the first time I came on here was talking about a child, because that is a 50-50 transaction. It's half you, half them. We can't just say, well, yes, you're right. It is many fatherless homes, but we can't just say it's all fathers chose to dip. Let's be honest here. The society we're in, going back to why sometimes the Stoicism don't work, the society we are in, it rewards the degeneracy that I agree with you we should get rid of. But guess what? If you're a female and you get your ass up on Instagram and shake that bitch, you're going to get millions of views, sponsorships, payments. If you're a man sitting here talking this, let's be very frank, manosphere stuff, this is white man logic. They're going to pay you for that entertainment. So we have to figure out how to adjust differently within this different landscape. I feel, and I think we all can agree, as we see it's been there for this long and hasn't saved us. We need especially for us Black Americans, this is just in my opinion, we need to make our own philosophy of things, own ways, ethics, traditions, because we're not white people. They have their problems, we have ours. Do we have some in common? For sure, but they're not the same. I'll land my plane.
Cuzzo, can you hear me, or do I need to drop and come back?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And see, the problem is this, right? You talk about what white people is doing and what Black people need to do differently, right? But the example that you're setting is a foundation built upon ignorance, right? So we're engaging in these conversations, and I ask you, hey, do you know anything about Socrates? Do you know anything about Aristotle? Do you know anything about these Greek philosophers who created a lot of these, the tenets involved in the conversations that we have? And we know what was going on in the Greek culture back then wasn't a heterosexual type of a situation. Your whole premise to disagree with me was, well, Brownsville, Stoicism was created by a gay man, right? And we're having a back and forth conversation, and you didn't even know the meaning of Stoicism. You didn't know any tenets to Stoicism, right? So then I had to explain that. I had to explain some tenets of Stoicism, right? But then you still didn't want to concede, because you even said, hey, even on a battlefield, men shouldn't always be self-disciplined and under self-control. And then I asked a current military member, hey, do you think it's fruitful for men to always be guided by self-control and self-discipline? He said yes, right? So what I'm saying is, you lack experience in real life, right? That should have taught you what sound doctrine is and what we should be aligning ourselves, the virtues, the principles, the value system that's going to make us successful, right? In order for you to create anything, you have to do the work. And what I'm telling you, KT, is clear to everyone listening to you that you're not doing the work. You're very uninformed, and all of your rebuttals reek of ignorance. You don't understand what you're talking about, which is why you ramble and you babble, and you don't really make sound arguments, and people have to translate what you're saying, like Random Independent tried to do, right? When nobody understood what you said, but in Random Independent said, well, I think he was saying this. But if you were really in your masculine frame, nobody would have to think you said anything. They'll know what you said, and then they'll be able to respond properly to what you say. But we can't do that. That's the issue, right? So what I'm asking you to do is just recalibrate, learn more, gain more knowledge about what it is that you're trying to talk about, and then present that to the people. Otherwise, everybody's just gonna laugh at you and consider you unserious, right? And nobody's really gonna agree with anything you have to say because you're not substantiating any points. And I'm not taking shots. All I'm doing is holding up the mirror and just letting you see your own reflection. Now it's up to you to understand what you're looking at and to correct the error in your ways and recalibrate. It's that simple. Peace and love.
I only have one reply. Unlike yourself, brother, I'm not up here trying to act like for the internet should be perfect in anything, nor am I a perfect person. I came here from the beginning, as I said, I didn't really understand it was even groups of people having these talks. So I'm here to inquire the knowledge that I do lack. However, to say the things you're just talking stupid. Like, let's just be real, bro. You just be up here for entertainment. You're not really trying to have dialogue. Sometimes you're trying to shame who don't agree with you, and it is what it is. It's cool, all right. But like, say that shit for somebody else. The insults of lack of knowledge or things of that nature. As I said, it's not about you acting like I don't know who Aristotle or Socrates is. When you're saying what are they the fathers of? Well, I don't really know because I do understand I was taught that, but I also forgot it because it's the white philosophy. It doesn't apply to us. And I saw people that do know sojourn the truth, so stuff like that. The boys, things of that nature. I think black philosophers, they mean more to me because they understand the things that we go through here in particular. If we're talking about us trying to advance, hold up, give me 1 second. I apologize. My son's right here. Yes. Okay, yes, sir. Can y'all give me a second? I gotta put my son. He wants to take a nap.
No doubt. Hey,
right.
Welcome to the show, J Speed, and then we got MJ. Welcome back, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm about to drop off, Sharon, but I really wish he would have stayed on because I was gonna ask him about Sojourner Truth and W.E.B. Du Bois to kind of see if he even knew who they were and what they were about. And I'm willing to guarantee you that he wouldn't have been able to answer any questions about them, right? Because it's clear that he's the type of person that just throws stuff against the wall to see what sticks. And then when you ask them to clarify, they don't have an answer. And that's, to further land the plane, which is why, the advice that I'm giving him to read more, to study more, to gain more knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and then come back to the panels and engage in these conversations, it still stands. Because, he's built his entire foundation upon sand. And as soon as you kick some of the sand up, as soon as the sand starts trembling underneath his legs, he falls flat to the ground. And I'm trying to help him not do that any longer.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But it be happening in real time, so that's the beauty of it. So we can start to see this shit. Go ahead, J Speak, if you like to join in right now.
Yeah, just a little bit. How you doing?
Well.
All right. I see you tighten up a couple days ago. You got a fresh cut and everything. Didn't want to come up and disturb none of that. Look, let us be real honest. The father of anything is the creator. That's not to disagree with some men who have become great and genius of whatever their expertise is. But let's just be honest, the father of all of this is the creator of all this. And pretty much, I seen a man take the Holy Quran and the Bible and move things in North America that nobody else ever did. And didn't even have a fourth grade education. And had a speech impediment. and moved a group of people into owning their own farmlands, their plains. They distribute them. Still today is the only black printed media 100%, the final call. So I had to give both of the brothers they do. I understand the other brother who was up here, and I totally disagree with you, Sharon, just in this point. Both things could be corrected at the same time, and that's the way it's been done in my practice. And cleaning one and not cleaning the other, that's never gonna work. And I understand y'all sentiment when y'all say that is, if the brothers get cleaned up, then we can worry about cleaning up the sister. I just think that we've both been bit by the same dog, and we both need to take care of our wounds. I do understand that, and I think brothers should promote self-moving, improvement towards brothers, because that's just the way that I roll that way too. But in the same hand, in the classroom next door, the sisters are taught the same thing. So still, even though it's two opposite, but they're both being taught at the same time. I think I look at some of the clients who come through my house, Sharon, and when I sit down and I talk to them, I find out they bring a lot of wounds to themselves, and there's things that happen to them in their life. And then there are people in life who enable them to do this behavior. Now, we can sit up here and have debates on words, and all words are made up. Let's just be honest. All right? But let's just talk about behavior, something you can actually see. All right? If you enable your children to do certain things, Sharon, regardless of what is going on around them, if you enable them, you can never ever stand on anything, because they're going to know you're not standing on anything, because 1 minute is no and the next minute is yes. So the child becomes confused. That's the same thing. We carry this thing in our head all the way to our death when we be confused. If the police say you can go 10 miles over the speed limit today, and then he give you a ticket next week for going 10 miles over the speed limit, you're totally confused. So what I'm saying is, I would like to see the brothers take the next 4 years, try to implement a plan of improving themselves, changing some of these old antiquated laws that are on the books when women was not 60% of the workforce, and they're probably a little more than that now. Change some of these overreaching laws that were set up for them due to the fact there were no good men who would just kick women out back in the day, and they end up at their parents' house or on the street. We're no longer in that lifestyle anymore. And any father who went through the courtroom in the first place, regardless of it happened, and he should have vet for it, we're at the game now. We're playing the game now. And for in the courtroom to worry so much about the support and not for that father to spend and invest time in that child, that's, to me, is child support. Supporting that child to become a human being. I think that brothers should be pushing for, this is the first thing. Every child born in the United States should be DNA tested from the day first. I believe that should be a law. Point blank. Then we could cut out all this conversation. Is it the father? Is it not father? We could cut out that. You know, Sharon, back in the day, they used to take babies and just put them in the baby ward and then put the bracelet on their ankles. They stopped that for a reason. The reason why they stopped doing that, because a lot of babies start getting mixed up. The nurse get busy and then put the wrong tag. Come to find out, the mother brings the baby to her home and raise that baby for 12, 13 years and find out that baby is not even hers. That's the only way a mother can have a baby. You could say that it's not the mother's baby. The father's always up in the air. So I think we can knock out a lot of that conversation just by changing that one little law if all babies get DNA tested from the day first. All right? We got to take away these incentives. If we don't take away these incentives, that's why I keep talking about enabling people to do things that normal couples would not do if they didn't have these things to enable. And that's all I'm just saying. I'm just saying that, hey, number one, look, you just make it fair for everybody. You don't pop the gun off at the line and give somebody advantage and say you can start running first, and we got a second gun for you. So we having handicapped lifestyles. You do that in golf. You don't do that in real life. And that's what I've been seeing, and that's what some things I had to change, Ron. Getting in this space, I was able to see things from a different perspective because I was bringing things to the table by the way I was raised. But starting to see things new things. You see what I'm saying? Cars are much faster now than they used to be back in the day. Or you got fuel injection system versus carburetor. So you have to change with times, and you have to change your perspective with what's in front of you. And so I had to change some of my thoughts. I don't like how the guys approach the conversation. Sometimes they're too vulgar, the name calling and all that other kind of stuff. I'm not talking when they're joking. I'm just talking about when they're having a serious conversation. I don't like their approach. But even if I don't like their approach, I listen to them, what they're saying, and they have some true things that should be corrected. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at now. How do we go and correct these things so we can make some of these arguments that we get on the internet and do day, 24/7, and make it better for the family? That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Unlikely, you're looking good, my brother. But anyway, that's all I had to add, Sharon. I'm not here to punch down on Brownsville or the other brother. I'm just saying that sometimes we even just have to back up. And even though we're not taking shots at people, if you feel something, when I used to tell jokes, right? If it hurts and it's not funny, it's not a joke. So even you not be taking a shot, and if it hurts, that's where emotional intelligence come in. If it hurts or it sound like it might hurt, that's still a shot, Mr. Brownsville. All right? So we have to be very careful how we have these conversations, because you might be telling the truth, right? But if it embarrassing or it seemed like it hurt or it shouldn't have been said that way, it's still a shot.
So, OG
Oh damn! I
J
wanted to
Speed,
go.
I appreciate you, my brother. I just got a few questions, and then I'm gonna drop off. I got a few questions for OG J Speed.
Yes, sir.
OG, if you have a fire in your house and a leak, in your sink, or just a leak in your house and a fire at the same time, which one do you address first?
Well, I hope I can turn the leak into the fire and address both of them at the same time. But if I can't, I'm gonna take that fire.
Okay, why would you address the fire before the leak?
Because it's more of an emergency. Just common sense.
Okay.
It can cause more. It can cause more damage.
Okay, right. Do you believe that in the community that we're living among today, that men and women are equally creating damage to the community, or do you believe there's a disparity there?
I believe that there's been so long that men in general, not just black men, but men in general have been put under the microscope. Everybody tells them what's wrong. I think this is just a chance. This is a change in time that women are being put under the microscope, and it's hard for them to digest what men been digesting for the last 40 years. And I think that's the case more than just the fire or the leak.
No, but you didn't answer my question. Did you not hear it, OG?
Okay, well, will you repeat your question, because I thought I did.
Right. What I asked you was, do you believe in a community and a society in which we living in today, are men and women equal when it comes to who's creating
No.
toxicity?
I got your question. No.
Okay, and who do you believe is creating more fractures and toxicity in our community and society?
I think, honestly, I believe it's women.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Wait. Before I say that, let me explain to you why I said it, and then you might have to ask me that question. In the Nation of Islam, we are learned that when you teach a man, you teach an individual. When you teach a woman, you teach a nation, because she's the first mother of instructions, even to that fetus before it ever turned into a baby. The egg, she's communicating to it all the time. Now, I understand this might get a little deep, but this is Elijah Muhammad, and he was deep. And so that's why I say what I said.
Okay. So in, modern times, 2022, 2023, 2024, do you believe that there are more absent mother homes or absent father homes? What I mean by absent is who's present in a house with the children after they're born. Is it the mother or the father? Who's more present?
It's the mother's more prevalent. That goes back to that enabling thing that I was talking about that most people miss.
No. I'm asking. So
I answered your question, but I just gave you a little side dish to go with it. I asked you a question that was mothers who are there more than fathers. But then I said, for my side dish, that enabling thing is the problem.
Right. So fathers are more absent, but it's somebody else's fault. I got
No, I didn't. No. I gave you the side dish. There's two things to be happening at the same time, Brownville, and you know that.
Right. You said that there's an enabling that's going on, which suggests that somebody outside of the man who's absent is at fault, right?
No, I'm not saying it's at fault. It's just what it is.
Right. So we're saying the same thing. Okay. So.
No, I just don't want you to think that I'm saying that not both person not accountable. And I want you to try and say that there's some mystery thing going on that make these things happen. Both of us still, they both are still accountable. But I'm saying there's some other things going on too.
Right, but that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you who's more.
I know you didn't ask me that, but I want you have clarification regardless of what you asked me.
Right, you're answering a different question, which is fine.
No, I answered your question, and I always give you a side dish, brother. Right. If you don't like the salad on the side, then just tell me.
No, we agree. What I'm saying, I don't know why you're disagreeing. You said yes.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I don't. When you say I don't answer your question, you're making a false statement. I always answer your question. I just give you a side dish.
No. You answered it the second time, which I appreciate. The first time you answered a different question, not my question. But in your answer this time, you said, yes, men are more absent. And then you gave a reason why, right? Which is a form of supplanting blame, which is fine. That's okay for you to do that. Now, when you look at the incarcerated population, is it more black men who are incarcerated, or is it more black women?
Yes, there are more men at this state. There is more men incarcerated, and that go across the board.
No. I'm just saying. We're talking about our community, right?
Okay, even more our community, our statistics.
Hold on, OG. Cause I don't want to move it, right? Because I hear you speak on the fruit of Islam. I hear you speak about Elijah Muhammad all the time, right? And Elijah Muhammad was a man who didn't speak about the white community, correct? He spoke about the correction of the black community. And
no, sir. Me and FOI. Slow down, brother. Pump your brakes a little bit. All right. For me being FOI for over 40-something years, I have heard many speeches. Message to the black man: go pick up the book and read it. He spoke about evil. And the people who was doing the most evil at that time was the white man. So he did speak about him. Malcolm X spoke about him. Louis Farrakhan spoke about him. Dr. Khalid Muhammad spoke about him. So you don't misinform people or who you're talking to right now. You're talking to fruit right now. You're talking to FOI right now.
Right. But you misunderstood what I said. What I said was when Elijah...
No, I clarified what you were saying was not correct.
No, but so what did I say?
You said that he didn't speak about white.
I said he didn't speak about the improvement of the white man. He spoke about...
No, I ain't never heard the word improvement.
Right, because you're not listening. That's what I'm saying.
Don't tell me I'm not listening. I might just didn't hear you, brother. See, this is where this is where you. Wait, no, stop, Brownville. Number one, you can't analyze me, bro. Okay, that's number one. I probably don't forget more shit than you will ever know in the rest of your life. That's number one. And number two, you ain't gonna sit up here and talk to me like you having a classroom with me. We're gonna have the conversation. So all these little things that you do with other people, talk to me like we talked when we was in the back channel, when me and you was having a conversation for the first time and we were introducing ourselves to each other. Don't come up here and try to have a big showmanship with me, because you know what? It ain't gonna happen. So talk to me plainly.
Well, I talk the same way, just like
No, bro, you are not talking the same way.
I'm talking to you the same way now.
No, you was not talking to me like that in the back when we had the
my brother,
conversation.
you just don't like what I'm saying.
No,
right?
no, it's not that. Hey, look, brother, you're not even saying any. You're not saying anything that I haven't heard in this space for the last 15 years. Okay, so it's not that I don't like what you're saying.
Okay, all right. Because clearly y'all don't want to have it. This is my first time seeing you. Good day away.
What's up? How you doing?
I'm all right. You like to add to the conversation? It's my first time seeing you.
Not right now. If that's fine.
Okay.
Cause just to move.
Nah, nigga, right now, what you got to say? We don't know you.
Yo, so I'm 20 years old, right? And like I just feel like me watching this podcast throughout like the whole 2 weeks I've been watching it, it haven't been adding nothing to like my life, or like I really don't feel like it's really adding anything. It's just we just having like nothing conversation.
So you think talking about yesterday we was talking about Donald Trump, we was talking about rights of the amendments, Constitution. So you don't think none of those things add value?
I'm saying as far as like the younger generation, because y'all said that y'all speaking for the younger generation. I don't really think y'all really helping.
So you don't think that you should recalibrate your value systems? You think young people should just be going outside and having children?
No, we shouldn't.
Okay, that's something that we were speaking about today. Do you think so? What is it that you are looking for then? Because I can keep going down the list of things I said that you'll probably agree that you know what that is good advice. So what is it that you are looking for? And maybe that's probably where we are missing.
It's not that I disagree with everything. It's just for the most part, every time we do or y'all do discuss a topic, we just start talking about men and how men don't do this and men don't do that, and we don't really touch on anything.
So do you think that men should be improving their lives?
I do agree.
And do we need to move it out in a certain way with some kind of value system, ethics, character, integrity?
I believe in that also.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, what is it that you are trying to express? Because you are agreeing with the things that we're saying now, even though you say you don't agree. The problem that we be having is that some people disagree with the things that you agree with. We trying to mine that out so we can get an understanding how we can move our generations forward, because we have a lot of issues.
My brother, the conversation today was about how we could move the community forward, so that people like Big U don't have the influence that he previously had before he was arrested, right? You said you're 20 years old, my brother. Did you grow up in a 2-parent household or not?
I did.
So you had your mother and father both there?
Yeah, but they was divorced also later on in my life. But I also like they was both active in my life.
At what point did they separate?
Right around when I was in like 9th to 8th grade, I believe I was like 13 years old.
And did the father now leave the house, or was he still in the house?
He left the house.
Right. And when you were 13 years old, think back at that point when your father left the house. How did that make you feel?
didn't really make me feel anything because like it was just whatever, and I knew how shit was at the time.
So you're saying that it was toxic before your father left the house, so therefore you didn't
Right.
have any expectations of anything different after he left the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so do you believe that men and women, before they engage in a relationship, and even during that engagement of a relationship, right, should they be aligned with the vision and plan to stay together and not have a toxic environment, but institute a loving environment, an environment where everyone feels at peace and everyone feels like they're a part of building something special?
I do believe in that, but that's not realistic. And my dad, he tried to fight for the relationship, and my mom didn't want it. It's just
right. So you're saying that you don't believe it's possible because you didn't experience it yourself.
I'm not saying it's not possible. It's possible because I'm living proof that that shit can happen. I have a girlfriend myself, and everything is fine.
Right. Do you have children?
I don't have children yet.
Right. So what I'm saying is, when I say that, hey, you should vet properly, you should date with intention, you should, before you impregnate a woman, you should commit to that
When
woman.
I date to marry.
Right. So what is your disagreement in what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that I disagree with everything.
I think the brother's saying when he comes on
Don't
these
think for
shows.
him.
No.
Don't think for him.
I'm just
Don't
saying.
think for him. The
Can
man is
can I
talking.
ask him a question then?
But
Can I
you're
ask
not
him a question
asking
then?
something. You're not
Can I
asking
ask?
him. You're
Can I
telling him what to
ask him a
do. Let the
question
man
then?
talk.
I am, but you know
How
he.
do you do that? Like first I get caught up, and now you cutting the young man off. It's okay.
I didn't cut the young man off.
Yes, you did. You jumped while he was talking. You said, "I think what
He
is
was
saying."
not talking,
You don't need to
Sharon.
think. You don't need to think for him.
Okay, well, can I ask him a question? Young man, can I ask you a question? The way the two of us was conducting ourselves, is that what you were talking about that you be hearing in these shows? The way we was conducting ourselves, me and Mr. Brownsville?
Right.
Thank you. And that was very important, Sharon, because I don't think he was really talking down on your show or your subject matters. He was talking about how two adults carry themselves and then turning it into almost a dick measuring contest. And that was displayed before he came up here. And I apologize for that.
Yeah. So yeah, I can apologize for that as well. If that was a poor display of, how men should move, then you have a right to that opinion, right? But that's not the opinion that you shared. What you shared when you hit the panel was, you don't feel like you've been watching for 2 weeks and you don't feel like you found anything helpful or anything
I
that
can't find anything helpful because we're just most of the time I'm popping through the panel. It's just everyone is arguing. There's not much really getting really discussed. It gets off topic, and it just goes everywhere. That's how I feel.
Do you have anybody you follow that you rock with that you think is like helpful and informational?
I watch this. This is what I watch.
Anybody else on that?
Nah, this is all I watch. This is all when I'm at work. I watch this. This is what I be watching.
So do you feel like if men and women were coming together?
All right, hold on. Let me talk to the young man because I keep asking the man a question. He is 20 years old. I'll talk to him. So when you started watching the show, what is it that you was looking for when you first started watching the show?
What I was looking for?
Yes.
Just like more conversations about like just relationships and just how to go about my relationship, just how to go about being a better man just stuff like that.
Got you. So what is it that you believe you need work on? So you say you want to be a better man because you need more guidance and just more different avenues so you can see how you could shape your own personality, correct? That's what I'm trying to get.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what is it that you're missing? Because over here we talk about recalibrating, and it seems like you are moving in that direction, right? So you are looking to be with your woman as in married. And how long before you thinking to marry this young lady?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that yet. We also just got into this relationship about like 6 months ago. But
you say you
whenever
don't date you say you don't date, you only date to marry.
right.
Okay. So I just want to make sure.
But as soon as I feel obligated to, I definitely will wife my girlfriend.
Okay,
But
so now that's a good answer. So now, what is it character-wise that you see from yourself that is good to be a husband?
one more time.
What is it from yourself, your character, that you see to be a good husband?
Well, I'm always seeking out just wisdom from anything or anybody. I'm always willing to learn. I have qualities such as like I know how to cook, I know how to do things for myself. I have a job. I'll take care of my family. That's about it.
Okay. And what kind of career are you trying to have?
What type of so right now I'm about to go to school for software engineer.
Nice.
My job right now, I take care of like disabled people. I work as a DSP. Okay. So I work at like group homes and so.
All right, so that's what's up. So now what is it that you're looking for in a woman?
Just someone that can just communicate and just be there, understanding, have her own thing going on. That's really it.
Okay, so you're not looking for much from a woman. So you want her to be a stay-at-home mom, or you want her to go to work?
Whatever she desires.
So you don't have no direction for what you want her to be. So this is the perfect time for you to start really understanding what you're looking for, so it won't just be up in the air. Because if it's up in the air, and then you could easily fall with somebody that you're just with convenience. So the more direct you have of what you're looking for is a better option for you to find, close to 100% of what you're looking for. So you need to start writing down exactly what you expect from a woman and what you can give to a woman. And this way you could try to get as close to accomplishing those things as possible.
Right.
It got to be more than just 4 things. Because if she just do those 4 things and then she curse you out, then what?
True.
So it got to be more than 4 things. So you got to be able to describe it intentionally. You should be able to know what she looks like. You should know what kind of body type she is, tall, short, skin tones and race. That really doesn't. I'm not talking about that kind of looks, right? I'm talking about what she represents, what character she is. Does she smile? Is she mean? You can't say you want a nice and friendly person. Then when you go outside and she's being nice and friendly, that makes you feel uncomfortable. Because a lot of times the same thing that attracts people is the same thing that makes people run away, right? Because a lot of people say they want a fit, feminine, and friendly person, but then they don't realize that that's how she is all the time. So when she's walking outside, she's going to be fit, feminine, and friendly, even to strangers.
Well, for example, like my girlfriend, she type thick, like so. but like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna have an issue when like people looking at her. People have eyes, and I live in New York, and I hate when people tell me I'm forced to look whatever I gotta look. You got eyes. So
you from Brooklyn?
Nah, I'm not from Brooklyn.
Okay. But yeah, I'm listening.
I do understand your problem. I do understand like there's certain boundaries and certain things that you have to kind of speak on, so there's not problems going on in a relationship.
So it's not what the same thing that you love. So it's not a miscommunication because you said you want communication. So if you want communication, you cannot sell yourself short of the communication by having it just 4 things and saying that's all you want. Well, you know you want way more in a human being than just 4 things. So that is a lack of communication, right? So you got to also practice those things as well, that you communicate as full as you possibly can. Because if you short-sighted in the communication of what you think you want from a woman, who you shorting, her or yourself?
myself.
All right. So you got to be able to speak things in full. So this way you can actually go after those things.
But also, I feel like a lot of things are just kind of just naturally said and shouldn't, like, you don't really have to speak on a lot of things. And I'm not saying not for all things. You should, of course, there's a lot of things you do have to speak upon, but there's
give me some
already
things
rules.
that you feel like you do not have to speak upon.
Anything that my girl knows, like, for me, like, I'll say, if it's gonna make you feel uncomfortable, you should, like, that's something that you should already know that you shouldn't be doing. If you wouldn't like me doing it,
what's there?
What's up?
If you don't feel comfortable with it, how's the other person supposed to know?
What I meant to say is, if the person, let's say I'm doing something I know I'm not supposed to do.
No hypotheticals. Use real life.
She should already know that she shouldn't be doing it, because if she doesn't feel comfortable doing, if she wouldn't see me doing it, she wouldn't be sitting there doing the things that she wouldn't see me doing.
Right. So this is why communication is very important. The things that make you feel uncomfortable that she's doing, those are the things that we need to speak about the most. Because during out this time, y'all only been together for 6 months at this moment. It's going to be things even at the 10-year relationship that you might find something that she or you do, and y'all both need to communicate and say, hey, that's making me feel uncomfortable for whatever reason that is. So those are things you need to speak about the most, because the other person can possibly correct it. So it's not that if she do something you don't like, that automatically she's supposed to read your mind. You cannot assume that anybody's reading your mind. You got to be clear and concise and tell the person what you like and dislike. And don't feel no way that if they say, damn, you petty. Okay. Oh, damn, you sassy. Okay. Damn, you insecure. Okay. If that's how you want to interpret it, that's fine. However, this thing makes me feel like this. And I don't like feeling this way, whatever that thing is. And can you do something about it so I won't feel that way anymore? That is clear communication. Doesn't matter how the other person reacts. Doesn't matter if they try to use that same thing to attack you. Don't matter. Because you being clear. And now that person gets to decide after they throw possible insults, you correct that as well by saying that doesn't matter to me. This is what you make me feel. And if you continue to make me feel that way, I'm going to have to do something about it. Understood?
I understand.
And so that's what communication is. Because as you work through things that's going to make you feel uncomfortable, it's going to make you even more uncomfortable as you reveal those things, because that's you as a man being vulnerable. And for many years, men have been taught not to be what?
Vulnerable.
So you're going to feel like those attacks is making you even more vulnerable. And that's when you're going to most likely, usually what happens is that the person start attacking back. And that's something that you, hopefully, you could take that into, and it's going to be a hard lesson learned, though.
Yeah, I'm learning.
So be more clear and concise. The more things that make you uncomfortable, those are the things you need to be able to express as soon as they happen, so it won't build up. Because you allow it to build up, that's when the back and forth and the cattiness.
But I think that's like where the communication also comes in. Like, I don't let nothing build up. Like, you just sit there and talk it out. And if we're not able to sit there and have communicate, like, that's what I also like. That's what I'm coming at when I mean by communication. If we're not if anything was to come up and we're not able to like sit there and breeze through it, then I don't think that's communicating. I don't think that I should, because there's certain things that not all the time I'm gonna know a certain boundary, or I'm not gonna sit there and think of a certain boundary. Like right now, I can get into all the details and all that, but like certain things are not gonna just pop up all the time. But like there'll be certain scenarios what I'll get into. Like, let's say for instance, if a guy wanted to go into the DMs, I'll address it right there. And if it happens again, then that's clear communication where she doesn't want to follow my boundaries. And I gotta let that
she
go.
cannot stop somebody from going to her DMs.
Mom, I don't mean to like stopping someone from going to the DMs. I'm just saying how she kind of responds from me.
Okay. That's fair.
My bad if I'm not being clear. I didn't have much sleep for work.
No problem. This is what this is supposed to be about learning how to communicate with each other. And this way you could get better, clear, concise on how to communicate back and forth. That's what this shit is about. It's being able to speak in front of people and speak your thoughts freely. That's what my platform is really about. And this is why people sometimes, what you see is people wilding out, because that's really who they are. It don't have nothing to do with me or the show or the topic. Right? These are people being themselves, and you get to choose who you want to be. Like I get to choose who I want to be. People come up here and disagree, insult me, and say all types of shit. Lie on me literally in my face. But I'm still responsible for me.
Okay.
So I still take care of my family. I did the things that I see fit for my family. I took my kids out of school and homeschooled them, for example. Right? But that's what I see fit. But if somebody else could see private school is fit for their family, and so on and so forth. So there's plenty of things, but you got to figure out what's good for you and how it's going to build up your family. That's why you need to start writing things down as well. You need to get a journal. Do you have a journal?
I do have a journal.
Perfect. That is awesome. Do you read over your journal?
I don't, not as much.
So you should read over. The reason why you should read over your journal, you can see where you started from and where did you come to. So you can see what you thought on. Make sure you date it as well. So you can see, hey, last year I was thinking like this, and now shit, I would never even say those words. This way you can start processing. This is how you recalibrate yourself as a man. And you get better because you can lead yourself. You feel me?
I feel you. No,
So now you working through your own thoughts, not somebody else's thoughts. And that's the main thing why I always say, hey, we do not regurgitate other people's information over here. We want to challenge our own thoughts. I was thinking like this last year. Why was I, what was that feeling I had, and try to bring yourself in so you could move forward and so you could forever keep moving forward because you don't want to regress. And your woman's going to naturally progress with you because she's going to be inspired by how you moving. You was once like this and now like this. Human beings see who the other person is. So when you see these arguments, you just got to be able to pay attention to understand that we are dealing with multiple personalities at sometimes. And even grown folks, 40, 50 years old, don't got the goddamn answers at times. So it's not an age thing. It's about a maturity and recalibration thing. Are these people really paying attention?
No, I get you.
All right.
No, I appreciate you.
I appreciate you more. You the one that brought that out of me. So it's very rare I actually get to have a one-on-one conversation. So people want to just chime in. But this is what I do for real. So now I can get my beautiful MJ. She can finally get her thought out.
I was about to be a happy up in this motherfucking thing. Let me fucking speak. I'm joking. Hey, everyone. So the reason why I wanted to come up is about the Stoicism, right? Please, for the life of God, please stop making Stoicism only a man trait. It's not a man trait, okay? It is a mature human being trait. And the reason why I say this, because a lot of these talking points that a lot of the guys come up in reference to women, a lot of it goes back to wanting women to have more stoicism, wanting them to use more logic to see the bigger picture outside of their emotional state. So how the hell are you going to only just sum that up as a male trait when you ask that for women every single day? But when you speak about it to women, you say it's just maturity, right? So which one is it? Because if you say that the emotional nature of a woman is childlike, then why are you asking women to be anything else but than a child? And then why are y'all not equipped to handle that either? Right? So we got to stop talking like this. This is the reason why we have the issue, because we're literally putting mature attributes and we're trying to pigeonhole it to a gender, and it's incorrect. Because on top of that, we have someone up here saying that women are coddling men. So if women are coddling men, how the hell do we not say that men are acting like children? How do we give them that they're acting like mature adults, but they have to be coddled? You see what I'm saying? And this is why words are very important, and the way that you express them is very important. Just talk about what it is. Mature behavior and immature behavior. That's what it is. That's what it always been. It never been about what the gender is.
I like that. That was a bar. Ambassador 750. Good day. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good day to you, man. I actually agree with pretty much everything she just said there. Guys should really just take the situation as is. You know, this thing about you know, you're gonna make it into a male trait. And then when you function in your marriage or your relationship or you're dealing with children or managing a household, you expect this big evolution or the path.
Okay, he's probably driving while he get back in focus. Unlikely. You still there? We gotta get unlikely. Mike's back in focus too. AR.
What's up, good sir?
Yes, sir. Okay, speak your mind if you wanted to. Not sure.
Yeah, I don't really have much. I'll just say, you know, a way. If someone tells you like an Accord is in a car for you to have as a male, you don't have to listen to them. You know, an Accord is a manly car. It gets you from point A to B pretty good on gas, especially the 2.0. You know, so I just don't let them bully you. If you ever talk about a Honda or something, don't let them bully. That's all. That's my contribution to today's.
Speaking of the Honda Accord, do you know what car? What's that young man name? Sad to say, I'm gonna bring him up because it was kind of like on topic. Mo3, what car was he driving?
He was definitely driving. First of all, I think he was driving a V6. Respectfully.
Okay, but I just asked you what car was it.
Yeah, I think it was.
We don't know what engine size it was. We just what car was he?
Mo3. I think it was. I think it might have been a Honda. Honda something. What? Yeah, I'm not 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It was a Honda what?
I can't recall. Yeah.
All I'm saying, if he had a manly
I have to watch
car,
the video again.
Shout out my Civic SIs.
If he'd have had a manly car,
you SI away.
Civic SIs, free roll, safe roll away.
Boom. And then, hey, so he already on the up and up. Look, all right, look, he already up.
Hey man.
The Most High said it was 11th generation Accord. If he had a manly car, he would have been able to drive faster and get away. That's what I'm saying.
I think he actually had it souped up a little bit because reportedly, never mind.
Yes, it's okay. I'm just pointing out a Honda Accord. That's all I'm saying.
That is what it is, man. You
know. Wait. What you think about what MJ say that Stoicism is a maturity thing, not a gender thing? What is your thoughts on that, Away?
I got nothing to say. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's fine. Like, so that you okay. Man, I believe today was a good show. What you think, MJ?
I think it was a great show. I missed most of it, so I'm gonna catch the replay. But I'm about to actually start my live soon anyway. But yeah, I just wanted to get that out because you know, the simple fact is that there is women here who are not in a relationship. Some are not in a relationship because they haven't found their right mate. Some are not in a relationship because they don't want to be in a relationship. And then some are the women that PH Diva was talking about who are taking their time and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with them so they don't make the same mistakes over again, which a lot of these men keep on telling women to not do, right? and continue to go through this circular path down dealing with the same fucking dude. So because of that, these women still have to live. Women still have to take care of their household. Women still want to take care of their loved ones. So, and there's going to have to still deal with the outside world and other people. So they're literally practicing stoicism in their real life, and it doesn't have anything to do with aligning with a man, right? So we got to just stop trying to just put it to a gender situation. It's just maturity, point blank and period. And men, you are saying that your problem is women acting like children. So why do you keep on trying to enforce women to be children? Why are you keep on trying to limit them and then get mad when they do the bare minimum or not at all?
Damn.
Like, you got to make up your mind and stop the double-mindedness. Because the double-mindedness is the reason why everybody's double-minded.
Absolutely.
But good show, Sharon. I'll hit you later.
No
that
doubt.
Did actually reminded me. I don't. KT is gone, so I don't. You know, it's tough to address what he said if he's not here to kind of elaborate or whatnot. But you know, I felt like he kept on hiding behind the totality thing, like, oh, don't follow stoicism and the totality. And it's like, yeah, but nobody says, like, you don't say that when you tell your kids or whatever, always tell the truth. It's not. It's just like we know, like, there might be certain circumstances where you might not tell the truth, you know,
to save your life.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay.
Like, we know that. We know there's outliers, but the point is, live your life. This is what you should generally live your life on. Now, I don't mean to get into fiction, and, you know, for the Game of Thrones viewers, you know, Ned Stark was his whole thing, his thing in the show was being an honorable man. But if we recall, he disregarded his honor, he disregarded his integrity to fulfill the wishes of his sister to raise I'm spoiling shit, it's been out for a minute, but to raise Jon Snow as one of his own. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm always gonna give people the benefit of the doubt, but anyway, yeah, so, like, there's always gonna be that's just a fictional example, but like you said, like, to save your life you might have to lie. If you're in a fight to death, yeah, you might have to kill someone because you don't want to die.
Right.
Yeah, we understand that, but it's about the general principles.
The best way I explain it, AR, is that I'm a non-violent man unless you punch me in my face.
Exactly.
You know, I'm not violent, but I'm going to defend myself. That doesn't mean that because I'm fighting back, it means that I'm violent.
Yeah, there's certain circumstances where it may be required, but generally speaking, the life you live on the day-to-day basis, 99% of your time on this earth, maybe this philosophy can apply. But, you know, he's not here.
Right, and that's why I always try to
speaking of nuance.
Called nuance that everybody keep trying to put into these conversations for no reason. There's no need for it.
Yeah.
we know nothing could be 100%. Something might have to happen where you're like, damn, I had to. Whatever the case is, you might be at the store and somebody gave you an extra $1 back. Hey, big deal.
It is what it is.
Nobody's gonna say, well, now you're dishonest. You did it one time in your life out of 40 years. You know what I'm saying? So, but is that a dishonest move? It's like, bro.
Yo, so I want to tell you what's going on with Mo 3.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, we're not having a conversation about him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. I was just using him as a, you know, because he was driving a certain kind of car that couldn't get him away from danger.
You know what caused all the deals in the black community? I blame trap music. And these new generation of rappers keep promoting that type of destructive music. I quit listening to it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jalen.
All right.
So shout out to Away for hitting the panel. I appreciate that, Away. And it's good to hear a young perspectives of what you actually see from the other side, and now you see how it feels on the actual panel too, right? It's two different ways of communication.
It's completely different.
It's completely different, right? You're like, oh shit, you know what I'm saying? So I appreciate for you to hit the link, because a lot of people don't understand. It does take a little bit of bravery to hit the link. It ain't as easy as people think to communicate. and get your full thought out and all those things. And it's completely different when you're watching, when you chatting, and when you actually on the panel. It's totally, the chat is a whole different show compared to when you hear on the show. Am I right or wrong, Owen?
It is like that. I didn't know it was like that actually. It's kind of
Yeah, the chat is like a completely different show at the same time. Go ahead, Ambassador, before we get up out of here.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, my mic's been giving me just crazy work today. I hear what he's saying, and just with the nuance part, like I think he just addresses. I don't know if he said anything crazy, so I'm really just addressing like the need for being attentive to when the lowest common denominator has control, is now in control of the room. You know, like the best thing I can bring up is like workplace, right? Where maybe all the managers are agreeing that there's a certain amount of output that we're all not really trying to work like that. You know, so now that is that's like the social rule there. And they're part of the hierarchy. So, you know, if you're a bottom rung dude, you know, even penetrating that with hard work is going to be difficult unless you try to appeal to their manager's manager and stuff like that. You know, I think there's little things that he's talking about that just it shows up in your household dynamics. You know, you can't. You know, every time I come up here because my kids are young and I'm dealing with the schools and all that stuff, I talk about, you know, teaching your kids at home and stuff like that. You know, but if your partner particularly doesn't feel like,
damn, there goes microphone again. As his microphone come back, AR, what's your final thoughts?
I don't have many. I just appreciate the time today. Appreciate the show as always. You know, be safe, stay warm out there. I know it's a little chilly.
Thank you. Actually, it's pretty nice today.
Yeah. It's like, what is it, like 55 or something? Actually,
yeah, that's actually awesome on this side. On the East Coast, 50 to 60 is like summer.
No. Well, if you define the East Coast as up north, maybe, but you know, down here it's still the East Coast and it's 70 degrees and sunny. But you have to send me let me know some good breakfast, some diner spots.
Definitely. I could definitely point you in the direction of that for sure.
So,
and I'm even gonna point you in the direction of some vegan ones that you're gonna be surprised that you will like. Yes, I'm pointing to one of those too. Yes,
you can point me. Don't mean I'm gonna walk that way.
Yes, you're gonna go and you're gonna enjoy it.
I don't know, man.
You're gonna absolutely enjoy it. You're like, damn, this shit is nice. You know, you're not even gonna know that you eat vegan food.
I don't know, man.
Tell me. I got you. Jalen already gave his final thoughts. Ambassador, you want to give it one more shot?
Yeah, I give it a shot. I just pick up where I left. You know, like I don't remember her name, was MJ. Like she said, like, you know, I think creating it into a gender thing is, you know, divisive to an extent, and it's going to turn into a big fight. You know, if you're just acknowledging the maturity of your loved one that you're dealing with, that you're managing in the house, you know, just dealing with it as is. You know, not trying to, you know, say the power of my BBC, you know, compels you to do better. You know, like, you know, that's nonsense. You know, if she feels like it's hostile, you know, you heard me say it before. You know, you may have to work a different shift so you can train your kids in absence that ideology. You know, but you have to respond to it. You know, with you're going to have to respond to it. In this generation, they have veto power, so you have to deal with that. You know, not arguing and doing all this foolishness, because just, you know, a lot of times it's not going to work and it ends in divorce and all this nonsense.
Right.
And now you have to try to implement a stricter household when you've been removed from the household. You know, so right. And so, you know, I'm just like, deal with it as is. Should do this.
Yeah, absolutely. You starting to break up.
That, you know, it's not going to work, bro.
You starting to break up again.
Yeah.
You don't understand, like, hey, listen, winning an argument and losing a relationship doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No,
it don't make no sense. Yeah, you won the argument, but you also lost your woman or your man. Doesn't make sense. But people try to do that all the time, which is kind of crazy to me. I'd rather just like, hey, let me just get to a common ground and let's not make this mistake again. That's why, you know, I try to read things that I did last year of things that I wrote, how I'm feeling that day. So this way I can move forward. But Away, any final thoughts, Away?
Nah, that would be it. I appreciate you for having me up on the show.
No doubt. Hopefully you come back. Jalen?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I'm still riding with Obsidian and Chaotic Truth. And that's why I'll be saying like this. I'll be riding.